I'm working late shift here at the yacht club.
How many boats do you own, Pico?
2. Actually 3. One is in the shop.
I used to do a little yachting myself. What brand of yacht do you have?
You probably wouldn't know the brand. I bought them in Italy.
Ah, la Italia bella. Parlate italiano?
My Squarespace site was the catalyst in legitimizing my business. My website makes my projects feel professional.
Caller, you've got the first shot at Dead tonight. So, who do I have the pleasure of speaking to?
Yeah, this is it. This time I stumbled across something that's bigger than anything you could possibly imagine. A threat to the entire human race's existence.
Ah, Gomez. You know, it's been a bad night when I've been looking forward to your call.
Yeah, nothing could prepare the world for this. This is the biggest story in the history of humanity ever. Ever, Deb. How I found this out I can't say, but I'm risking my life to tell the world this. Are you prepared for this?
Sure.
People of Los Angeles, vampires walk among us.
Ugh, not vampires again.
Hear me out, Deb. Vampires are among us and have been since the dawn of time. In Los Angeles, well, there's more vampires per person here than anywhere else in the world. People are killed by vampires all the time, but their secret vampire society covers it up. This happened. It's Wu versus Atlantis all over again.
Thank you, Gomez, and that concludes the news portion of the show. Well, this girl's got to pay her bills, so it's time for a few commercials. But don't go anywhere. I'm just getting warmed up. Should I say hot? is out, everyone's in dreamland, and you've tuned into the Deb of Night. Nobody to fall asleep next to you? Go ahead and put the radio into bed. That's what I'm here for. And hey, why don't you call me sometime? Area code 323-KL5-KTRK. Looks like somebody's been waiting in the queue quite a while to speak to yours truly. So, caller, why aren't you asleep?
Oh, are you that lawyer?
Hello, LA. You're up way past your bedtime, aren't you? Hope you've slipped into something comfortable. I know I have. If you're new to town or just new to this whole radio thing, you're listening to The Deb of Night.
I'm working late shifts here at the yacht club.
How many boats do you own, Vigo?
2. Actually 3. One is in the shop.
I used to do a little yachting myself. What brand of yacht do you have?
You probably wouldn't know the brand. I bought them in Italy.
Ah, la Italia bella. Parlate italiano?
Classic Primogen. Didn't have the microphone turned on for that audio layer. There we go. Thank you so much, Ronan, and thank you, Skeleton King, and thank you, Ali, and thank you, Bishop Bling. Classic Primogen. I'm only streaming on track 1, but the microphone was on track 2. Good morning, Blade of Ashtaroth. How are you doing? Thank you for wishing me good luck. And thank you so much to Skeleton King and to Ali Strauss for the donations so far. We are looking at probably going to be playing Tremere. For some reason, the donation thing windows in the overlay for Tiltify is not updating. And I'm going to just assume that Tiltify's overlays are not quite as up to snuff as Streamlabs. Let me just refresh the cache here. Refresh the cache. There we go. Yeah, Outstar is great, HUD is great, Lore by Night, and Strange Adventures, all good people. I've also been checking out a little bit Lazaro Stygia, a very secretive fellow. I haven't talked with him, but he's done some really cool stuff. A lot of really cool videos, like like he's been looking at movies and saying this person belongs to this tribe or this clan, and he's been talking about ghouls. Lots of really cool stuff. Thank you so much, Skeleton King. I have put on a little bit of a filter over myself. I'm still pretty red in the face. I was not running yesterday. Should not have done that. It's been a little while since I streamed last time. Last time I streamed, I was playing Wraith Afterlife. That game is too scary, man. I cannot play it. It is. I put on the helmet the second time. I was like, I'm gonna play it. I just couldn't get myself to do it. So I will need to watch a playthrough of it. It's really well done. Very cool. So I feel a little bad that I didn't finish it on stream, but this game though, on the other hand, last played in September, I believe, last year. I was like, I'll finish it in a week, and then I didn't. So we're starting from the beginning, and we're gonna be doing basically a charity stream for Night Road. Doctors Without Borders, our usual victims of donation. Last year we played 30 hours of Bloodlines, 2 15-hour streams, pretty close to each other, I believe. I don't think I'll be able to do 15 hours, to be honest, this time. I have had a pretty rough year so far. I've been sick a lot, and been suffering from some Lazar is great. He's a legend. Really love to have a chat with him whenever he, if I could, and maybe collaborate with something. He's done some really good videos. He does really long videos too, by the way. Kudos to that. I've never been able to do very long ones. The W5 video I made, the controversial W5 video, not so controversial, not a lot of people have been negative to it. That one took a long time to make. I don't know how he does it. Like, he makes like 50-60 minute videos. It's bananas. I can't do that stuff. What was I saying? Right, yes. So this will be a 6 to 8 hour stream. Still pretty long, in my opinion, but not as long as before. Hi, Bambi. Hope you're doing well. We are just about to get started with Night Road. I think the audio, I'm going to lower the music a little bit, but I think it should be pretty okay for everyone to hear me. If you can't, just let me know in the chat, and I will raise the volume a little bit. So we're doing a little poll to see what I will be playing. So that's like a first donation poll, and right now Tremere is winning. I came in here thinking, I'm gonna play a La Sombra. That's cool with a challenge with the technology, but no, it looks like we're gonna be picking up with the Tremere again, unless someone drops some dollars into something else. I'm not a fan of shilling, so this is obviously none of this money is going to me. This video is not going to be monetized, and all the proceeds are going directly to Doctors Without Borders, which is our usual donation goal. I think I just literally said that like 2 minutes ago. And they've upgraded since last year. Tiltify didn't used to have an overlay like this, but now they do, so it's pretty good. Didn't have to cobble something together this time. I will have a map up over Arizona and Texas and New Mexico and what have you, but I will not be as rigorously updating it as I was doing last time, because that was taking quite a bit of time. I'm glad everything sounds good. Thank you, Ali. Yeah, I know I know Gangrel immediately. Your favorite clan, Bambi. There is a link in the description of the video. How did I cheat with him? With who? Oh, Lazar. I haven't talked to him at all. I haven't talked with Lazar at all. I've never had the pleasure. I'm assuming you mean chat and not cheat. Oh, he was in World of Darkness news. I should probably check. I have been, as I mentioned, it's been a tough couple of months. I've been pretty locked up on my own, well, with the wife. But basically, I have not been keeping up so much with news, as you might have noticed as well. I also feel like there's a lot of people who cover news in World of Darkness way better than I do. I'm not very good at promoting stuff in front of the camera or talking about my impressions. I did play Blood Hunt. I was very impressed with what I played. I'm extremely bad at those kind of games, so I didn't really manage to do much of anything, but I think it looked good. I think it really caught the mood of Vampire the Masquerade really well. And I think it just generally was it's a well-made game. I was doubtful when I first heard that there was going to be is it Battle Royale? Is that what you call it? For Blood Hunt. I mean for Vampire. I'll copy the donation link in the chat as well. But I was very happily surprised to see that it was a very well made game. Again, not exactly the kind of games that I usually play, so that's why there was no yeah, don't worry, Scouting King. That's why I haven't made an impression video, because I was like, I don't know what to talk about. It's a great game. I'm much more the kind of person who makes a script and just reads off it a couple of times, edit that stuff together. That's my MO. I write scripts, and as my patrons will probably know, I've been having trouble keeping up with my scripts as well. It's just been a really rough couple of months. Yeah, there's a lot of dooming going around about that game, to be honest. There's been a lot. Immediately when I logged in here, I was doing my promo rounds on Discord. I noticed people on my Discord were talking about Bloodlines 2 again. No comments. Bloodlines 2. I don't know what's happening there. I'm sure it's going to be a good game. And as I always say whenever Bloodlines and Bloodlines 2 is brought up, Bloodlines 1 was a catastrophe when it launched. It sold less than 75,000 copies. The company who made it went bankrupt. It's a cult classic now. And much thanks to the fans and the devs working on it later, it's actually playable. It was pretty cool when it came out, but it did not sell well. So anyone who's saying that Bloodlines 2 isn't going to live up to the hype of Bloodlines 1, well, maybe give it 16 years after Bloodlines 2 has been released, and I don't know, maybe it will live up to it. Thank you, Scott King, I appreciate it. Lazar. I think Lazar is a pretty secretive kind of guy. I can't really, I can't say I know a lot about him, even though I watch a couple of his videos. Not a guy who likes to be in front of camera, I think. Well, I don't know. I'm not gonna assume, but I would love to have a chat with him. Ali Straws. Here we go. Thank you so much for the donation. La Sombra it is. Oh, come on. You voted for Tremere. It's fine though. Thank you so much for the donation. Thank you very much. That scared the crap out of me, that sound. Thank you so much, Ali. Looks like then we're leaning more towards the Sombra. I will have a little bit more of a chat before we start playing, because I gotta get warmed up. And it's been a while since I talked to you guys. But yeah, basically, Bloodlines 2, it'll be out when it's out. It'll be out when it's out. And I can only hope it's gonna be good. I think it's going to be a fine game. I don't think it's going to be quite as for a World of Darkness fan, I don't think it's gonna have quite the same impact as Bloodlines 1 had. But Bloodlines 1 was very good for a World of Darkness fan when it came out. Like, for me, it was I could ignore all the game-breaking bugs because it just dripped of atmosphere. And I think that Bloodlines 2 is going to be dripping of atmosphere as well. I just don't think it's gonna have the same impact. And also, graphics don't really matter quite as much as they used to. Bloodlines 2 looks fine, but a lot of games are pushing the boundaries of what we can handle in terms of graphics. It's not going to be quite the same. overwhelming experience this time around. I wish I could tell you more. I don't know anything about what's going on with Bloodlines 2, so Josh would probably be even more insightful. Would be more insightful about that than I am. He keeps up with that stuff way better. Strange Adventures. So, I think we're about ready to start. Thank you again so much, Ali and Skeleton King, for your donations. And again, all the proceeds are going straight to Doctors Without Borders. Because this is going to be a shorter stream, I set up a more humble goal of $500, which is still quite a lot of money. Last year, when we did Bloodlines, I set the goal for 1,000, but I also again streamed for 15 hours. So since that's not going to happen, knock on wood, I figured we might as well set the goal a little bit lower. If I don't finish Night Road this stream, I will try to catch up to it and do another stream. Can't promise anything because, you know, things being what they are. Oh, that's my cat in the background. Don't worry about it. Oh, all of a sudden, did I just close down the mute? Oh, no, I did not. Video paused. Continue watching. Of course I want to continue watching. YouTube, cut it out. Have I heard of Voivode Maquette? He's another VTM YouTuber and he has pretty good content. I have not. Let me look him up. Voivode Maquette? Is that how you pronounce it? Maquette. Oh, immediate follow. He's got a Tsumitsu logo. I will check him out. I have not heard about his stuff, but he seems to be pretty new. Looks like it's... Oh, I like it. Lots of videos from Coders of New York. Yeah, some lore videos. Neat. Thanks for suggesting. I will check it out. Coteries of New York series would be really good. Another one of those. Yeah. Oh, say hi to your wife back. Thank you. Yeah, Coteries of New York is gonna be great. Another one of those. Wow, this is very loud in my ears. I'm gonna lower the volume here a little bit. So, there is another game coming out from the people who made Night Road. It's going to be about playing as young hunters of vampires. And that's coming out at the end of July, I believe, 27th, if I'm not mistaken. So, can't wait to check that one out. And there's a lot of stuff coming out. I'm honestly super excited about the upcoming Sabbat book. And to address the controversy regarding that one and the fact that there are no rules for playing as Sabbat, as far as I know, I don't mind. Like, I think... Well, if there's one thing I would mind, it's... I really hope they put in some kind of... Well, they wouldn't, since you're not making playable characters. But alternative touchstones and touchstones and... God. The terminology always eludes me. Convictions. But as I mentioned on a couple of my other streams, it's really not that hard to make convictions that are very, very close to paths of the old setting. Convictions don't have to be about humanity. Common misconception in V5, because they use the stat humanity, because the game is, at least in my opinion, it's catering more towards the V1, the first edition Vampire of Anarchs versus Camarilla. And therefore humanity would be the majority stat. You can just scratch humanity out and just basically say sense of self, because that's more what it is about. Your convictions don't have to be anything about humanity in V5. July 29th. Oh, cool. Thank you, Bambi. It's not really an expansion pack, though. It's an entirely new game. So it won't... I don't even think it's written by the same person. Oh, we're getting advertisements now. I see.
In legitimizing my business.
There we go. Oh, CWPV, you put in advertisements in your videos. Not sure if I want to keep streaming your music then. Yeah, we'll see. But yeah, this guy, CWPV, made a lot of really good Vampire Bloodlines inspired music. He's also got a Silent Hill playlist. And that's what we're listening to right now. Ooh, Vengeance and Valdery. I gotta check that one out. I am really bad at watching actual plays in general because I don't have the capability to use something as background noise. If it has anything with talking going on, or anything that has some kind of plot going on, or even if it's like classical music, if it's too complicated, I can't have it on as background noise because then I can't do anything else. my brain will not allow me to focus on something else if there's something going on. So I have a lot of trouble watching actual plays because I literally have to sit there and do nothing for 4 hours, and that's pretty rough. Oh, okay, don't worry. But we are going to start the game now. So we have Tremere on $26. Thank you so much for the donations. No, La Sombra on $26 and Tremere on $25. So going once, going twice. We are going to end these polls. And yeah, author for Out of Blood, this new game, is Jim Datillo. Different author. There was also a demo with the first 3 chapters. Was pretty good. Cool. The Anti-Pope. Didn't know that one. Thank you for the recommendations. I might actually check that out. I didn't know there was a demo out for it. We will end the polls now for clans. I'm just gonna remove these. Let's see here. Again, the overlay for Tiltify not quite as up to snuff as the overlays for Streamlabs. Oh well, I deleted you. Go away. Did something disappear now? I hope it didn't. Okay, there we go. Properties, save changes. But it's pretty neat that they actually have an overlay. I didn't expect that. So let us go into character creation. We are playing again as a Tremere. So, the first thing we are going to do is to open up the map up here. And I will make that a little bit bigger. What? Because this is also where we will make the mugshot for our character. So we are playing a Tremere. And this is Art Breeder, by the way, if you're not familiar. God, that is really, really dark. Hold on. Why is everything so dark on the screen? Do I have like a filter on? Let me see here. Map. Oh, I know. Yeah, I do have a filter on. There we go. Color correction. I had a filter on because the map is obviously pretty bright. So we're not going to go with that one. All right, we're going to make a Tremere. So first we'll start with character creation, and when we get to who we are, we'll go into Art Breeder and randomly generate a face for our new character. So, let me start. Oh, I will not... Oh, La Sombra. La Sombra, my bad. Sorry, Ali. La Sombra. They are so similar, these two clans. I can't tell the difference. No, but, sorry, I got the mix up. You're absolutely right. So, Arizona, I-10, heading west. Night of November 1st, sunrise, 6:41 a.m. Chapter 1, just getting by. I will not be doing any voices, because if there's something I've realized while streaming, it is that whenever I do a voice, I murder my vocal cords, and I can't keep the stream up. So I'm just going to be reading things with my normal voice. That's fine. You're getting ready to pass a diesel Mercedes when the shifter goes all loose. You jiggle the stick and pump the clutch, but it's like holding a dead man's hand. Your old Honda drifts off the highway in a cloud of sand and grit. A moment later, the engine stalls. You pop the hood and fumble around in the back for a flashlight. Then you realize that it's getting light out. Oh, we're in Arizona on the I-10, by the way. So that should be, let's see here, Arizona. Down here by Tucson, right? Somewhere around here. Yeah, La Sombra won. I'm just dumb. Let me actually, can I close the polls for that? Let's see here.
The moon is out, everyone's
Incentives, polls. We will close them.
Nobody to fall asleep next to you?
Also, if you have any suggestions for incentives of any kind for the donations, just let me know. I was trying to pick my mind, like what kind of milestones could I have, and I really couldn't think of anything. So if you think of anything, just let me know. And yes, we're playing La Sombra. If I say Tremere, it's because it's really early. I went out running at 2:30 in the morning, by the way. Tucson is your hometown. That's pretty cool. I am just constantly mind blown by how huge America is in general. Like, this is United States, and then we go to Sweden. Is supposedly pretty big, but like it's like a quarter. It's like a quarter of America. No, not even a quarter. It's like an eighth of America, or 10th if you can consider the width. So I don't know, man. Sweden's not that. No, kind of looks like a fifth or a sixth of America. Although then again, if you count Alaska as well, it's pretty big. Poll for romanceable partner, romanceable characters. I don't know who's romanceable, so if you can give me a list of who we can romance, I can definitely create a poll for that one. romanceable characters. Let me actually, I can probably look that up. Romanceable characters, Night Road. This is a bit of a spoiler for myself, but let's see. Oh, I can romance the courier. No. Okay, there's not an immediate list of them, so I'm just gonna ask you guys if you can help me out with a list for that one. But let's continue with the map while we're at it. So, United States, we're in Arizona, heading from New Mexico on the E10. Here we go. I'm gonna move this window over here. Am I looking the wrong way? Wow, this stream is lagging behind pretty heavily. Dove and Leto, maybe Julian as well. Let's see here. Dove, Leto. I think Bambi should know who's because Bambi, you are the master of this game. You have played it quite a few times. Then you realize that it's getting light out. You can feel that this poor car, your companion for 10 lonely years, is finished. And if you're still out here when the desert sun rises, so are you. Cars fall apart, so do people, so do phones. Well, I immediately pull out my old iPhone, which presumably I can't even use since I'm a La Sombra, and check the time in the cracked screen. I guess we could maybe check the time. It doesn't entirely break, it just fizzles a lot. Unlike your poor Honda or the tattered air freshener hanging from your mirror, which used to hide the smell of dried blood, you'll last forever, if you can find somewhere to hide before 6:41 a.m. Oh, it's 6:05 a.m. My question, Bambi, was what characters are romanceable in this game? Also, thank you so much for working on donation, Bambi. I appreciate it a lot. It's going to Doctors Without Borders. You've been making these courier runs for 10 years, each year making less than the last, hiding in trunks and storage units during the day, racing down the desert highways at night with messages and parcels on your passenger seat. It's been boring. It's felt like getting old, trapped in this body that can never age. Well, you're not bored now. You're even breathing again, short, frightened little breaths as you watch the sky lighten in the east. Nerves you thought extinguished years ago fire up again and making your hands shake. You feel almost alive as you check under the hood. The cable clutch is fucked. No surprise there. Maintenance hasn't been a possibility, let alone a priority. And when you look at the engine, you realize the problem runs deeper than one busted cable. You've been ignoring the warning signs like an old man who keeps coughing and won't go to the doctor. And the engine looks like... Well, the engine looks like you're going to look in exactly... The engine looks like you're going to look in exactly... You check your iPhone again, 16 minutes. Maybe there's still time. You look around at the dusty highway, the wasteland that stretches out to the black horizon in every direction, and try to recall your mortal life. Something you learned when you still drew breath must have powers to save you. Letty definitely. Julian, we have to play Banu Hakim. Dove, you're not so sure about. Well, if we can't get Julian if we're not Banu Hakim, then we'll go with Dove and Leto for now. Let's create some backstory for this character before we begin playing. So this is a La Sombra. So obviously, there's a little bit of a differentiation here. La Sombra, as we all know, joined the Camarilla in, I believe, 2018. So pretty late. The reason they joined the Camarilla is still not clear, but they left the Sabbat, or at least more than half of them did. And most importantly, the Amici Noctis left. And the Amici Noctis, as we know, is the governing body of the La Sombra. In a sense, it's kind of like their tribunal. They make some clan decisions, but obviously they don't have full control over every La Sombra. They just basically work as a tribunal, as a court, things like that. So I'm going to say that this La Sombra embraced early 2000s. I don't know how much control we get over this. Definitely embraced the classic way, not a shovelhead, but rather tracked down by their sire. And was tested rigorously. If you remember Shadows of New York, that happened. Everything in their life is basically turned to shit, and then they're kind of evaluated on how they deal with all this mess, how they deal with the shit hitting the fan, so to speak. And if they do a good job of it, if they have the perseverance to kind of Darwinian survivalist mentality of a La Sombra, that's when they get embraced, and then they just keep getting pushed and pushed and pushed. So La Sombra, in a sense, are leaders, but they're definitely far more far less concerned with the greater good than they are in terms of leadership through their power. They're pretty power focused in general, La Sombra. They a lot of them really want to, they're way more about cult of personality than the Ventru would be. A common misconception about the Ventru, this is of course stereotypes, there's all different kinds of vampires, but a common misconception about Ventru is that they want to govern because they want the status. And that's not entirely true. Most Ventru want to govern because they believe they are the best for the job, and they will often make decisions based on what will be the best of the situation, what will be the best for the greater good. What would be the greater good? Ventru tend to not look at individuals as much as groups and the community as a whole. It's very much the noblesse oblige, or however you say it. I don't know French. I'm very bad at it. But basically, they have the divine right to rule, which comes with a lot of responsibilities. So Ventrus take the job very seriously. La Sombra, not so much in terms of common good for the group, but rather in terms of power, in terms of self-fulfillment. La Sombra are very individualistic leaders in that sense. They have more detailed embrace in this game. Oh, okay, well, let's check out the one for La Sombra then. Oh, Ventru Blackmailer is pretty cool. That's really cool. Mesticina. Do let me know more about it in the chat. Okay, so we'll keep going on with the story here. But yeah, I would say that's one of the biggest distinctions between La Sombra and Ventru, is that La Sombra don't necessarily think they have to rule. I think that's sort of the Ventru mentality, that we have to rule because we're the best at it. Well, the La Sombra's like, I have to rule because I deserve it, because I'm the best one for the job and I should be ruling. So let's see here. Maybe there's still time. You look around the dusty highway, the wasteland that stretches out to the black horizon in every direction, and try to recall your mortal life. Something you learned when you still drew breath must have the power to save you. I got a good education, and I haven't let my knowledge stagnate now that I'm dead. I use my phone and some maps to figure out where to go. So since we're playing La Sombra, I'm gonna say there's really no point in going for anything that involves technology, since we're not gonna be able to use it. So I'm gonna say we served in the military. We were kind of a wayward youth, and we got sent to military school, and that kind of society fit me well. It was a lot about personal performance, excellence through repetition, kind of a organized hierarchical structure. Worked with my character a lot. So you've been in worse situations than this, you tell yourself. Actually, you never saw serious combat, and you were never in this much trouble when you were alive, and back then you weren't alone. Where did you serve? I'm gonna say, actually, I was an army marksman, very much a loner. I learned how to shoot, remain calm under fire, and repair my kit. So a sniper, army sniper, basically. That's what we're going to go for. So a very patient kind of person, very observative, very calm under duress. Ventrus are just there to fluff the throne for the La Sombra to take it. You know what? You're right. When you're right, and I agree with you. That's the Ventru way. 3 years in Afghanistan taught you one lesson that was more important than all the firearms and technical training you received. You learned to recognize when a situation was fucked, and you saw what happened when people stayed put when a situation was fucked. You're not going to end up like them. You grab the satchel with your deliveries and head away from the highway, looking for anything that might save you from destruction. An old mine shaft, an abandoned shack, anything. The stars to the east are gone, replaced by a blue-purple haze. It's 6:30 a.m., and you remember the last time you saw the sun. Yeah, La Sombra ex-sniper sounds really badass. Yeah, the La Sombra have a lot of potential. I'm glad that the Onyx Path got to write Chicago by Night, the book that introduced La Sombra to V5. I think the La Sombra part is one of the better ones, and I I'm okay. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm a little sad that it seems like the Onyx Path is not writing any more V5 stuff. I can only hope they will, because I think their stuff held a generally high bar quality wise, like in terms of World of Darkness stuff. Really, I mean in terms of everything. I like the Onyx Path, but really like their V5 book, Chicago by Night, and Cults of the Blood Gods, really good stuff. So hope they get to do more V5 stuff in the future. Here we go. Oh, hey! Thank you, Aegon the Conqueror. I'm glad you like my videos. I really appreciate that. It's always a blast making them. A little inside thing here. I think I mentioned it, but I was having a creative slump for almost half this year due to the Backstreet Boys reunion tour, and honestly, like, I was doing Wraith videos, Demon videos, and some Werewolf videos, and they weren't like performing nearly as well as my Vampire videos were. I'm a numbers kind of person. I can't help it. When I go running, I like running on a treadmill because I can see all the numbers there and I can adjust things, and that's how my brain works. So I was starting to think, like, what am I doing wrong? Like, why are people not tuning into my videos anymore? And then I released the Cut Them How to Play a Nosferatu video, which honestly took way less work in terms of research, because obviously I know Vampire a lot more than I know Wraith. Wraith is very dense. I also, by the way, I'm using Wraith 2nd edition. The Wraith 20th Anniversary Edition book. If I can give any constructive criticism to the Onyx Path, it's like, guys, fucking render your PDFs. Not everything has to be full, like, it takes 10 seconds to load a page in a PDF reader. Just make them into pictures with text. You don't have to have every single layer still in there. Render your PDFs so it's easier to navigate them. 700 pages of a PDF, and like every time you go to a page, you have to wait for it to load in. It's a hassle. I don't know if anyone else can relate or if it's just me and my shitty PDF reader, but like that's one gripe I have with the Onyx Path, is that their PDFs are deliciously high resolution, but they also take a shit ton of time to load in. So like if that's one thing I could change, it would be just have 2 layers, your text and all the rest, 1 layer. That would really make my day. Yeah, it's really sad that World of Darkness is not as known as in the world as Game of Thrones. For a while, it was a strong contender with Dungeons and Dragons in the 90s, early 2000s even. But I think it's just, I think a huge problem. I don't even know if that's a proper way to say it, render your PDFs, but that's what I would call it. But I don't really know why World of Darkness stopped selling so well. I think it's honestly there's a lot of vampire books out there, and I think they just kind of exhausted the well, so to speak. And then they created New World of Darkness, presumably didn't sell nearly as well as Old World of Darkness did. Or it's called Chronicles of Darkness now, of course. And with voiceover, it is one really long run-on sentence. Oh, I can imagine that, Bambi. Like, you have to stop it manually to stop it from reading literally everything. Okay, here we go. Let's actually continue the game. Sorry, I just keep getting distracted in a positive way by the chat. I'm also going to move this window over here because it doesn't really update me about... Oh yeah, actually it does. Never mind. You were back in the States, dead broken with a headache that never fully went away. Staying at the house of a friend who pitied you more than liked you. That evening, you stood on a little wrought iron balcony, watching the sun set over a city you didn't like, idly making plans to leave. Maybe you would re-enlist. Maybe you'd take up on that job offer. Maybe you'd kill yourself. You couldn't decide. When your roommate shouted at you to carry a box of his old shit to Goodwill, you shrugged and went downstairs with it. Of course, Goodwill was closed, and when you came back, it was night. The door was locked and no one would answer their phone. And then a shadow detached itself from the wall of the alley. When you rose again, burning with hunger and sticky with your own blood, your killer did not call you kindred or canine or vampire. First, you learned about your clan. Oh, thank you so much for the donation. Thank you so much, Masticina. I know it is not a little. Thank you so much for the donation. I really appreciate Masticina Akitsta. Sorry if I'm butchering your name. I hope I'm saying at least your first name right. I'm very sorry.
Hello, LA.
Thank you so much for the donation. I really appreciate it. It's going to good cause. Doctors Without Borders. Thank you so much. Let's see. You learned about your clan, your lineage, a bloodline that existed since before history, before all cities except one. Your killer said you belonged to Clan La Sombra, the dark nobility of an ancient blood cult, now exiled and on the run. Exiled even, not exiled. The shadowy magisters once belonged to an undead apocalypse cult called the Sabbat. I mean, that's one way to call it. When the Sabbat vanished, they reluctantly joined the rest of the vampire society, bringing their dark secrets with them. Disciplines dominate oblivion and potence. Though feared for their shadow powers, the Sombra considered themselves vampire nobility and demonstrate their power by controlling mortals, body and soul. Clan weakness, shadow glitch. Tainted by oblivion, La Sombra exists on a different frequency than other creatures. They have trouble using electronic devices, especially recording and communication equipment. Here we go. I am Clan La Sombra. Yeah, I love there's a lot of different choices in this game. They really went all out with the writing. I always, even when I played this before, I played Tremere for a little bit, this game is really top-notch in terms of storytelling. I love it. Ancient and noble lords of the shadows, the La Sombra are scholars and philosophers. Enlightened, you dragged yourself screaming out of the grave and then the bitch hit you with a shovel. Oh, okay, I got shovel-headed. A fucking shovel right between the eyes. And she was strong too. For all she looked like a grandmother. That whole night was a blur of blood and chaos and grave dirt. Your fangs ripping into dead flesh, screams and gunshots in the hot desert air. And when it was over, you were still standing. How peculiar, the old lady said. None of my children ever survived their first night. But since you have, I ought to raise you upright. Let me actually move this all the way over here. And she did. Her name was Millicent Rue, and she had been born to a fine Baltimore family back before the war between the states. She explained that they had been a respectable and wealthy family, and why the townsfolk burned her home and forced her to flee out west never made sense to her, as they only ever dragged unimportant people to their altars in the dead of night. Vagrants, freedmen, others no decent person ought to care about. It was downright indecent of people to drive her away. Yeah, D&D is really well known due to the Satanic Panic, but they also have Wizards of the Coast backing them. They have a very, very big budget, and as you know, Wizards of the Coast is owned by, is it Hasbro? And I mean, they got a lot of money. I don't think Pentex, I don't think Paradox can compete with that. Oh yeah, you wanted to write something yourself? You wanted to write a choose your own adventure? These kind of things are really, really good. I actually was considering writing a graphic novel, a Vampire the Masquerade graphic novel, but I don't have the time, first and foremost. Graphic novel, a choose your own adventure, a visual novel. Oh. And, let's see here. Sorry, I was catching up with chat here. Hasbro, yeah. The Hasbro, bro. But Millicent survived. She grew hard and cunning in the mining towns of Arizona, and then she started to grow rich again. And when she felt her old body starting to die, she sought out the kind of death you come back from. You, she explained, had no such glorious origin. You were created as a shock troop in a mass embrace of new vampires by a blood cult called the Sabbat, in an attempt, a failed attempt you later learned, to claim Houston from its vampire prince. You survived, and that meant you were strong. And Clan La Sombra could use your strength. So Millicent Rue began your education. She taught you about Cain, the first vampire, and the monstrous antediluvians, his grandchilder, who slumbered beneath the earth and awaited Gehenna, the final reckoning, when they would rise up and devour their descendants, if the Sabbat didn't stop them first. She taught you about the Sabbat, the sword of Cain, sworn to destroying those ancient vampires, feeding on them and taking their power. Millicent whispered secrets of metamorphosis and monstrous enlightenment, promising to transform your soul into something utterly new. Yeah, D&D is really easy for new players. I agree. At its core, D&D is much more about the system than the setting. And Forgotten Realms is so... Pardon me for saying it, but Forgotten Realms is... Faerun is so generic, it's really... I mean, the bar is incredibly low to get into that setting. And most people don't really follow that setting to the letter anyway. Well, I wouldn't say most people. I don't know if most people don't, but for new people, you can just throw the setting out the window and just play your generic fantasy role-playing game, and it's fine. World of Darkness, that requires some reading, which is why it's always good to have new players start as new embracees, so you can introduce the world to them. And she taught you how to hunt and how to rule. She introduced you to her then rudimentary trade in vessels, mortals that existed to sustain the sometimes rarefied tastes of their vampire owners. Under her tutelage, she became... I kind of like the idea of a hired gun with a revolver in one hand and oblivion in the other. Someone she could hire out for odd jobs. Yeah, I like that one. Let's go for Merc. Oh, Aegon, favorite clan. I don't know if it shows. I have a favorite. And my second favorite, obviously, because they hate each other. How couldn't you? Also, again, I'm gonna keep saying it. D&D, if they wanted to go for more moral depth, because that's what they're doing right now, they're changing up the thing to have it more. So, I don't want to get into politics too much, but well, Dungeons and Dragons, they've come to realize, Wizards of the Coast, that if you start making your monster races be a little too civilized and actually have like culture and stuff, people will start looking at them like they're, you know, more than just monsters. And then you suddenly, it's a little bit conflicting going around murdering tribes of orcs and stealing their stuff, because they're intelligent, you know. So Wizards of the Coast kind of dug themselves into a pit here, especially since they're still using Faerun. If they'd gone with Planescape Torment, that wouldn't have been such a problem, because Planescape Torment has way more depth to it than Faerun does. So they're sentient, yeah, they're people. So you can't have a murder simulator and also be like, yeah, there's literally no moral repercussion to murdering countless of these creatures because they're evil. I'm not going to open up that box of can of worms any more than that, but I'm just going to say if they wanted to go for something with more depth, they should have totally gone for Planescape. Because in Planescape, Sigil, sorry, it's pronounced Sigil, even though it's written Sigil. In Sigil, all kinds of fantasy races live side by side, and sure, there's a lot of conflict, but they all live in one big city, and there is actual thought put into the alignment system there, and like demons and stuff like that. So, and there are creatures purely evil, like you have demons and devils, dark gods and stuff like that. But like, it's Planescape. They should have gone with Planescape. They really shot themselves in the foot with that one. They're inherently evil and stupid, so they can't realize that their nature is bad. Yeah, it's a lot to unpack. It's a lot to unpack in Dungeons & Dragons. But we're playing Vampire, which is honestly way more mature and better in terms of that. Right, Adventures of the Chads. Okay, so Millicent spent the second half of her mortal existence surviving in the hardest mining camps and boom towns in the New West, and she knew that not every problem could be solved with manipulation, favors, or dark powers. Yeah, Ellie, it is, I believe, in the player's guide to Planescape or something like that, a very old book. They actually explain that the G is hard, the hard G, Sigil, and only newcomers call it Sigil. And it's a very small little tidbit in the book. Planescape is a really, really good setting. If you guys want to check it out, if you want to learn, this is going to be the last thing I say about Dungeons & Dragons. If you want to play one of the best computer role-playing games ever made, and I don't say this lightly, go get Planescape Torment. It's on Steam, it's on Good Old Games, it's pretty much everywhere. And the best part with Planescape Torment now is that you can actually play it in a higher resolution, because the environment art is fucking amazing. The storytelling is great. It's a game where you can literally play the entire game killing just one single enemy, and it's a zombie, so it's not like you're actually killing it. It is a game about philosophy, about morality, about what can change the nature of a man. It is an extremely well-written game. One of my absolute favorites of all time, Planescape Torment. Get it? And then you'll realize what I mean when I say they should have gone with Planescape. The only reason that they didn't go with Planescape that I can imagine is that it's not well known. And they wanted to go with Faerun, because Faerun and Elminster and all that stuff. The thing is, you could still have Elminster. You got the multiplanes. It's fine. Anyway, I'm dropping Dungeons & Dragons now, and we'll continue with Night Road. Millicent taught you tricks no mortal soldier could have revealed, and under her brutal tutelage you unlock the dark heritage of the Lasombra, commando with shadows and mastery of oblivion. Once she was satisfied with your mundane and supernatural powers, she set you guarding her blood network, and to handling work too ugly or dangerous for the Elder Sabbat, but too complex for the vicious monsters who made up the majority of the blood cult. You want to face out murder hobos? Maybe. Bird's Eye games, the graphics, they give you a headache, I can imagine, but Planescape looks really good for what it is. Those were the glorious nights full of violence and mayhem, and as you proved yourself, you drew the attention of the elders. Impressed, they whispered to you about the true secrets of the Sabbat: cosmic war, spiritual transformation, the shedding of your humanity. They promised that if you were able to survive, you would be utterly transformed. Oh, I love this, good writing. But then the Sabbat got sloppy. Too many massacres, too many mass embraces. Baldur's Gate 3, I didn't play it. Didn't play it. I don't know. I'll play it when it's out of when it's gotten a review. People have reviewed it and it's out of open beta. I'll wait until it's done. People learn too much. Immortal Hunters, once mere nuisances, organized. Funded by shadow agencies in the US government, he swept across the desert. The Second Inquisition dragged vampires into the sunlight, put them to the torch, froze their assets. Millicent was strong, and unlike you, she wasn't proud. She vanished, so did those vampires you knew who hadn't been destroyed. And for a week or more, you walked among the old fortresses and temples of the Sabbat, like a shade among the ruins of a forgotten civilization. The Sabbat were gone, and not just the creatures themselves, but it seemed the very ideas that sustained them. The war against the antediluvians, the Sword of Cain, the dark paths of enlightenment that Millicent had promised you, all gone, all dust. Yeah, I'm gonna have to wait 3 years. I'll wait. I was never a fan of Baldur's Gate. Controversial opinion. Baldur's Gate 1 was a slog to get through. I never cared much for it. Baldur's Gate 2 is allegedly much better. I got through the tutorial, and when I came to the big city, I was like, I'm overwhelmed by I stopped playing. But Baldur's Gate 1, oof, that was tough to get through. And I mean, it's not like I don't like computer role-playing games. I love Fallout 1 and 2, for example. Really good games. But couldn't get into Baldur's Gate. Faerun, I don't like Faerun. I don't like it at all. It's a terrible setting. Of course, you still had your skills and the power of the void. It wasn't easy or pleasant, but you eluded the hunters, ducked or destroyed the enemies Millicent had made, and laid low. Slowly, carefully, you drifted into the fringes of the Camarilla. The ancient enemies of the Sabbat, who clung to their humanity and hid among mortals. Pretending to be a clanless nobody, you took odd jobs and tried to work your way up. You even started to feel like a human again, though it was never easy. The elders were gone, and they had taken their promises of enlightenment with them. Oh, what? Sorry. Good questions. What do I think of Werewolf? Werewolf as a general, as a setting, or any of the games? And Disco Elysium, I played a little bit on stream, but I feel like that's the kind of game that I shouldn't be streaming. I should be playing it myself. And I have barely been able to play any games, to be honest. Most of the time I play Minecraft or Graveyard Keeper, because that's like the only thing I can... When I play games on my own, I play games that are very like systematic and organized and very... You have to do these things because that helps me relax. Maybe things are getting better. The remains of your clan have reached out to the princes of the Camarilla and proposed an alliance. You can call yourself a Lasombra again. You could almost walk openly, but you prefer to remain in the shadows. And after all that, 10 years on the miserable desert highway, scraping by on the charity of your elders as you run their errands. If you were still alive, you'd be middle-aged. The elders of the kindred are lies wrapped in flesh. On death, there's no promise of immortality. You've seen 100 canines born into the night, only to die a few months later at the hands of hunters of their own kind, or just because they didn't know what time it was. Strange that you're going to die young. The air ripples, it smells like burning metal. You never should have bought a hatchback. The shades you control are powerful, but they'll wither away in the light of the sun. You tell yourself that you're not burning, not yet, that the smell is just the scent of your fear. It's someone else's blood stimulating sweat on your forehead. It's a familiar smell, actually. Metal, rust, blood. You smell blood. You run towards the smell of blood. The lightning sky reveals an old filling station, faded sign banging faintly in the slight wind with the creak of metal. Located just off the old frontage road, its windows have been boarded up for years. You don't see blood, and now you can't even smell it, but that doesn't matter. As the first ruby red light touches the hills, only shelter remains. Maybe you have a chance. Egan, when you asked what I think about Werewolf, did you mean any of the computer games, or did you mean Werewolf the Apocalypse, the setting? Because I did make a 45-minute long video about my thoughts on Werewolf and what they should change for Werewolf 5th edition. And oh boy, like I genuinely really like Werewolf. I think it's a really cool setting. I just feel like they kind of lost track of humanity in that game. They just ignored it completely, and that's not World of Darkness to me. That's not how World of Darkness works for me. So that's one of my biggest issues with it. But it's a great role-playing game. It was my favorite when I first started, and I loved it for a long time. But now I'm starting to see the cracks in it. And as a Scandinavian, I take great offense at the Get Offenders. I don't care for their portrayal. I know they're way better in W20, but in Revised, and even earlier, it's written by people who are not extremely well read up on different cultures. I'll just say that. I went off. Yeah, there should be 100% right or 100% wrong. I agree, and that's probably one of the biggest flaws of Werewolf. That even though it's clear that the werewolves are failing, the authors don't have the balls to actually present a solution to it. I feel like it's very focused on how the werewolves are all going to get wiped out and apocalypse is inevitable. But it's very blue ball-y in that regard. They can't really commit to any of their trends. And ultimately, it just ends up playing as a violent furry Captain Planet, killing comically poorly written bad guys, and it's not World of Darkness to me. Right. Though the station looks abandoned, you see footprints in the sand. A golden eagle sits on the stripped diesel dispenser, watching you with unsettling intensity. You approach the main building looking for a way in. The windows and doors are all boarded up, and though there's a garage door for a loading dock, it seems locked. The eagle spreads its wings and screams. You don't have time for this. The sun will kill you, but first it will drive you mad. You can feel the beast rising in you. The beast, the untamed monster that lurks inside every vampire, that drives you to acts of depravity and violence or losing control. You need to act now, but that eagle seems almost to have been put here to guard this place. Its talons flex.
Well, this girl's gotta pay her bills. It's time for a few commercials. But don't go anywhere. I'm just getting warmed up. Should I say
I'm not just a dabbler in the arts of oblivion. I command more respect than up here. Call the shadow thing to aid me by smashing through a boarded up window. Yeah, let's go full oblivion. A single sluggish heartbeat pushes the vitae through your body, then reaches down into the earth and then places beneath the earth. Your shadow writhes and fills, and bursts like a swollen roadkill. And that's all the eagle wants to see. It takes to the sky and gains altitude as your shadow slithers across the ground and wrenches the boards off the window. Your shadow's power is great, but the moment the sun starts to rise, it hisses and recoils. Before the same thing happens to you, you wiggle inside, then crawl kick away from the hole as smoke escapes your clothes. Yeah, they give Vampire the most attention for sure. But Werewolf doesn't really have much of an excuse because it has a lot of books. Second most popular setting. Could have done a lot more with that. Also, they really needed to consolidate information about the Garou Nation and about important NPCs, because a lot of that stuff were spread out over several books, like Rage Across the which were kind of the equivalent of by night books for Vampire, except like there was no Garou Nation book to speak of. Mummies, always with the mummies. Here's a controversial opinion. I don't care about mummies. I don't care about them. They're weird. They also have. I've never read the mummy book. Spoiler. So I don't know. All I know is that they fight with the followers of Set and the Silent Striders. Yeah, the World of Darkness is mummies. Yeah, I agree, Aegon. The fact that Gaia can actually interact with you whenever you... Those interactions and entering the Umbra should be really rare. I agree. It's... Werewolf is way too blatant about everything. It doesn't leave a lot for the imagination, and that's kind of its weak point. A wave of exhaustion hits you as the sun rises fully. The Kindred were not meant to remain awake during the daylight hours, and you look around for anywhere safe you might rest. You're in a small, sealed back office crowded with dusty furniture. An old tarp covers a chair. You grab the tarp and use it to... Actually, I completely forgot to set the poll for the romanceable options. Let's get to that one. polls. Which were we saying again? We said, let me Night Road characters. Here we go. Let's try to avoid spoilers. Leto, romance options, Leto, and Dove. Those are the ones we have right now. So let's have a poll for that one. And we will make it active. So if you want to vote for who to romance, you can totally do that. Romance options and sex of the character. No, gender of character. Female, male, and I think non-binary is an option as well, right? Non-binary. So let's save that one. If you want to vote for any of those, the polls are now up on Tiltify. And a reminder, well, not a reminder, but for, pardon me, people who are just joining, this is my 2-year anniversary stream, 1 week late. My 1-year anniversary was technically the 9th. Oh, the music paused again. The 9th was when my channel was created. The 10th was when my first video came up. It was an introduction video. I was very excited when I hit three-digit views on it. I shilled the shit out of it on Reddit and Facebook as well, I think. You know, and Jason Carl liked it, which was the one thing that kicked it off that made me be like, I'm gonna make more. So thank you, Jason Carl, for that one, and thank you, the family, thank you, the Vampire community, so much for it. But yes, we are running a charity stream for Doctors Without Borders, and the donation link can be found in the description of the video, or Blade of Astro, to hell with mummies, Assyrians don't exist. Right, we're running a charity. Oh, someone's donated. Did I miss that? Hold on. This thing is really, really bad at telling me when people are donating. Oh, it was Masticina. Sorry, thank you. Masticina. Basically, right, we're collecting money for the Doctors Without Borders, my favorite charity. I've been supporting them for God, it's been 14 years now. I give monthly to them, and they do a really good job. This is not specifically for the COVID vaccine. They had a specific goal for that one, but they're rather just for Doctors Without Borders, because obviously, as we know, there's conflicts all around the world. That never stops happening, and Doctors Without Borders, they go there and they help out and they provide medical support and medical help to people who are suffering in war zones or catastrophes or like environmental problems. They don't have borders. They go everywhere, and medical help is super important. And these people are usually the first to be on the spot and helping out. I strongly believe in their cause, so that's what we're basically getting money for this charity. All the proceeds are going straight there. I'm using Tiltify to handle that. They really save their expenses quite as much as they can. I thought I was gonna get a T-shirt for last year for my Bloodlines streams. Didn't, which I'm very happy about, because they don't put any money towards anything but giving to the charity in presents. So if you want to vote for the gender of my character, if you want to vote for the romance options, you can do so on the donation link, which is in the description. Or if you have your camera, there's a freaking weird what are they called, the QR code in the bottom that will take you there. You should be able to vote on the polls. And so yeah, basically that's it. If you're a new viewer, let's get on with the story. We're also going to design the face of the character, but I figure we'll do that after we've decided on the gender. A wave of exhaustion hits you as the sun rises fully. The kindred were not meant to remain awake during the daylight hours, and you look around for anywhere safe you might rest. You're in a small, sealed back office crowded with dusty furniture. An old tarp covers a chair. You grab the tarp and use it to walk a rusted filing cabinet in front of the open window, blocking the sunlight. You check the door. It's unlocked and opens onto a long, deserted convenience store. Shafts of sunlight cut through the room from gaps in the wooden board, so you quickly close the door. You're trapped in this little office, but you can't worry about that now. You huddle in the corner behind a little desk. As far as you can, position yourself on the window. I don't like this. There's ads. There's ads in the music. So what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna do this.
My website
Also, don't
makes
worry
my
about screens in the
projects
background. That's my wife playing Final Fantasy 14, as she's wont to do. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open up. Here we go. Oh, I'm actually gonna open up. Yes. It's very loud though. Oh, maybe the mic is the mic picking that up? What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open up this playlist in a here we go. Yes, I approve. I will log in. Sorry for the little interruption, but I don't want to have ads popping up while we're listening to music, so I'm going to log in with my main account to YouTube on another browser so we can listen ad-free, because I am using YouTube Red. It's not Red anymore, it's Premium, but basically it's probably one of the best oh god. Okay, I have to go to the YouTube app, so be right back. Where's YouTube? I'll be right back, sorry. So again, I haven't played in Will of Darkness. Good question. Hold on, let me... There we go. Let me get the camera working again. There we go. So, now we can listen without interruption, although I will have to change the listening to.
The moon is out, everyone's in dreamland, and you've tuned
There we
into
go.
the dead of
What?
night. Nobody to fall asleep next to you? Go ahead and tuck
Why
your
is-
ear into bed. That's what I'm here for. And hey, why don't you call
There
me
we go.
sometime? Area code
What?
323 KL5 KTRK. Looks like somebody's been waiting in the queue quite a while to speak to yours truly.
Here we
So,
go.
caller, why aren't you asleep?
Okay. Brilliant. Is there a game I haven't played in World of Darkness? Quite a bit of games that I haven't played, played. I would say I've not played Mummy, obviously. I have played a game of Demon that lasted for a grand total of 30 minutes. I have never played Hunter. I've played Hunter's Hunted and Project Twilight, but never Hunter. Oh, Antipope, thank you so much for the donation. Thank you very much. Thank you, greatly appreciate it. Let me get it open there. Did you vote for? What did you vote for? Let's see here. Oh wait, I forgot. Oh, I turned on the Romans option. You voted gender. Let's see what you voted for. What we have so far. We got female $10. Perfect. So we're leaning towards female right now. Let me get the polls up actually on the screen while I'm talking. There's a couple of games that I haven't been able to play. Yeah. I regret it. I wish I could have. I'm now doomed to be the eternal storyteller instead of the player, which is a bit unfortunate. I would have loved to be more of a player. I also don't really have time to play either, so it's not like I can complain too much. Let me see here. I'm gonna save that. And what else haven't I played? There's a lot of World of Darkness games that I haven't played. I have never played the Street Fighter, the role-playing game, which is a canonically World of Darkness role-playing game. So that's unfortunate. I wish I would have been able to play it, but alas, I have not been able to play it. Oh, the chat really moved. I've been trying to get into Mage. Mage, I've never played. Oh, no, that's not right. I have played a game of Mage. It was extremely confusing and really kind of boring. The storyteller... I think the storyteller wasn't necessarily doing anything wrong with it. Just, it was... I was too young to appreciate it, I believe. That's probably what the problem was. Mage is really fun. Hold on, give me a second. Is I getting picked up by the mic? Voice in the background? Yeah, I mean, I think Vampire is the game that I enjoy playing the most because it is the most well fleshed out setting in my opinion. Primarily because it was the most popular one, but it has way many more options and something oh, you can hear it. Oh, the mic is fine. Okay. One of the main features that I really enjoy about oh, let me actually reload the overlay here. that I really enjoy about Vampire is that you can play Vampire in so many different ways. And, oh, let me see here. Yes, there we go. You can play Vampire, oh, thank you, Bambi. Thank you so much. I'm glad you enjoy my storytelling. Scion. I own the original. I never played it. I have the book. It's been a long time since I bought it. The binding immediately broke for it. Never played it though. Let me see here. If you want to vote, you can go to the donation link in the description. So your donations will be going to the votes, and the money will be going to Doctors Without Borders. Oh, House Ipsissimus is really cool for the half a page of lore that we got for it. It's like, seriously, V5 writers, if you're gonna make an Anarch house for Tremere, give us some goddamn information about it. There's nothing. That's probably one of the most disappointing things about V5 is how little there is about these things. Tremere is in dire need of a core book or a clan book at this point because they've had so many changes. The problem is you can't really write a clan book anymore because I think the expenses is not going to match the income that much. Not a lot of people buy books anymore, World of Darkness books, I think. It's just gonna be so much expensive, so expensive. But I really enjoyed Tremere in V5. I think they took them in a good direction. I just wish they'd given more attention to the actual houses. So you got House Goratrix, House Tremere, House Ipsissimus, and Ipsy Dipsy, and House Karna. So yeah, they there's a lot of stuff there that you could totally work with, but no, let's not tell you anything about House Ipsissimus. Anyway, we'll continue for now. Again, if you want to vote on the romance options and the gender of the character, you can do so still. I will end the poll when we get to that part. So, you huddle in the corner behind a little desk as far as you can position yourself on the window. Then you mentally inventory all the things you do need to worry about. Your ruined car, the ache of hunger in your gums, the smell of fresh blood somewhere in this building, and this strange eagle. You may not survive another night, but you survived this one. You survived the Sabbat, and then their disappearance. You survived out here in the desert for years, one night at a time. You permit yourself a tight little smile. You can still make it. You can still find a way out of this. And then the blackness of the day sleep swallows you. Arizona, I-10, heading west, night of November 2nd, sunrise 6:42 a.m. If anyone had found you that day crumbled behind the desk, they would see only a disheveled corpse, and while the sun is in the sky, that's all you are. The blood you got back in El Paso before you hopped in your Honda awakens the moment the sun sets. The return to consciousness is instantaneous and agonizing. You open your eyes in shadow and wait for your eyes to adjust. Your limbs are still heavy as if crushed by the weight of the sun. As you wait, you think about the Camarilla, and you remember what the elders made you do after Millicent Rue disappeared. Oh, this is interesting. I like this. You were desperate then, and you knew you had to obey. They paired you with another desperate young Canaan. Oh god, this guy. A charming young man named Julian Sim who talked too much. It was something that other kindred called an Assamite, and back then you didn't know if that was another clan like the La Sombra or another sect like the Camarilla. No one even bothered to tell you. How did I... Wait, hold on. How was I active in the Sabbat for several years and was not aware of what the Assamites were? The Assamite anti-tribute were huge. They were essentially a crucial part of the Black Hand. How did I not know this? I was practically Black Hand myself if I was a freaking assassin. Oh man. Julian had the eager energy of a congressional page and the glittering patient eyes of a reptile. He was out for himself and so were you, and that gave you something in common. You remember Julian's lime green geo-tracker crunching to a halt over gravel. You jumped out and felt the sand beneath your feet still hot hours after the sunset. And though the night air felt cool, Julian was well dressed despite the rough work, but back then you always wore the same thing when out in the desert, coveralls with the name you used sewn on a patch. Not your real name, of course. That person died in an alley outside of a locked apartment. You still call yourself... Ooh, interesting. Oh, we got... Okay. sorry, Bambi, you can't really vote in the chat here. The only way to vote for stuff in this game is to go to the donation link in the description of the video and voting there. It's on Tiltify. So fortunately, votes in the chat won't count. It's like an incentive to donating to Doctors Without Borders. So you still call yourself Rook, Celeste, Vane, Luca, Ramsum, or Pyre? See Strauss' last name. I like Rook. Rook works for this. What other chess piece terms are there? Chess pieces: Rook, Knight, Pawn, Bishop, Queen, and King. Luca, are you sure you're in the right clan? We're gonna go with Rook. I actually like Rook for this one. It suits the character. Those old coveralls that you pass as a maintenance worker just about anywhere. They were better protect him from prying eyes than any Nosferatu's invisibility arts. Carrying water for the ivory tower, Rook? Julian said with a little chuckle, hoisting the plastic gallon jugs out of the back of the tracker. Each read Buena Suerte, or something like it, in blue Sharpie. Kick his ass, Seabass. Sorry. Oh, we're gonna go with Rook. I haven't seen Luca on Disney Plus. I haven't. Fun stuff. It's Italian, right? It's about Italy. You didn't laugh. This wasn't humanitarian work. Or maybe it was. The desert princes still fear the thing that slept under those sands. They told you that if it woke up hungry, it would tear this land apart. How long you think we're gonna do this? Julian asked. Julian talked too much, but sometimes he cut through the bullshit with words that carried a constellation of meaning. How long? Decades, centuries. We, neonates, nothing but larvae in the eyes of their elders, and this awful work. Oh, thank you. I'm glad I managed to nail it. I'm glad my 1 year of Spanish in college, which I failed, helped me a little bit. Yeah, I don't like Julian so much, from what I've seen of him. This is what it is to be a neonate, Julian. We work our way up, but we can work our way up forever. I think. This is how we survive to see another night, and as far as I can see, it's the only way. Complaining won't save anyone. Julian grimaced as he wrestled with the water. I want to do more than survive, Rook, he said. That's all our elders do. They endure, they persist. What kind of existence is that? Now, I'm not an idiot. Pfft. I have better things to do than run off into the desert and get destroyed, but can you really do this for another 50 years? Julian, look, I was killing people for the Sabbat. This is fine. Mortals uploading their brains into computers and colonizing the poles of Venus, and we're dragging water through the desert in a geotracker. A hot desert wind whipped Julian's black hair around his head as he counted the gallons of water. The Camarilla gave you a job they considered necessary, even vital. Desperate migrants stumbled through this part of the desert, fleeing violence in Mexico and Central America for the promise of a better life in the States. Without water, many died. Aid groups dropped water and supplies for all the migrants. The year before, the Camarilla had infiltrated and supplanted one of those aid groups, replacing their members with you and Julian. Your job, positioning the water above the scattered layers of the Nosferatu Elder, the one known only as the Redemouse. Redemouse? The victims he claimed would give him enough blood to prevent his full awakening. This sucks, Julian said as you checked the GPS coordinates on the physical map you carried with you, since the Garmin kept glitching out. I mean, I know what we are, I know what we do to survive, but this is just so stupid. It's inefficient and wasteful. This was how the world ran 2 or 3 centuries ago, Rook, before anyone invented flowcharts or assembly lines. Yeah, basically we're tricking people into going this way so they can get eaten by an Nosferatu Elder. Kind of cool. Kind of terrible. It was horrible work, but what choice did I have? It was either that or be destroyed myself, though I will never forget the Camarilla for compromise. It was ugly work, but more people would have suffered if the Elder woke up, so I went back to work. I can't stand this guy. He sighed and did what had to be done. Julian always had plans to get out and move up in those nights, but they never seemed to come to anything. And though the Camarilla Elders had been cruel, vindictive monsters, they'd been right about Redemouse. His awakening would have killed thousands. You know, because a few years later, some of the old ones really did wake up and you heard the horror stories, even though you were on the other side of the world. Did I turn on storyteller mode? That's a good question. How do I do that? I have to show stats? How do I turn on storyteller mode? Oh, there we go, storyteller mode. What is that? Tells you which attributes and skills are used in a check. This makes the game easier and also stimulates the experience of Vampire the Masquerade. Oh, there we go. Storyteller mode only knows the relevant stats, not modifiers due to equipment. Yeah, let's have that on. Activate storytellers mode. There we go. Okay, let's return to the game. Thank you, Bambi, for pointing it out. Here we go. You sighed and did what had to be done. Julian always had plans to get out and move up in those nights, but they never seemed to come to anything. And though the Camarilla elders had been cruel, vindictive monsters, they'd been right about Rare Mouse. Oh, we already read that part. So that night, you checked your position one last time, dropped off the water, and got back in Julian's geo-tracker. A few months later, Julian got his money, though you never learned how. Something to do with venture capital interested in the software he was developing. Anyway, one night he just disappeared, leaving you with a geo-tracker, a stack of CDs with file names written on them in blue Sharpie, and instructions to deliver them to an industrial park in Austin. You looked up his new company, 2100X or 2100X, which was apparently located in Denver, but you could never find an address or contact number, and that's been your life ever since. I mean, the Anarchs are better in V5. They were kind of garbo and revised. They definitely went out of the way to make the Anarchs more interesting in V5, and the Anarch book is... I think the Anarch book is really well written in general. Both the Camarilla and the Anarch books are fairly good at introducing you to the setting. But, and this is why I'm very happy that Justin Achilles back on the team, because I think what they were lacking in V5 was options for more experienced players. And I think honestly, I don't think that was necessarily a bad thing, because obviously more experienced players wanted more options. But V20, and I said it before and I will say it again, V20 is the worst edition to get introduced to Vampire with. It is literally the worst edition, because it doesn't keep any secrets. It doesn't keep anything away from the players. It's all there in one book. You can learn about all the bloodlines, all the discipline alternatives, everything like that. And it presents them in kind of a dry, very non-secretive way. I don't appreciate that. It was never meant to be released as a core rulebook for new players. It was meant to be released as a tribute for 20 years of Vampire the Masquerade, and as like a last hurrah to their fans who'd stuck by them through thick and thin. I really like V20. It's very useful if you need to look something up on the run, but I much more prefer earlier editions when they were way more hush-hush about certain things. Like, I don't want to know about the True Bruja, and I definitely don't want my new players, to be like, I want to play a Bali, or I want to play a True Bruja. It's like, part of the setting is that these things are more supposed to be NPCs. I ain't gonna police how you play your game, but I won't let any of my players play one of those rare bloodlines. Unless we're doing a game with very experienced players in the kind of setting where those bloodlines would show up, where that would make sense. Because there are situations where that can happen, but not so much in newbie games, I would say. In V5, they just went back to basics. V5 is a reskinned V1, and I'm all here for it. Okay, you can move your hands now. You rise and glance outside through the narrow cracks between the desk and the wall. It's full dark. Your hunger is an ache in the back of your gums that leads right up behind your eyes, that threatens to turn... God. Hold on. Let me lower the volume in my headphones a little bit. See the whole thing about getting distracted I was talking about before? There's just a slight bit of singing in this song, and I'm like, I can't focus. You can hold off the beast a few more nights like this, but you'll need to feed soon. You head into the dingy and abandoned convenience store part of the abandoned filling station, wander past dusty and empty shelves, and glance outside through gaps in the boarded up windows. You can't see that strange eagle, but you still smell blood. It's faded but impossible to ignore. Movement catches your eyes, but it's just a distorted reflection in the broken glass of an empty display case. You stare into the eyes of a haunted-looking, eternally young... Oh, here we go. Man, woman, or non-binary. Yeah, man, Vampire is a great game to play. Okay, so the votes right now, female is winning with $10, so we're going to close that poll, unless there's any last-minute votes for it, and we're going to go with a female character. Thing is, Egon, this is a really interesting thing you're bringing up about the Anarchs being more communist, and that is definitely a product of revised edition and V20. Maybe late second edition. It's an interesting story to kind of follow how the Anarchs evolved, because like Vampire started out in Michigan. I think in Michigan. It started out with Chicago and Gary, Indiana. I think it is Gary, Indiana, which is this old steel mill town that was completely ruined because the Prince of Chicago, Loden, essentially killed the American steel industry in order to get back at his rival, Modius, who was the Prince of Gary. Gary was actually rivaling Chicago for quite a while, but to mess with Modius, Loden essentially used his contacts to kill off the American steel industry. So that's where V1 started, basically. It started in Gary, Indiana, this rundown Rust Belt city with elders who had no idea what they were doing. Elders who were playing their own political scheme, and then young people, neonates who were locked away from power and felt impotent rage at this kind of thing. So that's a core element to early Vampire the Masquerade, and Anarchs were supposed to just basically be people who wanted to change the Camarilla, people who thought that the Camarilla was corrupt, that the pyramid scheme of the Camarilla was a bad thing. And then you got the Anarch Free States, and then it became kind of like everyone's supposed to be able to do whatever they want kind of thing. Like Anarch, of course, implies anarchy, but like Anarchs are pretty complex, and in V5 you get a huge variety of Anarchs. There's like all flavors of it, and the only thing that they all got in common is that they don't want to be part of the Camarilla. That's like the common denominator. There's people who don't want to have anything to do with the Anarch movement. There's people who are in the Anarch Free States. There's revolutionaries. There's people who want to be alone. All those kind of things. Yeah, exactly. With vampires, the power structure doesn't change unless elders die, and elders aren't really interested in killing each other. Like, that's an important thing to keep in mind. Like, the older you get as a vampire, the more you kind of value the status quo, even if you hate it, because any kind of change is a huge risk to you as a vampire. So you get less and less inclined to want change. You just want things to be the same, because that means that it's predictable. It means you won't die. Because the older a vampire gets, the more scared they are of dying, because that's literally the only threat against them, is to disappear. Money doesn't matter, power doesn't really matter. Like influence, you can get that back again, especially for mortals. Money is just an item. Like respect, nobody cares about that in the long run. Like they outlive everything. That's the whole thing about elders. Yeah, but like, yeah, let's not get into politics though, Egan. That's taking it a little bit too far in the chat. Let's dial it back. Yeah, let's not talk about real world political systems in this game, please. It's Vampire the Masquerade. There's a reason I don't do that in my videos. Yeah, you're probably the only one who likes Arkoi. He's an exceptionally terrible Ventru. Yeah, I mean, okay, I'm gonna have to put down my foot here though. Let's not talk about politics in the chat, or I'm gonna start banning people. Thank you. We head into the dingy and abandoned convenience. Oh, we got that one. Okay, so we voted for female, so we're gonna go with woman. Here we go. And we're gonna turn out that one. Gender. So, let's continue. You look like shit. Bloodshot eyes, skin pulled back from your nails and teeth, thrifts or clothes. Even your satchel looks like someone dragged it down a highway. You check the satchel, your deliveries, the USBs are still there. Yeah, don't worry about it. Then you hear a sound outside, a few whispered words in Spanish, weeping. Thank God. Food. And let's actually open up the where are we? Did I close it? Ah, damn it. All right, let's open up this map. I didn't close it, but where is it? Oh, it's here. Never mind. Let's open up Art Breeder. So we're gonna make a face for our character, and we will start by browsing. So this art breeder is basically a tool for you to generate a random face. And we are going to go with a woman. Now, this face right here, I don't even know. Yeah, I don't know if you can see the mouse, but oh no, you really can't. Let me actually also get rid of the polls. So poll, there we go. Save changes, and let's refresh the overlay. I guess they have like a looping refresh rate that's a little bit out of sync. Okay, so let's see here. I'll make this a bit bigger. This face right here, very generic art breeder face. You will get stuck with some of these quite a bit. Let me see here. So we're gonna go with something a little bit more unique. Kind of like the face of this one. Hi Outstar, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. We're just hanging out. We're designing our La Sombra. So let's have like a child for. Actually, let's crossbreed this face with. Oh, look at some of my own uploaded faces. Create. Let's see here. Random. What this face? And then we're gonna crossbreed this face. Why is it not responding? Okay. We're gonna go with this face. We're gonna crossbreed it with something else. Ah, yeah, playing as a La Sombra. Shadow Tentacle, exactly. So let's see here if we can find another random face. Kind of like this one. This one, and then we're gonna crossbreed this face with another face. This is how you make cool faces. It's called the Art Breeder, by the way, Egon. Artbreeder.com. Yeah, the anti-pop. So far I kind of like the writing for the La Sombra. It's really cool. Okay, we're gonna mix this face with this one. Oh, that one was very. Actually, that one was a little bit too similar. Let's go with something that looks a little different. RP, just stop crashing on me. There's a lot of very samey faces in this one, so. Oh, I like this one. We're gonna go with this one. This is gonna be our face. So, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna save this. Come on, save picture. Art Breeder, come on, stop crashing on me. Okay, fine, I'm gonna do this the old school way. Face, here we go. And we're gonna put this in the game so we can see our own face. So, image, face. Boop. Here's face. Doot. Here we go. And we're gonna shrink this one back to where it was. Here. Make this face a little smaller. And there we go. And we can close Art Breeder. So, perfect. Yeah, Art Breeder is great. Here we go. Yeah, don't worry about it again. Art Breeder is really cool. Like, the best part about it is that it creates literally unique art that doesn't exist anywhere else. So you can pretty much, I'm just looking to see, yeah, is it aligned? I think it's aligned. You can pretty much create whatever you want to create with it. What time is it for me right now? It is noon. You were into COG way before I even knew about World of Darkness. Great to see the two work together to make great games. You mean COG? Oh, right. The company who made Vampire. You mean Choice of Games? Right. Yeah, Choice of Games is really cool. They've made a lot of really cool games. So I'm very happy about the about Night Road. I can't wait for the I can't wait for Brain Dying. I can't wait for the next game to come out. Yeah, it's 6:28 a.m. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's very early for a lot of you Americans. I'm sorry I'm streaming so early, but I wanted to catch the daylight, so to speak. Here we go. Let's continue on with the story. So we are at a gas station on the E10. We left El Paso, and we are in Arizona. So I'm just gonna say we're like here between Mescal and Vail, like somewhere around here, maybe, in the middle of nowhere. Out for Blood. Yes, that's the one. I can't wait to play it. Yes. So it looks like they used the entrance you made to get inside, but they boarded it back up again so no one from the road spots their flashlight. You're in the middle of the disused convenience store's 3 aisles, invisible in the darkness. At the far side of the store, a short hallway leads to 3 doors. A locked bathroom straight ahead, the office where you slept to the right, and what you guess is a storage room to the left. Actually, you know what? Let me look up artifact distort image generator. I just realized we can't JPEG artifact generator. We can't have a perfectly normal mugshot. Yeah, it's in 2 weeks. Yeah, and they released the demo just 2 days ago. I haven't been able to try it, but I would love to. Come on, let me do some artifacts on this. Distort generator. Come on, JPEG artifact generator. Image distortion generator. Here we go. Glitches, images, videos, or webcams. Come on, come on. Please load. None of these websites are loading. Please, one of you. Image glitch tool. No, that's an I. What is wrong? Did I lose my connection? No, excellent connection. Why aren't they loading? If I use my normal image distortion generator. Come on. I just want to distort the photo of La Sombra. Hi, Mephistopheles. It's 1:30 p.m. Nice, you're an hour ahead. Okay, while these things load. Photomosh, come on, image distortion online. I don't know if I've got any kind of problems with my browser right now, but I'll keep playing. Go back to Google Maps. So we're somewhere around here, right? You count 4 of them. A man and a woman in their mid-20s, an ancient woman, and a frail and gray-haired older man, even smaller than the old woman. The young woman whispers something in Spanish you don't catch, then forces the storage room door open with a shriek of metal. Not much here, the young man says, sweeping the storage room with his flashlight. He's traveling heavy. Crowbar, backpack, water bottles, road flares. Those are your road flares. They must have found your Honda. Whoever they are, they're foolish or desperate to bring a woman in her 70s at least, and a guy who isn't built for this kind of work. You're surprised that they're this far north without having already made contact with someone. The younger woman starts jiggling the hand to the bathroom, which is between the storage room and the office. Bored and fearless, the old man hobbles down on one of the aisles. And your beast screams behind your ears. I can sneak up on him and drain what I need before anyone knows what happened. I just need a little to take the edge off. He'll be fine. There we go. We'll go with that one. I don't really care too much about humans. I'm a little Sombra. You need to feed while you're still in control of your actions. You wait until the others wander into the storage room, taking most of the light with them, and glide towards the old man. You tell yourself afterwards that you definitely would have had him. A moment before you reach the old guy, you hear the young woman at the bathroom door shriek, and then you hear the crunch of bones. The old man turns to see you and howls in terror. Before you can run, what's left of the young woman flies down the aisle, missing you by inches and spattering your face with blood, and knocks the old guy to the ground. He doesn't get up. You absently note that the woman's corpse is already drained of blood. Then you turn and confront the thing in the bathroom. The kindred of Clan Nosferatu are never beautiful, but this one is particularly hideous. Stark naked and so tall he has to stoop to get out of the room, with a flattened skull and huge bat-like ears that makes it impossible to imagine what he looked like in life. And then you look into his flat black eyes and you realize there's nothing there.
Thank you, Gomez, and that concludes the news portion.
Kick his ass, Seabass.
Well, this girl's got a pair
April
of bills, so it's
2007.
time for-
In the end, we're weaker than they are, Julian says, watching a trio of teenagers across the 7-Eleven parking lot. He sips blood from his extreme gulp, then uses it to gesture at the mortals. I mean, spiritually we're weaker. We're like scurvy victims or something. We can't heal. The beast, you say. I'm not going to ask what you've done in its grip, Julian says, or what you've done on your own and blame the beast for. But I know the beast will eat you if you're not careful. It'll eat your soul and live behind your eyes. When that happens to one of us, the Camarilla calls them whites and hunts them down. And the Assamites, you ask? I don't know, Julian says. Never had the courage to ask. Yeah, literally none of these websites are working for me. You know, the image distortion. Are you kidding me? What if I go to YouTube? Is that even... Yeah, alright. So it just seems like all these websites are garbage. They don't work anymore. I wanted to distort the picture. Can't do that, I guess. The Nosferatu, the mindless white that had once been a Nosferatu, spots you. But then it turns and though you cannot see the tough-looking young guy and the old woman, you know they're cornered in the storage room. As the dead woman's blood runs down its chin, the creature weighs options. It turns towards the storage room, moving awkwardly because a huge iron chain is fastened around one of its legs. Then something lashes out of the darkness and the white reels back, more in surprise than pain. The young man strikes the creature again with his crowbar. That won't be enough to fend off a monster like this, and these people will be dead in moments, and then the fallen Nosferatu will turn its mindless rage on you. The website that I used is called Artbreeder. I think it's just artbreeder.com, if I'm not mistaken. And it allows you to generate a lot of different kind of stuff, faces. Okay. So, I want to save these people. A shout? No, I'm not a leader. I'm a freaking gunman. I get the white's attention, then lure it away from the mortals and slip back into the shadows. It seems like you're going to have to risk your own skin. You throw an empty can at the white's head, then vanish behind a shelf. The monstrous thing howls and rushes at you, abandoning the mortals. But you're easily able to vanish into the darkness of the unlit convenience store. You slide around another shelf and spot the younger man creeping forward to retrieve the dazed old guy, almost under the creature's nose. You find an abandoned and long-expired box of frosted flakes and throw it, distracting the fallen Nosferatu as the young man scoops up his elder. Can I use him in the future? You mean the art reader? I'm gonna... Yeah, you can save the pictures, you can save them to your account, and you can create new copies out of it. Like, yeah, you can use them for later. And I'm pretty sure they don't own the copyright to any of the images you make, since they're completely unique. They're not real people. Like, this is obviously much more of an arty picture. But if you go to Artbreeder, like, let me actually go there, artbreeder.com, you can make hauntingly realistic photos. I don't know what's going on right now, but literally nothing is working. I hope the stream is working well, because I don't know if my internet connection is bugging out on me or something. Is Steam downloading something? Nope. Alright, I don't know what's going on, but I can't get to any... Yeah, I can't get to websites. How peculiar. Seems like a lot of stuff is unavailable to me online. Alright, let's see here. Then the old woman shouts, "There's a way out!" The white runs for the voice but gets caught in his chain again. You follow the men back to the storage room. The old woman has raised the door of the loading dock. As the white rips apart the convenience store, you and the survivors race outside. You slam the door shut and it locks with a satisfying click. I wanted to diablerize the white though. Yeah, my links are screwed. I can't get to anything online. It's just loading forever. It's really weird. It is his place now, the old woman says, watching the shadow of the Nosferatu as it shambles through the abandoned convenience store. She says something else in an indigenous language that you don't understand, her hands gripped tight around her crucifix. Then she grabs the young man's shoulder before he goes back for the dead woman. His shoulder is hurt and he has a cut on his scalp. The crucifix doesn't move you, but you get away from the blood. The old guy moans and the two of them help him stand on his own. You have 1,000 questions and one problem. Where did the Nosferatu come from? Who chained it up? Was it imprisoned because it had become a white? Or did it lose its mind during its imprisonment? And what are you going to do with these people who just saw a blood-stained, bat-eared monster kill a woman? Oh, I need potence or protean. I don't have either.
Nobody to fall asleep next to you? Go ahead and turn the radio and that's what I'm here for. And hey, why don't you call me?
Kind of wanted to kill them.
Looks like somebody's been
I'm a La Sombra. I'm literally a shovel-headed La Sombra. It's hard to be a human. Although I did save them. Many possibilities. Life is full of doors, Ed boy. Yeah, can anyone tell the difference between an Austin Frenzy and a white? The difference with a white is that while they are always frenzying, whites are not as extreme as a vampire is in Frenzy, because a white doesn't have any humanity left, but they're more like an animal than like a raging animal. So they may occasionally just chill out and hang. Well, you will never find a vampire getting into a blood frenzy and just sitting around doing nothing, but a white could do that, for example. I'm glad I'm coming through loud and clear, though. You didn't expect a reference at 6 in the morning. I mean, again, life is full of surprises. I'm gonna have to drain them. It's bad to leave loose ends. I'm just gonna have to go with it. I'm a hired gun. It's the kind of person I am. I reckon the problem with vampires these nights is they don't know how to properly damn themselves, Millicent says, lighting a cigarette. Make sure you don't flinch when you see the flame. Your sire hates that. There used to be a proper way of bringing up a new vampire. You'd find someone with breeding and intelligence whose talents and wealth could bring honor to Clan La Sombra and begin their education before they even died, so that by the time you embraced them, they were ready to shed their humanity completely and take up true wisdom. She takes a long drag on the cigarette, blows out purple smoke that swirls up towards the stars. It's cold tonight on the rooftop of Houston. But needs must, she continues, and the Sabbat needs foot soldiers. This isn't an apology for hitting you with that shovel when you dragged yourself out of the grave, but it's an explanation of sort. And let me explain one more thing. You're only half made, Rook. You've got the blood of Cain flowing through your veins, but your body is full of human scraps. Like a fish pulled out of the river but not gutted yet, full of its shit. That's an inconvenience, you understand? You have to obey your nature as a vampire, to feed and to kill. But that beast inside your soul is made up of human soul shit. All that guilt and shame you carried around when you breathed, and it'll wake up and rampage if you do things against your mortal nature. One night I'll teach you how to shake off your humanity the right way, and you'll understand why I did this to you. But there's another way you can shake off your humanity, and it's a bad one. You've seen us use whites as shock troops? They weren't all born that way, though. Some pushed their beast too far, and the beast bit back, and ate them. Need to keep an eye on my humanity and my hunger, and my masquerade violations. Okay, no spoilers, though. No spoilers. Have I ever seen 30 Days of Night? It's not the best movie, but it has some pretty cool feral vampires. I saw a review of it. I'm the kind of person who watches reviews of movies he hasn't seen. Saves time. Seems like a pretty cool movie. If you kill innocent immediately, you get a flashback of a character of your sire, and of yourself remembering your character. You still have to obey the rules of humanity. Maybe you can skip church now and then, but you can't kill for fun or to hide what you are, or even while feeding, unless you want the beast to take a bite out of you. Someone starts trouble and won't stop even though you're being reasonable with them, go ahead and kill them, that's fine. But you need to fake your humanity for a while yet. Hopefully once all this trouble dies down, we can get you free of that trash though. Make you into a real vampire, not just a half and half thing like you are now. You take the young man out first since he's the strongest to hit him from behind and get his crowbar. The rest of the work is quick and bloody, and then you feed. You feel awake and alive for the first time in years as the blood trickles across your gums. It coats your throat and then crawls up behind your eyes into your skull until it feels like your hair stands on end. You close your eyes and savor the feeling because you know how rare it is. Tonight the hunger has abated and the beast is quiescent. But you didn't do it for your own selfish needs, you tell yourself. They needed to die to preserve the masquerade. The work was ugly but necessary. This sort of thing happens from time to time and you know what to do. You find a knife and some tools and hack their bodies up so it looks like an isolated act of brutality. Common enough out here, and not like a vampire drank their blood. Then you take a moment to enjoy the blood on your teeth. You check your iPhone, it's broken. Touched by the void as a member of Clan of Sombra, you have trouble using modern technology. It's like touchscreens are never quite sure you're there, but this iPhone worked okay for some reason. Good catch there, but now it's dead plastic. You take out the SIM card and destroy it, then destroy the spares you carry. You wear a watch because sunrise is never far from your mind, and yes, that's broken too. Then you check your satchel, but the USBs are all there, all safe. Sated for the first time in years, you listen to the white in the empty convenience store. Snuffling and moaning, you walk back to where you left your car, but it's gone except for a... Oh, snuffling and moaning. I'm not snuffling and moaning, that's the white doing that. I'm snuffling and moaning as I walk back to my car, but it's gone except for a slight single hubcap. You check your reflection and wait for it to stop jumping around. There's blood on your hands and face and clumps of gore in my hair, and your shirt and jeans are in tatters. You have nothing to wash with, but you rub sand all over yourself to try to get as much of the blood off as possible. You look like something that just crawled out of the earth for revenge. You can't show yourself to anywhere civilized like this. Headlights appear on the highway and you fade back into the scrub. Instinctively, you check your satchel one more time, but everything is there. Everything that just happened was a distraction, someone else's problem. You can reach the outskirts of Tucson before dawn, and from there make your way to the new Prince's Court. Just deliver these USBs and you'll make enough money for a new car. You'll be able to keep doing this. Night after night, you start walking. Chapter 3, The Eagle Prince. Tucson, Arizona, night of November 2nd, sunrise 6:42 a.m. Your feet hurts. Your feet hurt, even, plural. You already passed the place you were supposed to stay yesterday, but it's just an empty garage, there's nothing there for you. An hour before dawn, you reach the chain link fences and industrial parks that mark the outskirts of Tucson. You can see the cheap stucco houses up ahead, but the burbs are no place for a vampire. Without a cell phone or money, and with your clothes too trashed for polite company, you revert to skills you honed in the desperate nights after Millicent disappeared. When you find an abandoned semi-trailer in the factory parking lot, you note that the high walls should keep the worst of the heat off. You check it for holes in the ceiling, finding none, and you crawl inside. You spend the day with your brain screaming in terror and your body paralyzed, as trucks and factory machines move all around you. Someone actually moved the trailer, which you're sure hasn't been moved in years. They drag it into the sun, so you spend the day boiling in a metal box under Arizona's daytime heat. The moment the sun sets, you throw open the door and, even though people are still working, flee into the night. Whew. Okay. By Kane, I am not going to continue to exist like this. I don't care what things I have to do to get a clean apartment and a nice car, but I will do them. As you kick some black filth off your ruined boots, a BMW i8 rolls past without making a sound. You're not asking for a BMW even, just a car that runs, a screen that isn't cracked, boots that aren't... Christ, what is stuck to your boots? You check your USB. Your satchel is shredded beyond usefulness, but the delivery itself is fine. You're a few hours from where you need to be, so you're going to walk in there looking like hell, but you're not going to walk out of there like that, you promise yourself. Yeah, this is pretty rough, even for a vampire standard. Ugh. Okay, this stretching. I got this incredible pain in my shoulders from the running for some reason. I went running yesterday, or actually last night, like at 2:30, and I don't know what it is, but my neck and shoulders are killing me. You never wanted to come back to Tucson. It's been a black spot on your personal map for years, but here you are. You have to avoid the good neighborhoods, the big stucco houses to the little plots of lands with their raked out front yards and blue recycle bins. We're in stucco, Tucson now. Let's zoom in a little bit. Like a satellite photo of Tucson. Wow! What is going on with my internet right now? YouTube's not loading. Alright, that's That's unfortunate. I think it's a good idea to trust Alessandra with USB's delivery since they won't be able to access it anyway. Ali, you're absolutely right. Perfect kind of courier for this. Something really fucky with my internet connection. Not even Google Maps is loading. That's unfortunate. Well, I guess we're gonna have to close that one. Oh, thank you, Google. It's a Alessandra curse. You're right. There we go. Really fucky connection. This is Tucson, apparently. God, it is literally in the middle of the desert. How can people live here? No offense to people who live in Tucson. I remember one of you guys were living in Tucson, but like, or hometown. But if I wasn't living by the ocean, I would die. All right. But you cut through a park where they can't follow. There's a public bathroom there where you might be able to clean up a little. The mirror is cracked and someone shit in the urinal, but the water works. Your employer is in Tucson? That's pretty cool. You spend a few minutes scraping trash off, then look around for either threats or opportunities. There's a mirror, but I can't even use it. I shouldn't be able to use mirrors, but no one shows up. You're not that hungry yet, so you keep moving. That's when you recognize where you are. This abandoned building was the lair of Lampago, a thing of legend that was probably one of the kindred, though no one knows for sure. A shape-shifting monstrosity destroyed by hunters as the Second Inquisition rose to power and began their dreadful crusade against all vampires. Some of the Sabbat worshipped it like a god, though your sire didn't approve of that kind of thing. Lampago. Rest in peace, my bones. Rip. Someone what in the urinal? They shat in the urinal. Yep. A lesson in keeping your head down and not bucking the traditions if ever there was one. Cannibal corpse wallowing in a sewer. Vampires are worth more than that. They were right to destroy her. Can't have shit in Detroit. I agree. Alright, cannibal corpse wallowing in the sewer. This character's inherited a bit of my sire's disrespect for weakness, definitely. It's a pathetic way to spend eternity. She was probably grubbier than you are by the end. Well, maybe not. You could really use fresh clothes. Maybe the Elysium will have some. Elysium is one of the defining things of the Camarilla, at finding ideas even. It is a neutral meeting ground where violence and the use of vampire powers are forbidden. In many Elysiums, kindred are allowed to exist as they are, not as the masquerade demands they be. Your sire dreamed of blowing up one of these. The Tucson Elysium is located on the roof of a nightclub called the Viper. I never really understood this place, by the way, so let's see if we can make out what it actually is this time, because the description was a little weird. Like, it's like some kind of weird not hallucination, but like illusion. You can hear the pounding industrial music from the parking lot, but you're not here for the party. You've been outside the Viper before, but never in and never up. You scan the rooftop and wonder whether to approach first or try to hunt. It's bad form to arrive in an Elysium hungry, but hunting nearby is often forbidden since it attracts attention. Let's see if I can find... I have to Google again and... Photomosh. Image distortion online. Nope. Literally won't let me find them. Okay. But hunting nearby is often forbidden since it attracts attention. Notice. An eagle settles on a fire escape. You remember the way that eagle looked at you a few nights ago and you suspect it's the way in. Not a few nights ago. It was like a night ago. No. It is a few nights ago. We stopped in the gas station. You follow it up the fire escape. You don't know what shadow art this place employs, but you reach the top steps and the empty-looking rooftop of the Viper disappears, replaced by a sprawling patio covered in cacti and desert shrubs. Footpaths lead through the secret garden, and small stone bridges cross narrow rivulets of cold-flowing water. From here, the lights of Tucson are invisible, and the night sky is the way it is deep in the desert, shades of purple and blue and black, with the Milky Way brighter than you've ever seen it. So basically, they have this illusionary desert landscape on top of this building. It's quiet up here, but the music from the nightclub below vibrates through the trashed soles of your boots as you cross the flagstones. Your fellow kindred watch you with disgust as your boots leave a crumbly trail of black dirt, but you size them up quickly and dismiss them just as quickly. They're weak Camarilla fledglings and neonates, ghouls, dead-eyed mortal servitors, and blood dolls. You scan the crowd for ghouls, living mortals fed on vampire blood. They gain immortality and a little power in exchange for slavish devotion. They are a vampire's most trusted servant, though they can grow erratic over the years. You think you spot a few, and then you look around for someone important. The eagle flies past you and lands beside a young-looking man in a linen suit with turquoise, I can never pronounce this word, turquoise jewelry. He's conversing in word tones with a Nosferatu, a particularly hideous example of the clan, whose face is a death's head of gray-black muscles, as if her skin has been peeled away. Her monstrous face contrasts with her striking and powerful physique. I still think this character is Hekata, not Nosferatu. I still have my dignity. I'm not going to cross the Elysium until I find a way to clean myself up. You spot what looks like a mortal servant, a small and sallow man with lank black hair wearing an oversized grey suit, like a refugee from some 20th century war. "Hey," you say, and the man freezes. "I need clean clothes." The man calculates for a moment, then his eyes go to your tattered satchel. "Come with me," he says. His accent is thick, his breath unpleasant like bile. You're led downstairs through an old gym to the showers. You see the man's eyes on your satchel, so you bring it with you, hang it on one shower head, then cross the showers and turn on another. The servant tosses you a bar of soap and approaches with clothes in a nylon bag hung on a plastic coat hanger. He hangs his clothes up next to the satchel, then lingers next to it. "Go away," you say. The servant retreats. Yeah, Victor Cura, I know you would, but I'm a Lasombra. I've got standards." "Go away," you say. The servant retreats, his eyes never leaving your satchel, as you scrape the road off your skin. When you're done, you open the nylon bag he left. Inside is a lightweight coverall with a patch that says Doug. It'll do. You squeeze out your hair, drag yourself into the coverall, and return barefoot to the Elysium with your messenger bag. Oh, here we go. This is the prince. The man in the turquoise jewelry watches... Oh, actually, we might as well start the second poll then. Here we go. Boop. And we're gonna go for romance options. So, Dove or Leto? Who will romance? Let's close the map and update the overlay. Here we go. So, well, you're a Malkavian sin vergüenza. I'm gonna eat myself a little... Cough drop. I'm gonna eat myself a little knockoff Twix, and we can have a little chat, everyone. And in case you're joining, I am doing a 2-year anniversary stream. A week too late, because last week my voice broke completely. I got sick, unfortunately. It has been 2 years, a week, and a day since I created my channel. My first video came up the 10th of July, 2019. And I've been making weekly videos since then, with just some misses. Thursday's video was video number 101 in terms of lore videos. I've also made Who's Who videos, quite a few of them, as well as some other stuff, but that was the main 101th video that came out. So the 100th video was the Nosferatu video. I am not muted perfectly because I thought I wasn't audible. I'm gonna eat the Twix now, so I'm gonna mute that.
I'm working late shift here at the yacht club.
How many boats do you own, Vigo?
2, actually 3. One is in the shop.
I used to do a little yachting myself. What brand of yacht do you have?
You probably wouldn't know the brand. I bought them in Italy.
Ah, la Italia bella. Parlate italiano? in dreamland, and you've tuned into the Deb of Night. Nobody to fall asleep next to? Go ahead and plug the radio into bed. That's what I'm here for. And hey, why don't you call me sometime? Area code 323-KL5-KTRK. Looks like somebody's been waiting in the queue quite a while to speak to yours truly. So, caller, why aren't you asleep?
And I'm back. Welcome back, me. So, I was trying to get online. I literally can't do anything. My internet connection is being really crappy. Oh, you must. There we go. Had to deal with some chocolate. Right. So, I don't know if everyone in the household is having the same issues. I think it might be like a general connection thing. I can't get on my phone because unfortunately I'm using my phone as a camera. So I can't even retweet my own my own twat. Oops. But we'll get back to it. Also, I should probably point out, I got a question from someone while I was streaming. I dislike the Get of Fenris, not because, like, my dislike of the Get of Fenris is that the writers of the tribes of Werewolf, I'm going to be honest here, did not do a good job in their research. I am not happy about how they covered, like, pretty much. Okay, I don't have Twitter on this phone. They didn't do their research, and the Get of Fenris are basically presented as these practically neo-Nazi Darwinists. Sorry, getting a little bit into the politics here, but like, it's a very myopic view. And very, very different from how Scandinavians would be. For record, Vikings are not commonly celebrated in Sweden as a source of pride. And for a long time, and especially in the 90s, Vikings were very strongly connected with neo-Nazis in Sweden. And there's been a big movement to kind of reclaim it and make it more about actually Vikings. But that's why I have a lot of Swedes have a very difficult relationship with the Viking heritage, and the way that they're presented in World of Darkness and Get of Fenris is honestly kind of really poorly done. So that's actually one of the tribes that I dislike, and they're also misogynistic. Anyway, whatever. Let's get out. There's a lot you can unpack about the Get of Fenris, but it's the reason why I don't like Werewolf, and a lot of that is because the authors did not do their research. It's pretty badly written. Anyway, let's get back to it. Music is dead. Error occurred. Oh boy. Can I get Spotify working? Is the stream working? Can you still hear me? Internet connection is funky today. Yes, it's the Lasambra curse. Oh my gosh. Okay, here we go. Let me get the map up. That at least seems to still be working. Kind of. It is not an American phenomenon. It was very prominent in Scandinavia as well. And yeah, we have a very complicated relationship with the Viking heritage. Thing is, to explain the original background for that is that a lot of what is commonly considered Viking culture that is not actually Viking culture was invented in the 1700s by nationalist movements, like the new nationalist movements. They wanted to romanticize Viking heritage, like Wagner's stuff and like that. A lot of that is like very iffy in terms of historical accuracy when he wrote his things. So that's like the kind of glorification of Viking ideals is very very fake. I wouldn't say they live in isolated areas of the world. There is no isolated area in Sweden. and even then, like, the werewolves, they're supposed to, like, it makes very little sense to me that werewolf tribes have such a strong culture as they do, because they have a huge turnaround on generations. They don't live for very long. They bring in new Garou all the time. It's really kind of bizarre that they are so strongly connected to certain cultures. No, Egan, that is categorically false in terms of the Garou in this case. The defenders, they are not isolationists in any sense. They pick humans from society, so it doesn't make sense that they would hold on to ideals that were never even true. So it is kind of confusing. It's just poorly written, very America-centric views on these cultures. A lot of it is not properly researched. 20th anniversary edition did a lot to fix this. Yeah, man, my internet connection does not want to deal with this. So let me see if I can find the Bloodline soundtrack here online on Spotify. Spotify seems to be working. Yeah, no, it's okay. Don't worry about it, Aegon. I don't mean to come across as confrontational. It's just that there's so one thing to learn about World of Darkness is that it was written in the 90s by a bunch of people who had no access to the internet and who had not a lot of knowledge about cultures outside of America. So a lot of times they ended up leaning pretty heavily on some really weird stereotypes. They got better at it, but like, if you want some really iffy stuff, you should go read. You should go read the first times they introduced the 4 independent clans, the followers of Set, the Asamites, the Ravnos, and the Giovanni. Ooh, yeah, they're kind of iffy. Oh, thank you so much for the donation. Thank you. Oof. Anonymous donated $30. Thank you very, very much. It's going straight to Doctors Without Borders. And why is this weird? Hold on. What is this bar in front of me? What is this? Oh, this is the music bar. Okay. It's now gray. Oh, it's because YouTube isn't loading. That's why my face is like, damn it, YouTube. All right. Spotify seems to be working, but the Bloodline soundtrack is not on Spotify. That is unfortunate, but I do have the Bloodline soundtrack on my PC. Hi, Huddy. Thank you for dropping by. We're just having a little bit of a technical issue. I am playing La Sombra, and because I'm a La Sombra, literally all my tech has stopped working. So we're trying to fix some alternative music for the stream. Let me see here. Audio, BGM, Bloodlines. I got the Bloodlines soundtrack here. Although this is the soundtrack that has a lot of dead silence in a lot of the tracks. I wonder if I can play the Coteries of Night soundtrack. I don't think I can. Let's play the Preludes soundtrack. It's got great music. Got that going for it. So let's just make a playlist of the Preludes soundtrack. There we go. I'm gonna loop it. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I will be live definitely when you come back. Don't worry about it. And yeah, there's just something with my internet connection, or the connection of the general area, because I can't access a lot of websites. I've been trying to get to this image distortion generator website now for a long while, and even Artbreeder wasn't really wanting to work with me. So let's get on with the game anyway. We are in Tucson. Tucson. Oh, cat's gonna get jumped down. Oh no, you don't. Oh, she hates me. She's so mad right now. She really doesn't like it. I caught her mid-air. Wilma. Kitty. Hello. She's very pretty. So I'm gonna let you go, Wilma, because You hate me? Right, where were we? Let's get on with the game. I'm just method acting Los Sombra Curse. Yeah, that's one of my cats, Wilma. The other one is Victor. He's not here right now. He's somewhere else. He's very, very fat and very furry, so he's not enjoying the weather. Yeah, she's very cute. Thank you. Thank you, Aegon. Let's see here. The man in the turquoise jewelry watches your approach with a slight smile. He's seated comfortably in a wicker chair next to a small sink table. Also, my apologies for getting political about the whole Get Offenders thing. I don't want to become political, but that is a sore topic for me obviously because of being from Sweden. One of the authors for the Get Offenders book is a Norwegian children's book author whose only contribution to the World of Darkness is working on the Get Offenders book. I have no idea who that person is, but generally I feel like it wasn't very well done. So if you've watched my Get Offenders videos, by the way, and you the way that I talk about the tribe in there is me processing the fact that they have long stories about what kind of weapons were wielded by their heroes and stuff, but they don't even know where their original cairn was. So it's like, it's a weird tribe. Welcome to Tucson, he says. His accent is foreign from somewhere in Europe, despite the Native American jewelry and the wide-brimmed hat in front of him. I am Prince Leto, this is Dove, and you are Rook, he says. The courier. It looks like you had a difficult journey. I've done nothing wrong ever in my life. I know this, and I love you. Thank you so much for the donation, by the way. Where did it go? Did it go for... Where did the donation go? Cat is screaming. Thank you so much, Anonymous, for the $30 for the donation. And thank you, Anti-Pope, by the way. Also, thank you so much for the donation. Why is it not showing all the donations? Sorry, it's being weird. Yeah. Tiltify is being a little bit weird with me. Not loading prop. Oh, there we go. Anti-Pope, thank you so much for the donation. And Anonymous, thank you so much for the donation as well. We are... Where did the donation bar go? We still haven't decided on who we're gonna romance, so we'll just keep playing it. Okay, here we go. You're dripping onto the flagstone, but it's water now, not mud. We are pleased to welcome Clan La Sombra into the Camarilla. Cat hair in my face, everywhere. Prince Leto says, nothing of your... There's so much fur getting into my nose and mouth. Yeah, don't worry, Aegon, don't worry about it. I am trying to shield for Doctors Without Borders, obviously, but I'm happy you're here for the ride. We are pleased to welcome Clan La Sombra into the Camarilla, Prince Leto says, saying nothing of your bedraggled condition. Strange. 10 years ago, any Camarilla prince in the country would have flayed a La Sombra for stepping into Elysium. You had to pretend to be a Tremere dropout even to get work carrying water, and now you're part of the family. Before you think too hard about your newly elevated position, the big Nosferatu steps forward and says, got fucking cat hair everywhere. Oh, hope you'll be okay, Aegon. Yeah, I shouldn't have kissed a cat. Before you think too hard about your newly elevated position, the big Nosferatu steps forward and says, now give us the data before I find a shovel for your head. Dove is wearing a silkscreen jacket, kicked around Converse All-Stars, and a snapback with a local minor league baseball team on it. Driving gloves are tucked into her pocket. Another courier? Money first, sewer rat. Did this stop for people? Oh, okay, it was just for you. Okay, good. God. It says excellent condition on the streaming right now, but I don't trust my internet connection at all at this moment. Cat hair is a curse. It is. And her hair is so fine, it's almost impossible. Like, Victor's fur is very thick, so you can get it off you. You can peel it off. Her fur is so fine that it will stay on you forever. Let's get rid of that donation thingy going on. Oh, no, let's keep it up for now. Just move it a little bit. We'll move it to here, down here. Save changes. There we go. This is Dove. I love her. Nosferatu glares down at you, but the prince, seated beside her, only laughs, his tone warm and friendly. Will the $1,000 you're owed be enough to buy you a new ride, Rook? He asks. I'm not sure either of us wants you trapped here. Still, He opens a crocodile skin briefcase, flicks through it, and then hands you a manila envelope. And that's how you make $1,000. You drop the USBs on Prince Leto's table. Leto's laptop is an old Asus, probably intended to read information once before it's destroyed. You keep a polite distance, even though computers only cause trouble when you try to interact with them. When the prince inserts the USB, a folder appears with a video and a few TXT files. Feel free to watch, Rook, Leto says. He checks his Vacheron Constantin, it's 1:49 a.m. Then he looks east. He stares for a long time as if with longing, then shakes his head. I don't think this interests you directly, but I try not to keep secrets here in Tucson. You voted for Dove, go smooch that ass. Oh. Thank you so much for the donation and thank you for voting for Dove. We will smooch that Dove. We will smooch Dove. We'll suck up to her. Thank you so much. A warm, friendly smile and eyes that watch you like a... Where did that bird go? The video opens awkwardly with a hand holding a webcam. You see a man's face and then you see the ritual chamber. Ooh, they've added more pictures. Tremere. The warlocks, the usurpers. Once the clan of sorcerers and blood magicians, their discipline and interclan loyalty admired even by their enemies, the Tremere are now scattered and leaderless after the destruction of their greatest chantry in Vienna. Not entirely true, but probably what a normal vampire would know. I mean, not even a normal vampire. This is someone who's got some great insight. You might have fallen low over the past few years, but not so low as the warlocks. You don't recognize this Tremere, his wide and apple cheeks, and with a short gray beard. Let's get rid of the Roma's option. Poll thing. Oh, there we go. If you have any more suggestions for polls and things like that, just let me know. When the sunlight sticks between us in the air. What the hell? There we go. That's Jesper Knowles, Tremere Magus, Leto says conversationally. Do you know him? I've never seen him before in my life, which is true, so there's no reason to make things difficult. Tremere are scum who should all be dragged. I believe some anarch lead the hunters to Tremere. Yeah, they do a forbidden suck on a sailor. Oh, I'm glad there's art for almost every character. Alright, good night, Anti-Pope. Thank you so much for dropping by. Aegon, good question. There is practically no way to tell unless they are hideously deformed, which means they're probably Nosferatu, or they could also be Hekata, like Samedi. But usually you can't really tell. Oh, okay. Bambi, it's not showing yours? Let me see. It did it directly on the website. Are you the anonymous one then? Because it's not showing up as a donation. Sorry. I don't know if how it worked. Yeah, you can't really tell if someone is what clan someone belongs to. Usually. That's Jasper Knowles, Tremere Magus, let us conversationally. Do you know him? My job is making deliveries, Prince Leto. I don't get involved. You're in your office? Oh, you can play it as well? Oh yeah, you can die in this game. Yeah, I know. I'll try not to. Leto watches you closely as you answer, tongue against his teeth, concentrating. He thinks you know something, but you've never seen this Tremere. Dove gasps. Knowles has stepped away from the webcam, revealing a dingy cinder block room with faded orange stripes on the walls and a Nosferatu chained to an iron spike in the floor. Also gonna remove the listening to, since we're now listening to the soundtrack of Preludes, because the internet's not working as it should. That Nosferatu almost killed you the other night. Sire, Dove whispers. Prince Leto's illusion of good cheer falters for a moment. Both he and the eagle glare at Dove. You're here so he can get a read on you, not so his underlings can give you information. Oh yeah, the V5 Camarilla book insinuates that the Banu Hakim leaked the location of the Vienna chantry. Yeah, I love it, because if the Banu Hakim wanted to join the Camarilla, what they can contribute is blood magic. They have their own branch of blood magic. This is Viziers, basically. And who else has blood magic? The Tremere, and the Tremere absolutely hate the Banu Hakim, so two flies in one stone. You weaken the Tremere so you can get in, and you also weaken the Tremere because you hate them. Let's see here. The Tremere are scum. I mean, as a Tremere stan, Even I can admit that they're scum. Good night, Victor. Thanks for dropping by. Princess Leto's illusion of good cheer falters from him. Okay. This experiment has gone on for as long as it can, Knowles says in his video. Science sometimes ends in failure, my dear, and so does our version of it. Cat hair. No intelligence remains in this specimen, and it has become increasingly dangerous and aggressive. Once it is destroyed, I'll send what's left to you. I'm also going to wrap up my daytime business. I know that we are still allowed to communicate via email as flesh and blood citizens, but my mortal identity is almost 80 years old, and soon people will wonder. Something off-screen draws Knowles' attention. He turns the knife, ready to insert it into his wrist, perhaps to use blood magic. Unfortunately for Knowles, he's looking the wrong way as he stares past the webcam. A figure detaches itself from the shadows of the wall, walks almost casually up to the chain of Nosferatu, and removes his shackles. The rest of the video is chaos. The white hurls itself at Knowles, the Tremere screams and stumbles into the webcam, which falls. Sorcerer's fire blackens the ceiling, dirty fists rise and fall again and again. Unlike most Tremere, Knowles has mastered the vampiric arts of inhuman resilience, but that only makes his destruction longer and more horrible. Then that video suddenly stops. Let me just check if the internet connection is working. Literally not. Still not. Okay. Sounds like this Jasper Knowles guy was coming for him. What was up with the figure that freed the Nosferatu? Why couldn't I see it clearly? You've never seen Knowles before? Leto says. He sounds frustrated. Dove, go back. Who was that shadow? You watch it again, but the shadow is just a blur from its motion. An impressive disguise, Leto says thoughtfully. Probably little Sombra. Freeze framing on the blur. The assassin doesn't even move fast at first. There's just nothing there but a smear. Almost as impressive as this rooftop. And what happened to the Nosferatu? Did he escape? He rolls the video back and forth, trying to get a better view of the white. You know the answer to Leto's questions, of course. The Eagle Prince's gaze wanders again. He looks east over the skyline of Tucson. I share what I know about my encounter with the white, so let me in good with the Camarilla, which might go further than $1,000 ever could. It's kind of loud. Oh yeah, you're right. It is kind of loud. Let me lower it. There we go. Probably a bit better now. Can't be friends with everyone. This is true. Literally every clan has a good excuse to punch the Tremere. I mean, this is true. Except for the Ventru. I'd say the Ventru are probably the only friends of the Tremere. Toreador don't really care, but Toreador don't really care about anyone. Is it better now? Is the audio better? You described the battle and your narrow escape from the mindless Nosferatu. I'm impressed you're still alive, little neonate, Leto says. I'm not a neonate. The Nosferatu you fought was old and powerful in his time, the child of Reromaus himself. Then his tone hardens and slices through the air like a razor. Dove, your sire is now your responsibility. Find and destroy him. You have 7 nights. Maybe I'll lower it a little bit more even. Watching the video seems to have taken all the fight out of the Nosferatu. She just nods. You have too many questions. The most obvious is, why did the Prince Leto let you watch the video? Princes are secretive and paranoid creatures. And even in these nights, when the true elders have sunken into torpor or fled the old world, even a young prince like Leto has survived centuries of betrayal and revolution. Princes don't tolerate risk. That means either Leto or his situation here is unstable, or worse, he already knows a great deal about you and has accounted for that. Or he already knew what was going to be in the video, so he didn't mind me seeing it. And frankly, let's be honest here, I'm one of the few La Sombra in the area. That person who went in there and released the Nosferatu seems to give the hint that that might have been a La Sombra. Putting 2 and 2 together, that means I'm put in a very awkward situation, because I'm one of the suspects now, so thank you, Prince Leto, for that one. Rook, I have more work for you, the Prince of Tucson says. You will remain here tonight. My man Alexander will provide you with shelter, sustenance, and suitable clothing. The man who led you to the showers returns. He beckons for you to follow, walking with the quick, commanding steps of an old servant. Kyle Marquis, Nightblood. An old ghoul. Oh, no, no. Okay, thank you. Thank you, though. Thank you very much. I was offered an ice cream, but they're very rich. I shouldn't be doing that now. An old ghoul. Kindred grows strange and cold as they age, but old blood slaves are stranger still, and sometimes more dangerous. Then the servant leads you back to a glass observation room above the club's main dance floor, where a selection of clothing is waiting, and you realize that Prince Leto is giving you gifts. That isn't good. You know what happens if you end up in debt to a prince. Please, Alexander says, you must dress for the Elysium, the Eagle Prince insists. You glance at the clothes on display. Leto isn't exactly draping you in Armani, at least. You see a mix of work clothes and streetwear, but nothing too upmarket, and you don't see any bloodstains either. I need to look like a professional for my job. Office casual isn't fashionable, but it is invisible. No, can't go wrong with the classics. I find something black, formal, and elegant. I'm a La Sombra, please. The Camarilla looks unkindly on vampires who dress like Elvira, Mistress of the Dark, but what's the point of being dead if you can't look the part? Next to the rack of cheerfully colored outfits is an old plastic bin. You pop it open to reveal... Here we go. Here are clothes for dead people. You immediately grab the ankle-length black frock coat and shake out the cobwebs, then scoop up some... Oh my god, a frock coat! Oh my god, I horribly misread this choice. And shake out the cobwebs, and scoop up some silvery jewelry that matches the coat's buttons. The shoebox with the jewelry also contains an antique pocket watch with a chain. You take timekeeping seriously and can't afford any old junk, but when you turn the little silver key, the watch's mechanism ticks smoothly. I misjudged this. I thought it was just going to be a black suit. The poet's blouses are a bit much, but you find dress shirts in white, gray, absinthe green, and bruised purple. And you have a selection of black slacks, a full morning dress, or a black and gray skirt that can match with the tops for a more modern look, depending on your mood. There's also an old doctor's bag in a worn black leather, which is better than a cheap backpack for carrying parcels. The plastic box doesn't have footwear, but you find a pair of black boots in your size, double monk straps with silver clasps. Perfect. You're ready to hit the road or play nice with the other monsters upstairs in Elysium. Yeah, Julia Savinsky would love this. You ascend metal stairs that thump with the base of the EDM below. Alright, this track has like 2 minutes of silence before the next one. And back up to the rooftop Elysium. Leto's eagle watches you. A gangrel prince is unusual, even in these nights. You wonder where Leto came from, and you wonder what he wants with you. He's still watching the video and reviewing whatever information they got from the other USB. Dove is scanning the parking lot below. You will be remaining with us for some time, Alexander says. You understand what this means, right? Of course you understand what will happen if you try to flee. You look towards the parking lot too, you need a car. We are very friendly people in Tucson, Alexander says, finally smiling. It's an awful sight. Little gray rat teeth, skin that crinkles like paper. Not like other cities you may know. Speak to people about what you need. Dove was like you once. She drove. You need a car? She has cars. Her retainer Carlos is the one listening to the music from below. He is a police officer. He has, you know, rooms, stashes of the shit. Is that what she said? What he said? He keeps evidence rooms with the good shit. Maybe you need that sort of man. He is proud and cruel though. Do not let him bait you. Carlos spots you and Alexander looking at him and gives you the finger. And if you need blood, Alexander says. I was a doctor in my youth. When I was young, I said to my teachers, this bleeding, it does not work. It does not make the patient better. Isn't that funny, knowing what I know now? Ah, a little joke. But I have an important job. When kindred feed and kill and endanger the masquerade, I tell Prince Leto. I hate telling him those things. I would prefer if kindred came to me for advice. I will give you this advice now. Do not hunt near the Viper. It is not permitted. And of course, do not use your gifts here. The sudden movement of blood, it upsets Dove. Alright, so we're going to get into the good graces with Dove. So that's what we're going to do. Dove hasn't exactly been polite, but we have a shared interest in cars. I chat her up about different accidents we've been in. So the whole fucking Cadillac is on fire, and I'm kicking and kicking trying to get the window to break, Dove says. Right, because you're trying to follow the story, and it isn't easy. Because I'm still handcuffed to the guy who was pretending to be a werewolf, right? And I finally kick through the window, rip half the dead fake werewolf's arm off to get free, and I'm out of my fucking mind now with all the fire, and I finally crawl out of the car. And get clear before it... Do they blow up? Escalates? I don't know, probably not, Dove says. But anyway, I'm finally clear, so I run across the parking lot laughing because I'm just thrilled not to have met final death chained up to that guy. And I barely have time to look up before Leto comes screaming around the corner in a Ford Bronco with the lights off and runs me over. I was in the wrong Cadillac the whole time. No. 2 black Cadillac Escalades in the parking lot in the Marriott, Dove says. How was I supposed to know which one? Anyway, that's why I don't get to drive anymore. That's why Leto wants assholes like you driving. You need to be super pro Camarilla too. Alright, thanks for the heads up. I'll be pro Camarilla, don't worry. I can be smooth. Driving what, you ask? Because I need a car. You're not so bad. You want to get out of here with me tonight? Aren't you nice? Dove says. Obnoxious, but nice. But you're here for a ride, right? Give me a few hours and I'll send someone to find you. About a car. There's some kind of dispute in the parking lot down below. 3 women yelling at a guy. Dove gestures and 2 heavies head downstairs to sort it out. Oh yeah, it's interesting though that Leto is a gangrel, because gangrels are officially not part of the Camarilla anymore. Okay, so I talked to Leto. Why is an outlander in charge? Sorry for the Camarilla, but unexpected things interest me. Maybe I can learn about the prince and cultivate it. No. I talked to the retainer Carlos about equipment and a place to stay. I have been far too proud lately. If I have to beg this guy for what I need, I'll do it. Carlos is standing on a grate through which he can hear the pounding industrial music below, puffing on an inexpertly rolled joint. You're what, the new courier? Carlos says. The new meat? Guess I am, you say. Trash, Carlos says. I'll outlive you, you know. New vampires only last a couple of years. Retainers like us can live forever, especially with Leto in charge. You've already lasted a couple of years and you're not having this conversation for your health, so you say, I need a place to stay and a new car. Yeah. Me and Miguel and Lana will set you up, Carlos says, waving his hand so blue smoke swirls around it. We'll handle everything. Oh, alright, you can talk. Okay, thank you. I'll send someone around later. Now let me listen. He closes his eyes as the EDM buzzes out on the floor grate. 2 more kindred arrive from the dance floor, skin slick from other people's sweat, cradling their dazed-looking blood dolls. Prince Leto narrows his eyes at this vulgar display, but says nothing. I'm gonna talk to Leto. When you approach, Prince Leto closes his laptop and rises cordially. It's a truism amongst the kindred that all elders are monsters, but at least this one can hide it. He's unexpectedly tall, despite his youthful features. You can picture him on a warhorse, plowing through ranks of helpless peasant infantry. It is dangerous to interact with any elders, but you sense an opportunity here. You make small talk for a few minutes, describing a few recent deliveries once it's clear that Prince Leto knows who you and your sire are. It's strange to exist again in a time of ignorance, Rook, Leto says. When I was new dead, the Commonwealth was still a land of darkness and superstition. Oh, I'm sorry, we have only just met, haven't we? And I'm talking to you like I'm picking up a thread of an old story. Oh, sorry. Let me start at the beginning. I died about the same time my country did, around when the United States was fighting King George III. Most Americans know nothing of these events, of course. I was held in little esteem when I came to Arizona, especially by the Ventru who ruled here at the time. It's alright, I drank too quickly. Let's see here. He continues, but when the old prince went mad attacking the other clans and got himself destroyed, there were a few elders left who had not already fled, and so I became a prince in this new dark age. Brought about by the Second Inquisition and our fear, justified, it turns out, of being tracked through these devices. He taps the laptop case. Yeah, this is I got both of the DLC. Let's see here. And in between, you ask? Prince Leto skipped over about 200 years there. A story for another time, Rook, the prince says with a secret smile. Whatever was happening in the parking lot below has sorted itself out. The heavies are back upstairs laughing, and you memorize their names and faces in case they trouble you later. Then circle the Elysium for a few minutes, getting a feel for the place. You can't believe you're back in Tucson. You wonder if anyone recognizes you. Beyond the rooftop, the city lights appear dim and washed out, as if seen through a black veil. Save the changes here. Okay. Black veil, where were we? Red brake lights from the highway looks like a sluggish trail of blood. Just call her. That's Dove, speaking in a hushed but anxious tone to Prince Leto. You can't quite hear the rest of the conversation, but then the prince's genial smile vanishes. Dove withers at whatever he says next. Then the eagle swings his golden eyes back towards you. Ah, Rook, Prince Leto says. I told you I would have work for you. I need to send some emails, and that is not as easy as it once was. Come here. You have 110 hours on this game, Jesus. You were still a fledgling when the Second Inquisition burned through the centers of Camarilla power. Places like the Vienna Chantry, arcane fortress of Clan Tremere. You weren't important enough to draw the SI's attention, of course. They've been quiet for years. Quiet enough that some kindred are starting to use phones and email to conduct their night work again, cutting into your business. But you know they're fools. The SI was never beaten. The Inquisition is just collecting information now, waiting for an opportunity to strike again. Prince Leto does not want to give them an opportunity. You come highly recommended, he says, and I hate to see a proud member of Clan La Sombra brought low by circumstances. I need you to run letters to a few cities near Tucson. Don't worry, nothing is more than a single night's trip. I need a ride. Pointing that out might tie me to the Camarilla, but after years on my own, maybe that's not a bad thing. I'm glad you had a chance to talk with Dove, the Eagle Prince says. You and she have much in common, and she will see to your needs. One of Dove's people will contact you with information about how to acquire a vehicle. If I have to work for the Camarilla to stay alive, Leto might be my best chance. The Camarilla is the best chance for all vampires. Shame the ones in charge are assholes, but maybe I can work to fix that. I'm in. What's the job? Prince Leto hands you a printout marked with 3 locations and 3 faces. You don't recognize any of the 3 faces, which is a relief. Maybe you can keep this professional. 3 people need to... Hold on, I gotta update the overlay. There we go. For some reason, they didn't want to update. 3 people need to know about the final death of Jasper Knowles and the reduction of Rarmau's child to the state of white. Points to each face in turn. Nvidia. I'm not gonna make that joke anymore. Someone got really upset about that in the comments. Nvidia Call worked closely with Jasper after she escaped New York and showed up here. And when Clan Tremere fell apart, so too did their working relationship. But she needs to know about his destruction. She also needs to know that without Jasper Knowles' considerable private wealth funding her, she can no longer sustain her research and she must return to Tucson. Should we tell her that she'll go crazy when she finds out? Dove asks the prince. You got all the clans, all enemies, all achievements. Yeah, you and Bambi, man. You two are crazy. How can you? It's so much gameplay. Should we tell her that she'll go crazy when she finds out? Dove asks the prince. I've been meaning to get around to that, Dove. Yes, Prince Leto says. Rook, deliver my letter and get out. You won't like Dr. Call's reaction when she realizes she's broke. Is she making a hash of the masquerade? Is that the problem? Probably not, Dove says, shrugging her heavy shoulders. But bring a clipboard. If she's breaking the rules, let us know. Leto points to the next face. Pater Muster is one of the rabble, a bruja. He lurks in St. Basil's Hospital in Phoenix, looking after the lost lambs of our flock. Other rabble, the clanless, thin bloods, the mad ones, maybe even Gangrel. Leto chuckles at his own wit. But he actually keeps them in line, though they are dangerously lax. In fact, I would like you to encourage a bit more tidiness from the kindred at St. Basil's. No open feeding, no drug running, no unauthorized embraces, that sort of thing. This is not a formal mission, you understand. But if you can make our dissatisfaction known, I would appreciate it. But more important, with Knowles gone, the hospital will be up for renovation. Those renovations will compromise St. Basil's usefulness as a haven. I'll write instructions for what Pater Muster needs to do. Of course I can do that. I'll sound friendly to impress the prince, but I'm not running errands for the Camarilla without getting paid. Eager little magister, isn't she? Dove says. Leto glances at his second-in-command, then continues. Finally, the Ventru Ellen Olive Crona is a migrant camp at Sierra Blanca in Texas. Prince Leto says. You may remember her from that excitement a few years ago. Leto is referring to the final death of the old Prince of Tucson, a powerful blue blood manipulated into launching a crusade of purification against his clan's old rivals, including the rabble. She has since returned to the Camarilla's good graces, since she provides much of the Southwest with blood, but her operation exists atop a mortal substructure that is profoundly politically unstable. Jasper Knoll's destruction will further destabilize that situation, and she needs to know how. Oh no, Ellen Olive Krona. Is she going to drag me to Camarilla? Oh, let's see here. Program like Camp Scheffler is good for the long-term stability and survival of vampires. I'm interested in seeing it. Morning, Kylie, by the way. Welcome to the stream. Sorry I'm streaming so ungodly early for Americans, but I didn't want to play way into the night. I had to start streaming pretty early for myself. We are hitting the 3.5 hour mark, meaning I might have to actually go and put some more sweet and sour chicken in the microwave oven, but that shouldn't take too long. So I think once we got our ride, we'll do that. We'll take a little break. I can roll my latest video if people want to watch it, and then we can get back to playing. It's a hard roll. Prince Leto continues as you wonder what kind of program Olive Krona has put together and how it differs from previous similar schemes. Anyway, 3 deliveries, $1,000 each, and you are welcome to feed in Tucson and every city you visit for a year after finishing your final delivery, Leto says. Though you will have to abide by my rules for neonates here in Tucson. Man Alexander will explain once we're finished here. I also give you permission to own property and to create no more than 1 ghoul, though you may not embrace new kindred. And you can get this goddamn cat hair off my face. It tickles me. And take this for emergencies, and only for emergencies. Skeleton King, I would strongly recommend you do not share your Discord information in a public stream, but if you are comfortable with it, then I will show your post. Immediately, YouTube caught it, so I have to confirm this post. But if you're comfortable with sharing your Discord information, then I will show it. Let's see here. Take this for emergencies, and only for emergencies. He hands you a prepaid flip phone and a baggie full of SIM cards. The phone is old enough that it has physical buttons, and Leto has included a stylus. That won't make interactions easy, but it's better than trying to get a touch-sensitive screen to act like you exist. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must compose the letters you are to deliver. The prince moves to... Can I even use a phone as simple as that? As a Alhambra? I'm not sure. The prince moves to a writing desk under a ramada, leaving the pile of electronic devices and written correspondence, and gets to work composing his messages. You sit down nearby to get rid of anything that could be used to track you, though the phone is so old, there isn't much for you to do. No, don't have to apologize. If you're fine, I can click the link to show your... Oh, there we go. The count tries so hard to punch this Sombra, they're seriously going to regret it. Absolutely. The prince moves to a writing desk under a ramada, and gets to work composing his messages. You sit down nearby to get rid of anything that could be used to track you. No, I did that part already. I need more money. Let's actually check our stats, though, before we continue. Show stats. So, Humanity 3, Hunger 1, Willpower 5, no wounds, no violations. Strength 1, Dexterity 4, Stamina 3, Charisma 1, Manipulation 1, and Composure 3. Oof. Intelligence 1, Wits 2, Resolve 3. Athletics, Clandestine, Combat, Thrive, Firearms 3. Full firearms. We're good at shooting. Intimidation, Technology, and Survival. Why do I have a dot in Technology? Can't even use it. We got 2 points in Oblivion. Perpetuate my existence. Respect the traditions. Alright, cool. Cool. Let's go back to the game. Thank you, Skeleton. Thank you as well. Thank you so much for your donations. I'm very grateful for your support, and I appreciate you supporting my channel. Okay, right. Actually, hold on. Let me see here. Persuasion, subterfuge, investigation, awareness. So let's look at the stats again. Wow, I have nothing in any of those. So, manipulation, charisma, manipulation, and wits. You know what? Let's not try to manipulate anyone. This is not our strong suit. Yeah, Kylie, I agree. I love seeing more World of Darkness stuff. Very happy that they're back at it again. Can't wait for the Sabbat book. Can't wait to get my hands on it. And Blood Hunt looks amazing. I was color me surprised. I was not expecting such a high quality game. Very happily surprised by that. Yeah, let's I hang around and keep my mouth shut until we leave. You fade into the shadows of the cacti and watch the party. There are more kindred here now than when you first arrived, not just Dove, but another Nosferatu unrelated to Raremaus. An ecstatic looking Toreador dripping with other people's sweat from the dance floor, Prince Leto's Malkavian Oracle, and a few scummy looking Venturi in $3,000 suits, because this is the Camarilla, and they come with the furniture. Leto has a small army of blood slaves, but you learn from whispered gossip that none has proven worthy of the embrace. But other than asking a few careful questions, you remain quiet, watching and listening. Yeah, the Book of Nod is going to be... Is it going to be a reprint of the original Book of Nod? That's what I've heard, which I think I've got. Unfortunately, I do not have the original... Oh, this is the Revelations of the Dark Mother. Where's my Book of Nod? Primer. There we go. I unfortunately don't have the original leather-bound book. Those are practically impossible to get your hands on these days. But I do have the second best, the hardcover book. It's available print on demand on DriveThruRPG, I believe. Oh, they're making new dice. Oh, Sasha Vikos. I am looking forward to it. Like, there is one mention in V5 of Sasha Vikos, and that is as Vikos, the Martyr of Cain. So with that in mind, I don't know if they're going to retcon that. I don't know if Vikos is dead. I don't know what's up with that. But I am waited with bated breath. Cat hair in my eye. I am waiting with bated breath for any news about Vikos, one of my absolute favorite characters. Yeah, the digital books are good too. Like print on demand is good if you want to have a little bit of a library, but like having that, I'll be honest, I have a lot of books printed, but whenever I need to look things up, I go to the PDFs because it's hard having a bunch of books on my desk and keeping them open without breaking the spines. As if sensing your mood, Alexander returns, his approach heralded by his reeking breath. You are hungry, yes. The prince is curious about you, so you may feed freely tonight. After that, return to me. One thing only, do not feed on the sleeping. The descendants of the old prince must feed that way, and they do not like competition. You lean over the edge of the railing, looking down on Tucson. For years, you've taken blood wherever you could, usually as payment for a job, but most vampires your age hunt, and most of them specialize. Before you became a courier, you, too, had a specialty. You think back to those years with Millicent Rue, before you drove the night roads to perpetuate your existence. You try to remember the skills you developed to feed. Yeah, this... I should not have been kissing my cat. I have fur all over. Yeah, BJD, Beckett's Jihad Diary, that amazing book. One of the best books for vampire that I can strongly recommend anyone to get is Beckett's Jihad Diary. It is such an excellent book, and it has so many fun story seeds for Chronicles. How did I feed? Beggars and vagrants during sex, blood bags, sleeping, people in the seam. Let's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So, should we do a little poll? I think it's good to make a little poll. Let's create a poll. How do we feed? And the game says beggars, sex, animals, blood bags. Ugh. No, I'm gonna skip blood bags actually. Sleeping. I don't know if you know blood bags. I'm a freaking La Sombra. Or seeing people. There we go. I'm gonna save the changes because you can only have 5 options in a poll. And I'm gonna get this poll going. And there we go. Romance options. It was on dub. Oh, it was on dub. Right. Okay. So I'm gonna get this poll up, and I'm gonna go make myself a little bit to eat, and then we can get on with it. How do we feed? So if you want to vote on how we feed, can do so if you go to the donation link in the description below, or if you have a phone, you can just read the QR code at the bottom of the screen, and it should take you to the donation. We are having a charity drive for Doctors Without Borders, Médecins Sans Frontières, which is my favorite charity. I've been supporting them for 15 years. Signed up when I was 20. Oh my god. So I've been giving monthly to them. I really do think they're a good cause. They provide medical care in areas of catastrophe or war zones and things like that. And we're using Tiltify, so all the profits are basically going to, not even profits, all the dividends, the money is going to Doctors Without Borders. Nothing is going to me, and I think Tiltify takes maybe a 1% or something at most. I'm not sure if they even take that. Pretty good website. So that's, if you want to vote, come on over. Oh, right, hold on. Boop. Overlay, come on. Save changes. Poll. Make it 500. And how do we fee? Click the poll. Save changes. Properties. There we go. I will be back in a second. I'm gonna go get myself something to eat, and I will see you soon. So here we go. And camera. See you guys in a second. Oh, one final request. What's the final request? No, sorry. My Steam account is private, so I don't share it with anyone outside of my inner friend circle. Sorry, Skeleton King. It's just it's a policy I have. I don't share it with as the Primogen. I don't share it because I'm not my Steam account is not tied to this account. Sorry, to the Primogen. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm back. Hello. Hope audio's still working. I am not grabbing a snack, but I will be mixing. I got my trusty sweet and sour Asian box here. Just what I'm gonna be eating for most of the stream. This is not gonna be a mukbang stream, so I will mute the microphone when I'm eating. But since this food is incredibly hot, since it's 7 minutes in the microwave oven, I will not be eating for a little bit longer. I am back though. So how's everyone doing? How's your Saturdays? I think it's Saturday for pretty much no, not everyone. Probably people like 12 hours ahead. Yeah, I mean some people are like going to be 2 or 3 hours into Sunday if they're watching. For the majority of us normal mortals, God, cat hair literally everywhere. It's Saturday, which is nice. All these I hope this is not too gross. This is a frozen meal, sweet and sour chicken that I will be eating in a little bit. I will mute so you don't have to hear me munching on it. Mukbang stream for year 3. Yeah, I'm gonna change the direction of the channel. Basically, I'm going to cosplay as different vampire clans, mukbanging, drinking blood. What a cool concept. Although I'm not like slurping blood. Jesus Christ, that's a new April's Fool's joke for year 3 for one. I didn't do one for year 2 because, like I said before, I have had a pretty rough 2021 so far in terms of sickness, in terms of like losing motivation for a lot of stuff and feeling a little bit overwhelmed. But it's getting better. It's definitely getting better. It's just been COVID's been getting to me a lot. Work's been pretty rough. So yeah, not gonna share too much of that. Unironically, an awesome idea, doing a mukbang Vampire the Masquerade stream. So we're gonna let that food cool for a little bit because I can't eat it when it's too hot. And we will get back to Vampire. I just tried my internet, by the way. Not a single website work. You know, I might as well just do this. I might just make myself a little bit bigger. Because we ain't gonna be using the map for a while. As far as I know. Which is unfortunate. You know what we could do? We can move the... I can still use this thing on Tiltify. So what I'm gonna do is... yeah, this thing is not working. The event list it's not working at all. Let's move the QR box to up here. Save changes and let's update the overlay. There we go. So now what we can do is move the photo of our character. We can make this window a little bigger. Boop, 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 boop. And we can move the QR code even closer to here. So now it will be even easier to read what's going on. I'll move the mugshot again though. Like I'll move it over here. It's not the most beautiful of layouts for the stream. I'll give you that. Like I've done better, but it works. Oh, glad you hear me loud and clear. Happy about that. We should raise the music. No, I raised the music one before. It should be fine. Raise the mic a little bit. Mic, not mic. A microphone. All right, we don't have any votes yet so far, though, on Tiltify on how we're going to be feeding, as far as I can see. So, I'm going to choose that one for myself. So, but in case you want to vote, last minute voting, we are doing a charity stream for Doctors Without Borders. And all the proceeds, that's the word I was looking for before, are going to unfiltered to Doctors Without Borders. And it's my 2-year anniversary, a week late, because last week I lost my voice. And so far we've gotten $96.50. It's really cool. And if you want to vote on how we feed, you can do so if you go to the Tiltify link in the description of this video, or use your phone on the QR code that you see in the video as well. So yeah, that's about it. And I am really irritated that I can't retweet anything anymore because I literally cannot get to a single website. But it should be fine here. Let me see here. Welcome Death itself to the Discord channel, by the way. Oh, there we go. I can at least post a Discord. Okay, so let us continue then. Overview. Here we go. I will then choose that we feed. Beggars and vagrants. Kind of like that. Let's go with beggars and vagrants. There we go. You did some things a living human might regret in those nights to get what you needed, but you become a better hunter since those early nights, and it's not like you jump just anyone. You know how to spot prime targets, vulnerable but not poisonous, a junkie without junk in their veins, or someone who should be on their meds but isn't. Just thinking about how you used to hunt makes your gums ache with need. You almost run down the fire escape with the Viper. Tucson isn't a city of tall buildings and narrow alleys, so you hunt below underpasses, behind 7-Elevens, outside liquor stores. Pass by drunks with enough alcohol in their veins to knock you on your ass, tweakers who might fight back, or anyone who looks ex-military. Around 2 a.m. you hear a guy crying, yelling, his haggard face illuminated by the light of a cell phone. Furious, he throws the phone at a brick wall, breaking it, then stumbles onto his hands and knees weeping. You're on him before he can get up. You're hungry, but you're in control. You take what you need and leave him face down on the broken pavement, weeping softly. It won't always be that easy, you think as you sit on a park bench, sluggishly moving your stolen blood around your body. No, new vampires can always have fun for the first few nights, but then other kindred learn about your tricks, or hunters notice statistic anomalies, or the herd itself instinctively reacts to the invisible predator in their midst. Tonight you feel good. A Lotus Esprit Turbo in powder blue rolls up to the curb, blaring synthwave loud enough to scare the crowd. Again, Americans and their cars. I have no idea what kind of a car this is. The driver flings a parcel your way. When you pick it up, he peels out. The parcel contains a card for the pawn shop, written on the back, Cars. There's also an extended stay ticket for a parking garage with a 4-digit key code written on the back, so it looks like you have a place to park. Even after midnight, it feels dangerous to run across a wide palm tree-lined boulevard that leads to your destination. You need a car, you're itching like earlier when you needed blood. Only now the need to move fast, to stop fighting the shape of the city and start flowing through it the way it wants you to. By the end of tonight, you either need to buy a car or learn how to turn into a bat, because Tucson is no place for a pedestrian. Covenant Pawn Shop is wedged between an auto repair shop and a nail salon, across from a title max. Signs read cash for guns, we buy gold, and closed. You step into the sad, dusty spiritual void of the pawn shop. You pass PS4 games, bedazzled purses, a glass case full of rings, regalo perfecto, and enough rifles to conquer Belgium. The first thing you do is stock up on a few necessities of your trade. A few duffel bags and rucksacks, a mini crowbar, a small folding knife, a folding shovel, a hacksaw, some lockpicks, matches, cord, electrician's tape, a flashlight, a blood and tissue kit, spare USBs, and a portable toolkit. You stop at the knives because you recognize a silver knife in one display case. Jasper Knowles was holding it before he was killed. Or maybe it's just a knockoff of some movie prop or something, I can't be sure. But that is weird. Yeah, that is really weird. Oh, hello. Behind the display case with the knives is a pretty young woman with choppy blonde hair and Victorian replica railway glasses. Ooh, I like her. She's peered over those sunglasses to watch you like a hawk since you pushed past a closed sign and walked in. You know that reaction. She recognizes a predator, but doesn't know exactly what kind. Need for Speed games, yeah. I'm just not a car person. Like, I live so close to everything in Stockholm. I've never had a need for a car at all. Like, a couple of times I've had to hitch rides with friends and family, but like even then it's a minor inconvenience. I meet them up somewhere, like I go by the metro or the bus or whatever, and then I meet them up. I don't eat them up, I meet them up. It and she are independent and kept that way because you're useful. When you get closer, the young woman leans close, studying your antiquated suit. She glances down at your reflection on the counter and you hastily move back before she sees it writhing. Her bare arms are covered in H.R. Geiger tattoos, sinuous biomechanical figures in shades of black, gray, and green. Finally, she says, "Miguel sent you?" It's not quite a question and not quite a statement. Miguel and Carlos know each other, but you don't know the details. You did ask the prince's second in command, Dove, about getting something to drive. Whatever, you nod. Call me Elena. Elena? Let's get you set up. She throws a red leather jacket on over her tattoos, and she makes sure you can see the Glock in the shoulder holster. The cars are waiting out back. I'm just gonna get myself something to eat. I'm trying to find. I actually had a recording of how to play at Simitsi before, but I'm not sure where I put it. I made it. I made a pre-recording of it, but I was waiting for some cosplay stuff, and then it never showed up, so I shelved the video. But whatever. What we'll do is we're going to look at a video while I'm eating. And I guess we can just look at the Bruja one if you guys haven't seen it. So let me get to the finished videos. Let's see here. Let's look at the Bruja video.
You will always need
So
to pick a side. Of course, that's not what they tell you.
there we go. You've probably seen this already, but I figured it's something we can watch while I'm eating. So, and we're gonna capture. No, not video capturing device. Come on. So, window capture. There we go. Come on, VLC. I'll put myself. Here. And the window capture here. There we go.
You when you first wake up.
It's okay, it's not working. Interesting. Let's see here. There we go. So I have not been using my model lately in a couple of videos because it's a lot of work. It's like 2.5 hours editing in the little guy in the bottom corner. That's why I've been cutting the corners a little bit, so to speak. Anyway,
You will always
if you haven't seen it, here's my latest video.
Of course, that's not what they tell you when you first wake up. Your head pounding, your fangs out, and your gullet thirsting for blood. Sorry, vitae, as is the proper nomenclature.
Let's open that one again. I think I might have lowered the speed of that video a little bit too much.
You will always need to pick a side. Of course, that's not what they tell you when you first wake up. Your head pounding, your fangs out, and your gullet thirsting for blood. Sorry, vitae, as is the proper nomenclature. No, during the honeymoon, it's all about your rights. The right to hunt where you want, to think what you want, to go where you want. Screw the traditions, screw domain. You didn't become a creature of the night just so you could kowtow to some boomer Ventru with a stick up his ass for the rest of eternity. I mean, you spent your time with your clan, screaming your lungs out at rants and raves, getting high off junkies with that funky gangrel chick, chasing punks off your territory with a Nosferatu, or having deep philosophical talks long into the day with the Malkavian you're pretty sure is older than the city itself. But then the honeymoon's over and you're told you need to show up at this warehouse owned by your Primogen to stand lookout while your buddy's blowing it sky high. And when you ask why the hell you're going after someone from your own clan, they laugh in your face and threaten to leave you in there as well. Soon enough, you realize you're stuck in the middle of a war that's been going on since fucking forever, and you're meant to be fucking up the idealists who keep siding with the man and keeping you down. Except your sire drags you before the Primogen, and you're sworn to act as their eyes and ears in return for keeping your life. And you're playing both sides all the while that Ventrue Prince is laughing his ass off, as the only possible threat to his rule is now tearing itself up from the inside. And just when you're starting to get a grip of things and you're learning how to keep from spending every night experiencing new and interesting ways to have your life threatened, some asshole you've never even heard of goes and blows the head off the founder of the tower or something, and all of a sudden you're all supposed to en masse join the Anarchs, the same group your sire told you to stay the fuck away from if you knew what was good for you. No, fuck that noise. With most of the shitheads of your clan heading for greener pastures, so to speak, you're sticking to the Camarilla. At least here you know the rules, and with the most obnoxious of your clanmates gone, maybe finally you can get back to how things used to be when you first woke up that night. I mean, that is unless the Ventrue cocksucker decides to throw you under the bus. But what else is new? And at least this time you get to pick the side yourself. And isn't that what freedom is all about? The Brujah have left the Camarilla. At the Conclave of Prague in 2012, the Brujah Justicar Theobald killed Hardestat the Younger and barely made it out alive. The shots that ended the Ventrue's life became the spark that ignited the larger clan's departure for the Anarch cause. Most will say it was a long time coming, but there are still plenty of Brujah left in the Camarilla who don't agree with the decision to leave, either because they genuinely still believe in the Ivory Tower, or because they don't believe in the Anarchs. These Brujah call themselves Hellenes, and argue that they represent a more philosophical branch of the clan, but the Anarchs would oppose this argument vehemently, of course. With the Camarilla being as decentralized as it is, the Justicars and their Archons notwithstanding, unlife hasn't changed much for most Brujah. They are distrusted by default for being rabble-rousers and troublemakers, and even when they were in the Camarilla, they were known to flirt openly with the Anarchs. After all, as any reasonably educated Brujah would tell you, the Convention of Thorns specifically stated that the Anarchs would become a part of the Camarilla, and would even be allowed to still call themselves that. So why waste this perfect opportunity to be a pain in the ass for the Prince? Although good luck to any Anarch punk trying to argue this when the Prince's enforcers are beating them up for spray painting her newest limo with their gang tags. Even so, having had the clan leave is definitely a setback in the great scheme of things. Lacking a Justicar and presumably a seat on the inner council of the Camarilla means that any prince strong and daring enough can easily exclude the Brujah from their chain of command, and quite a few clans are more than happy to allow this to happen. Thus, depending on your city, and perhaps even more so of the remaining of the Brujah of said city,
Gotta admit,
you can
I'm not
either
a
be a regular
huge
member
fan
of the Ivory
of the
Tower,
art for
or a barely
Vice
tolerated
Brujah book.
outsider whose only
It's,
chance for
a
any
little
kind
too
of status
comic-y for
is to
me.
become a lapdog, or completely sever their ties with the more rebellious side of their clan. As a Brujah, you must always be aware of this. Per default, you belong to a clan known to have fought the Ventrue and Toreador's leadership since the very foundation of the Camarilla. Even before, as Carthage, that fabled fucking city your elders will never shut up about, was destroyed by the Ventrue-controlled Rome. This reputation precedes you, and this makes it especially difficult for a young Brujah to navigate the intricate political spiderwebs of the Ivory Tower. Ironically, your blood
God,
will
can this
call
guy
for a
shut up?
cause to believe in, yet you need to ensure that the elders of your
You know what?
clan
Let's carry on with the game. These videos are way too long. Okay, here we go. Gotta close the window capture. Okay, let's get back to the game. Sorry for the hold up. Just get the BGM started again. Although, like, I'm seriously concerned about why my internet connection is not working the way it should. Try this again. Okay, the Google Maps being weird. The White Wolf Wiki is kind of working. I don't know if it's because I'm streaming. Shouldn't be, but whatever. Here we go. Okay, back to the game. Oh, and in case you're just joining, for some reason, just tuned in, we are doing a charity drive. This is my 2-year anniversary stream. Last year I streamed Bloodlines twice, 15 hour per stream. 15 hours even. English, how do I? And this year, due to having had some rough patches with my health and stuff, I am mostly just streaming until we finish this game, or it's been 9 hours, or my voice dies, or something like that. And we are collecting money for Doctors Without Borders, and they are a very good charity that I've been supporting for many years. I fully believe in their cause, and hopefully you do as well. They're basically doctors who go everywhere, anywhere, or everywhere. So if you want to help out, there is a link to the donation in the description of the video. You can also scan the little QR code here, and you can vote for some things. Like right now, I decided that I hunt people. Who are vagrants and beggars. Every now and then, I will have a little poll and do a pause so we can talk about stuff we like to talk about. And yeah, basically, we're just here to hang out, have fun, and play Night Road. A rusted chain link fence divides Covenant Pawn Shop's parking lot from a row of rusted Quonset huts. The huts and the slightly taller buildings on either side serve to have a full parking lot of parked cars. Music is very loud. I'll lower it. That probably shouldn't be here. Miguel says, "You need wheels," Elena says. She steps into the shadow and starts messing around on her phone, but she keeps her eyes on you about the railway glasses. These cars are shit. Miguel either hates your guts or doesn't care if your mission for Prince Leto succeeds or fails. You instantly dismiss the vans, economy cars, and anything covered in rust or that would require more cash to repair than to buy. That leaves you with 4 mediocre specimens. A Mitsubishi 3000 GT with too many aftermarket mods, a little Honda S2000 with electrical problems, an ancient but still rolling BMW 3 Series, and an ugly but functional Nissan Frontier. The only advantage these rides have is that they're old enough that they won't glitch out if you try to change the radio station. The stuff inside is 20% off, Elena says. Tonight only. Miguel must like you, or hate me. She props the back door open. Alright, so. What car are we gonna get? Okay. Oh, the donation incentive to show us the cats. You know what? That's a good incentive right there. Chase down Victor. That would be a $5. Chase down and show off Victor. It's a $5. Victor is a baby and loves me, and trusts me. Unlimited quantity. Let's start that one. However, chase down and show off Wilma will be a $15 one. Wilma has no trust for mortal beings. Catching her will be rough. So obviously, if you want me to show off Wilma, you're gonna have to pay a little bit more for the donation, because she does not like to be manhandled. I'll tell you that much. So we got incentives now. If you want to, how would I? Can I show those off? Let me see here. Yeah, apparently I cannot. Oh, progress. No, not progress bar. Never mind. We can have an event list though. I should probably put that. I'll put it down here. Oop, save changes, and I'm gonna update the overlay. For some reason it's still not showing. I guess Eleanor Eanes' donation. I don't know why it's not. Did it show up on the stream? I have no idea. This thing is so weird. Oh wait, I shouldn't be above the thing. Here we go. Okay, well, it should show off anyway. let's go back to the game. So on the Immortal Undead, I've seen your sword, I need a real computer, actual good suit, Mitsubishi, Honda, BMW. I don't like BMWs. Look at the Nissan Frontier. Pickup is the newest vehicle in the lot, and the price is so much as ugly on the outside, rust stained and salt streaked. Someone drive this thing down from Manitoba. Not particularly fast, and even though it's fairly new, you know it's going to turn like a 53 Mercury. But all that post 2,000 passengers safe to know how counts for something. Pound for pound, the Frontier is as tough as the little BMW. Sorry, we say BMW in Sweden. And the Frontier has a lot more pounds. If you find yourself rolling into a gunfight across broken rocks, or back in time to fight Vlad the Impaler's heavy infantry, this is the vehicle for you, and it's black. $280. That's a good price. Yeah, sure, let's go for it. I'm gonna buy the Nissan Frontier. Sorry? Okay, sorry, got distracted by cat. I need a gun. I check out the firearms. You don't want to drive around with a rifle or a shotgun, so you scan the pistols and revolvers. Most are cheap, badly maintained, or overpriced. A few are all three, but finally you spot a Springfield Armory XDM behind a Sig Sauer you can't afford. $320, Elena says, handing you the 45 so you can check how it feels. It looks bulky in the case, but it settles easily into your hand. Elena watches you as you rack the slide and sight down the barrel. You need something bigger to knock down a vampire or even an old and powerful ghoul, but this is the perfect anti-mortal weapon. One round, pardon me. One round will take a regular mortal out of the fight, and it fits under your frock coat without being too obvious. I can't believe I got a fucking frock coat. And most importantly, you can afford it. Springfield Armory XDM pistol, $320. Yeah, let's go for it. Alright, chat up, Alina. I'm curious about that knife. I'm also curious about better prices because I'm broke. So is that, what are they called? A Klingon knife? A Tajik? No, Elena says. Her pronunciation is flawless. And mine isn't, obviously. And you can't afford it. It's solid silver. For killing werewolves, I guess. Her tone says she doesn't believe in werewolves. Christ, are there werewolves in Tucson? Maybe you should buy it. I'm not selling it anyway because I think the guy who sold it might actually come back, she says. She unlocks the case and hands you the crooked silver blade. This has to be the one that Tremere was holding in the video. You know what? I'm just going to go out and say it. I really think that Julian is the guy who killed this guy. I have a feeling that it's him. Don't tell me in the chat, though, if it was. Elena goes back to messing around on her phone. Manipulation, intimidation might work. Streetwise academics, leadership, persuasion, subterfuge, awareness. Let's see here. Intimidation, 2 dots. Was it manipulation, intimidation? It's the only thing I have dots in that can work for this one. I fucking got 3 dice. I'm not paying this much for junk, and I'm not scared of Alina's Glock. I'll lean on her to get prices down. I think I've already bought things, though, so I don't think I can get the prices down, so it doesn't matter. I go back to shopping. I'm done shopping for now. Actually, a good suit. High-end dress is $360. Fuck me. An even smaller selection of really good clothes. Nice women's suits that aren't too far out of fashion from good name brands. Long black Valentino dress with an electric floral pattern along the cuffs and the hems rising up to just below the waist. You hold it up over your body in front of an old mirror that Elena can't see your reflection in. Your reflection jumps and blurs, but you think the dress looks good. Nah, can't get it. I'm done shopping for now. We'll get it next time. It's 2:16 according to your silver pocket watch when you pull out a Covenant pawn shop in your new Nissan Frontier, and sunrise is at 6:29 a.m. It's still early, so you drive around for an hour just to find the cheapest gas stations and the fastest way out of town. Then you accelerate smoothly onto East Broadway Boulevard near a plasma center and head for the garage address you got earlier. When a shadow crosses the hood of your Nissan, you look up and catch a glimpse of a wing eclipsing a streetlight. Was that Prince Leto's eagle? You find yourself, you find your spot in the underground parking garage. Right in front of it is a metal door with a keypad. You grab everything from your Nissan, lock it, and enter the code. Keypads don't glitch out, at least. Inside is an office with peeling linoleum floors, an ancient metal desk with a rusty mini fridge on it, and a sleeping bag. A short tile corridor ends in a jury-rigged shower and a drain. There's a clear plastic bag and some toiletries on the tile, and a bottle of 409 that won't do anything against the smell of mildew. There's no Wi-Fi, obviously. Still, it's better than sleeping in an abandoned semi-trailer, and your phone actually gets good reception. Even better, there are escape routes into the sewers that you can use. You loosen the grates and make sure you have a clear route into the sewers in case you're exposed. You're just getting settled in when you hear the door lock beep. The metal door opens and there's Julian Sim. Oh, Julian, I hate this guy. It looks like a turd, like a really smug turd. A new personal low, Julian says. He's wearing a glitch t-shirt and a smile. He starts to enter, then looks down and says, "You have to invite me in." I'm actually trying to do legitimate work, so if you could leave, I'd appreciate it. I have a chance with the Camarilla here, and Julian is nothing but trouble. I'll leave once you're safe, the Banu Hakim says, stepping inside and glancing back at your Nissan. Then he tosses you a tiny webcam. This was in your ceiling, by the way. Give me your phone and I'll take care of the tracking programs there. He looks so young you think he wandered in and out of your shitty... He looks so young you think as he wanders in and out of your shitty crash pad sweeping for bugs. For some reason you expect him to age. You look at yourself in your Nissan's side view mirror. The reflection jumps and blurs, but it's a reflection of a young woman. Man, it's been a while, Julian says, leaning against your doorframe. I remember the nights we spent keeping that elder asleep with the offerings of blood. The days curl up together in the desert. Wasn't it romantic? That never happened, Julian. You made up our relationship and tried to sell it as a novel until the old Prince of Tucson threatened to execute you. I was a confused young No. It never happened, Julian. You made up our relationship and tried to sell it as a novel. Vampire romance was big at the time, Julian says with a shrug, and I changed our names. I still don't know why no one wanted to buy it, but I wasn't just writing vampire erotica for money. I had a plan. Which brings me to Clan Tremere and the thing they get up to in their research. I've been working with Jasper Knowles lately. Terrible what happened to Jasper. Of course, it's also terrible what he did to that sewer rat, and that Outlander, and that, Anyway, what's worse is that lately I've been working with Jasper, not K-Knight to K-Knight, but man to man, as it were. As I said, I have an honest job with the Camarilla. I obviously don't trust them, but I trust Julian less. I'm trying to make peace with what I am and not have fun with it. Actually, let's get the map up, see if we can get that to work. Yeah, wow. Hold on. Let's see here. My internet connection is just glitching the hell out. Yep. Figured as much. Let's see if we can. Nope. Everything's crashed. Beautiful. Playing de la Sombra. So let's just close that one down. Is the stream still working, by the way? Is the stream still up? I get a little bit nervous. You should never trust him, Julian says. Let me explain. Since the Convention of Thorns, the Masquerade has protected us from mortal scrutiny. We hide what we are. We live in the shadows, but that can't last. He tosses the USB webcams up and down. The Second Inquisition should have taught us that. Oh, glad it's working. One day soon, mortals will learn the truth. This is inevitable. Do you know why Jasper Knowles decided to end his experiments with that Nosferatu? Because someone filmed it when it got out. Glad it's working. Then he called me to turn the video from a masquerade breach into a trailer to a new student horror film. I had to fake some date stamps, but the Tremere paid me well. That's going to happen more and more, Rook, and eventually it's going to be happening every night, all the time, always on, constant streaming. A million pinhead-sized cameras recording your jittery image in 3D. We must stop offering a hard wall against this inevitability and start creating a guided path for the mortals. Damn it, Tiltify, I deleted this poll. Be gone. Wait, this overlay thing, I had to manually update it. There we go. So, here we go. You're talking about a whole new way that mortals will be forced to view the world. That's ambitious, Julian. Maybe you're right, but that's all years from now. This year, this night, all I want is enough to survive. Then I'll help you survive, Julian says. That's why I'm here. Tomorrow, now that you have this beautiful machine, Julian says, banging the hood of your Nissan, Prince Leto will give you one of 3 USBs. Would you like to know what's on them? He doesn't let you answer. One warns the Bruja Patermaster about renovations to his hospital that will expose his followers. One informs the Tremere Nvidia call that her mentor Jasper Knowles is dead and that her funding is cut off because her facility's contacts with mundane biomedical research firms threatens the masquerade. One tells the Ventru Elin Olivkrona that the Second Inquisition is coming for her little prison buffet down at their border. Wherever you go, the people there will use you or destroy you to escape what's coming, and it's all happening because of Jasper's experiments. The Second Inquisition, you're sure they're active again? If they are, I need to watch myself lest I be destroyed. They're active in Tucson, and they've been following me, Julian says, which means they're following you too. I need your help to tracking them down to keep them away from my work. That's all. I won't even ask you to work against Prince Leto or the Camarilla. Just watch for the SI. But first, let me demonstrate how disposable you are to the Prince. Now, think back to what I taught you. Where's the best place to begin, Rook? The walls? Leto's thralls? His pet bird, Riga? Another damn test. Julian used to love these. But though you sometimes appreciate the Camarilla and its traditions, Julian always had a knack for spotting spies. Oh, hi Lennis. Welcome. Nice to meet you, Norwegian. Swedish? Yeah, we should have an interesting talk. I won't be speaking Swedish during the stream though, because obviously a lot of people won't be understanding it, but welcome to the stream. Another damn test. Julian used to love these. So he watches you look around the little garage. What's my survival skill? 1 dot. Wits 2. Dex clandestine would be that one then. Dex 4, clandestine 1, so 5. I bet the prince has set mortal spies to watch me. I sneak out and hunt them down through the nearby streets, though I doubt it will be easy. This isn't just about impressing Julian, but about checking the quality of Leto's goons. You don't want amateurs watching you. They might make a mistake and put you in danger. You leave Julian outside your room and where he starts sweeping your Nissan for bugs while you pad down the far side of the garage. The Chinese guy was there, you hear a voice say. He's doing, I don't know, I think he's offering her a job. You hide in the shadows and memorize the features of the 2 men as they come around the corner. One is Carlos, the music lover from the Elysium, looking tired and angry. You don't know the little guy with the Arizona Diamondback jersey and the gold necklace. Why do we have to wander around here like assholes? The little guy says. Isn't there our camera? Fuck if I know, Carlos says. But this new girl, Leto thinks maybe she's with the SI. Can we say SI? The little guy asks. I guess. Like, we can't say it on the phone, I think. Look, it's half an hour to sunrise. The new girl is all snuggled down. Let's get some coffee and see what Lena's doing. You don't hear the response as the 2 get into their car, a powdered blue Lotus is pre-turbo, and take off blaring Perturbator. They're right to be afraid of the Second Inquisition, Julian says when you get back. The SI has infiltrated the US government. Or maybe it always was the US government, who knows? Prince Leto is hiding how afraid he is. If he thinks you're involved with them in any way, he'll panic, and you know what princes do when they panic. He takes out his phone, checks the time, and frowns a little. You're going to need better security than this if you stay here, he says. What are you going to rig up? Cameras, poison gas, like we used in Fort Worth? Maybe laser tripwires? Despite the late hours, it takes a while to get Julian off the subject of security. He always loved messing with your digital image, though, so you get him to change the subject and talk about that for a while. Finally, he drops his voice and says, "You need to be ready for the SI, Rook. Anyway, I've been thinking about Isla." Why bring up our crimes now? The black stains on my soul are what kept me up from the real power of the Camarilla. I don't regret destroying Isla and taking her power, only how useless it turned out to be. That withered old mummy got the last laugh, didn't she? Julian says. I'm just glad you're not full of regret. Her blood gave you strength, Rook, strength you need to survive. To survive in exile because anyone could have seen the stains on my soul, you say. But they faded, Julian says, and the power you took did not. It's true, you can still feel Isla's stolen power. And sometimes, especially when the hunger is upon you, you can hear her thoughts screaming through your withered veins. Veins? God, that's difficult to read. It's almost sunrise, Julian says, checking his phone again. I'm late for prayer. He slips a business card out of his glitch hoodie and says, with my usurper contact dead, my old Denver company, 2100X, is on hiatus. But I'm still thinking about the future, the 22nd century. Think about that, Rook. It's a sort of blank spot in our imagination. Oh, thank you. You can put it on that. Yeah. Oh, my cup. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Here you go. We can still, in a way, imagine the far future. What's coming? What's it going to be like 80 or 100 years from now? Because I plan to be there, and I want your help. You're getting the impression that the Camarilla wants you. Maybe Prince Leto just wants you as a patsy in case the Second Inquisition hits him like a fist of God, but he hasn't mistreated you yet. And you know that kindred of the Camarilla do not serve two masters. Tough choice. I'll call you. I commit the card to memory, but I'm hedging, not committing one way or another. You can't just, Julian says, momentarily losing his equilibrium, but then he leans back, squeezing the bridge of his nose. Of course you can, he says. I'm sorry. Dawn is near and you know how I get. Will you be okay here, Rook? You shrug. If you're not, call me, he says, nodding to the card he gave you. Text me before you leave tomorrow night. He hands you a card with information about how to reach him, the motel where he's staying, and the location of a drop box. There's a little glyph like a knife doodle on the card. I can't be, he says. I'm not exactly a regular member of Clan Banu Hakim, so that's what I'm using instead of the old 2100 logo to mark my holdings. No name yet, just a mark. Look for it, Rook. Then he opens the door to your little office room, scans the shadows, and disappears down the garage. In no evident hurry, despite the proximity of sunrise, and the metal door swings shut. I'm just gonna go and blow my nose, because I'm getting the cold still biting at me. Be right back. And I'm back. Sorry about that. Right. You let the shock of Julian's Sims return fade. Then check your silver pockets watch as you take it off. It's 6:20 a.m. You secure the door, drop the deadbolts, and strip out of your antiquated suit. Can't believe I picked this thing. You don't even have time for a shower, so you just unroll the sleeping bag and make sure your phone is charging. You dream of flying high over the Alps at night, the roar of a single-seater engine in your ears, a silk scarf wrapped around your throat to keep off the cold, though you are already colder than anything else in these skies. Your dream shifts to a huge moon over a city you know so well that no name comes to mind. All turquoise domes and tall towers. Turquoise. I will never be able to say that word properly. Black against the midnight sky. And then the same city, except it is only a village. Low mud huts, donkeys, children laughing. It's morning, and the sun feels hot against your back and your bare limbs. Not dreams, memories. And one last memory, one that you know isn't yours. You remember forcing your eyes open after years of darkness and looking up at two eager fledglings, one from your own clan, one clan La Sombra. You remember watching, frozen, as the La Sombra's fangs slide out. Turquoise. There you go, turquoise. Thank you. You open your eyes for real and check your phone. It's 5:49 p.m., sunset. Isla is asleep again, your fangs are protruding. You shake your head until they go away, though you keep remembering the coating of dust on the elder's throat as you sank your teeth into her. You shower, scraping the last of the filth out from under your fingernails. Then you decide where you're going. You don't want to keep Prince Leto waiting as you make a decision. Your first stop will be... We did... Oh, see you later, Blade. Thank you for dropping by, Blade of Asathoth. Thank you. Ashtaroth, not Asathoth. Sorry. Okay. We are going to... go to somewhere else, because I did St. Basil's before. Let's go to NVIDIA Call. Okay, yeah, NVIDIA Call at her facility. You drive the Nissan around your parking lot a few times, getting a feel for it as the light come on all over Tucson. The truck handles like a bucket of KFC sliding across a hockey rink, which is what you expect after paying less than $1,000 for a vehicle this new. The warped interior panels indicate that someone rebuilt this Frontier after a collision that should have totaled it. But the electronics works, and it's nice to have Bluetooth. The Bluetooth doesn't work, but it's nice to know it's there. At least you're high enough off the road to see all around all the Chevy Silverados and Ford Raptors. Oh, turquoise, yeah. Where Isla is from, and Leto also wears it. I guess it's a memorial. So Arizona, which has the... Oh, cool! Cool little detail. I didn't know that. You spot the Viper nightclub, accelerate hard, and scream to a halt outside. It's still early, and the party won't start for hours. But Leto is already awake. His eagle Riga is perched nearby. Riga, I like the city, and is it? Riga is Lithuania? No, Riga is Estonia, I think. You double check your maps. A few minutes later, a Mortal Funky in an Ed Hardy shirt runs up to your Nissan with a portable push-button lockbox. You peel out. It's a 9-hour drive, and you've researched motels and abandoned buildings starting at Albuquerque in case traffic or trouble leaves you stranded. Fortunately, traffic is light. You drive east on the 10 and pass the spot where you ditched your Honda CR6. Idly curious, you spend 20 minutes exploring the abandoned filling station, but the white is long gone. You wonder if Dove was able to track down her sire. Julian texts you as you're heading back into your car. She's going to turn you into a newt when she learns the Eagles cut her off. Before you can respond, another text. How am I even reading this? I'm a La Sombra. Get her on our side and try to recruit her scholars, scientists, etc. I need good people, and unlike some usurpers I could name, I don't spit acid at people when I lose my temper. Granted, I'm not going to do what Julian tells me to do. I don't trust him. An hour later, he texts, "Learn everything you can about the facility. Collect blood samples if possible. I hear she's captured a witch. I don't believe in witches, but check it out anyway." 20 minutes later, a final text. "Obviously, your phone is compromised now. Drop it off in the bathroom of the next Shell station. Don't destroy the SIM card. There's a replacement under the sink." A few more minutes up the road, you spot the Shell station. You pull in and do what you're told. The new phone is another disposable burner. Julian, you realize, isn't hiding from the Second Inquisition. He's using what they think they know to move them around the board in a game you don't fully understand. A few minutes later, you pass a garage marked with Julian's car and make a mental note of its location. The hard copy map on your dashboard insists that you're going from one town to the next, but you don't see anything, just a road and distant lights. From the highway, even Albuquerque is just a blur of low buildings and exit ramps. Past Santa Fe, the landscape grows more lush, with scrubby trees lining the highway, and the distant hills dotted with green subtle hues visible to your sensitive eyes. The drive takes you through lots of towns named after bigger towns. The landscape grows rocky and pale cliffs rise beside the road. You stop at the last all-night gas station to fill your Nissan's tank, then head into a wild and ungoogled landscape that stretches flat all the way to St. Louis for all you know. There's no radio out here, so you try to enjoy the sound of the engine, because you don't want anything on your disposable phone. No trouble though, no tails, no weird unmarked cars, no circling eagles for now. Oh yeah, I mean Julian doesn't seem to give two shits about anything really. Here we go. Researching Nvidia call has been difficult even with Julian's interest in recruiting her. Oh. Pardon me, I had to sneeze. Nvidia first pop up in a major New York chantry as the errand girl for a far more powerful member of Clan Tremere. When the beckoning lured elders to the Middle East and the Second Inquisition destroyed the Tremere's most important chantry in Vienna. Actually, hold on, I gotta go. Cold is coming back, but I'm gonna use a nose spray. I'll be right back, sorry. Seeing a lot of hate in the chat for Julian. Thank you. Okay, researching. She grabbed as many resources as she could and fled into the desert. Like plenty of scholarly kindred, Dr. Call dreams of breeding animals with human quality blood. You're not sure if she's been successful, but you know that her facility, Kiowa Xenogenetics, has connections to biomedical firms all over the world. Too many connections, in fact. Those connections don't exactly represent the breach of the masquerade, but the whole situation is too close to daylight for Princess Leto's liking. No wonder he's shutting her down. He'd probably wipe KXG off the map if he could. She isn't going to like that, and vampires tend to shoot the messengers. You pass an old mining village abandoned since cowboy times and stop to mark its location on the map. A few buildings might offer you cover from the sun if things go badly. There are no signs and the fence looks just like all the others, but you know you're close when the road gets better. When you spot a headlight in the distance, you instinctively kill your Nissan's light and pull over. Two Kawasaki ATVs rumble down a side road, men with rifles and helmets ride the ATVs. They look like border patrol. You know they're private security. Hello, Magico Rubik. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. We are playing Night Road. Doing the 2-year anniversary stream a week late due to health issues, and we are basically running money or getting money for the Doctors Without Borders, Médecins Sans Frontières. Sorry, butchered that one. The game's going pretty well, thank you. We haven't gotten very far, and I'm already starting to feel my throat tightening up a little bit, but I got a couple of hours more in me. Going pretty well. I hope to finish the game, but honestly at this pace, not sure I will be able to. But it's going well. We are playing as a La Sombra. Actually, I should probably get the La Sombra logo in there. Let me see if I can add it. See if I can find it. There we go. Right there. Pretty visible. The game's going pretty well otherwise. Oh, give me a second. Having my cold come back. It does when I do a lot of talking, but it's going pretty well. Okay, look at Border Patrol, but you know they're private security. Good ones too, if those bolt-action Badrock rifles are anything to go by. Those are guns for people who don't miss. One shot will drop a buffalo or a vampire. You're just wondering whether to turn your lights back on and introduce yourself since you have all your paperwork in order when the guards take off, followed by a low-flying quadcopter drone. Another mile down the road, you spot the sheep. They look like regular sheep. Except they wear tracking collars and they have 4-digit numbers painted on one flank. These must be Dr. Call's xenogenetic specimens. You remember Julian's texts. You like a sample. He's been courteous so far, but you haven't really impressed him. Maybe this is an opportunity. You're not sure you want to sink your fangs into one of the xeno sheep, but there are other animals about. Now might be a good time to hunt. What am I doing blood-wise? Hunger 2. I'll extract some blood, but I'll keep it for myself. Sorry, pardon me. Just as you hop out of the car and stretch your legs, the xenogenetic sheep hurry away into the underbrush. You check the eastern sky, you make good time, and you still have a few hours before dawn, but there's a lot of territory out here. You need a plan. You check your folding knife, because while you have a blood and tissue kit, you also need a sharp blade to bring down a sheep. One dot survival, one dot drive. The wits, the other one. Rest, drive, or wit survival. Resolve 3. Alright, drive it is. The sheep never has a chance. You dart out of the shadows, your knife flashes, and the animal falls with its throat torn open. That was unnecessary. We could have just stabbed it. Ignoring the temptation of the pumping blood, you position the vial under the fatal wound and wait until you have 100 milliliters. You pocket the sample for future analysis, excited to learn what strange secrets the blood can teach you. The call's facility consists of several structures. You see a long, low building of green glass and white concrete, trailers for the long-term personnel, and a parking lot. There's also a little outdoor coffee shop with a patio. Behind the main building is a refurbished ranch, a garage for the ATVs, and a landing strip for light aircrafts. A high chain link fence dotted with security cameras surrounds most of the facility. Quadcopters. Kind of want to put the little logo in here. Let's do this. There we go. This is better. Let's see here. Quadcopter drones drift overhead as you stop at the main gate. The woman guarding the yellow gate takes one look at your laminated introductory letter and immediately buses you through. You go on ahead to the intersection, she says, and turn right. There's a trailer waiting for you, number 23. The trailer is clean and blandly furnished, except for the thick maroon drapes, which looks like they were borrowed from a castle. They completely blot out the sun, though it still feels safer to sleep in the made-up storage space under the table than on the bed. Dr. Call knows you're here, but you don't have time to worry just yet. The moment the sun crosses the horizon, you're asleep. I never trusted Tremere, I agree. They're a slippery bunch. Oh, another sneeze is coming, hold on. Your first thought when you rise is that they're not going to let you go through security with your gun. Even your fancy laminated leather won't let you walk around armed. Once you're dressed and cleaned up, you check out security. It isn't as scary as the ATV patrols. It's just one guy with a holstered pistol next to a metal detector. He's watching his laptop in a big atrium with shiny fall marble walls and lots of glass. It's probably busy during the day, but right now it's quiet, though not deserted. Outside the main facility is a detached security office and a little cafe. There's a gap between them, where the fence doesn't cover, though there are cameras everywhere in that direction. You consider what to do. How's my int clandestine? Not good at all, so let's not try that. It looks like I have to leave my pistol, but I'm not happy about it. I put everything in my truck for a quick getaway. You drop your silver pocket watch and other metal accoutrements into the waiting plastic bin and pass through the metal detector without incident. The guard barely looks up. You enter a circular room illuminated by a giant red hologram of a hemoglobin molecule. It's labeled KXG, Kiowa Xenogenetics. The party is in full swing. 20 scientists and technicians are chatting, drinking wine from fancy glasses, or gathered around a baby grand piano where a man in a tweed jacket is playing a ragtime. A whiteboard reads, "Congratulations, Dr. Takahashi, on your..." and then a complex formula that's beyond your ability to understand despite your technical training. Ah, man. I don't want to talk about Vikings. I'm sorry, dude. Leona's Dark Star. Einherje. I don't much care for them, sorry. I'm more of a... I don't know. I'm not hugely sold on Scandinavian heritage culture anyway. Sorry to disappoint you. I think that the Gangrel under Odin are heretics, and they are a threat to the masquerade. I am not a Gangrel, I am a Tsimitsi. Or Tremere, which is basically just a Tsimitsi bloodline. You must be the courier, a young woman says. My name is Vani Anand. Dr. Call will be here in a few minutes. Until then, help yourself to some wine. And I apologize beforehand if anyone badgers you. We're trapped in here. Yeah, she looks nice. She's nice. We're trapped in here for months at a time, like the Antarctic researchers, and anyone new is interesting. Vani isn't really dressed for a party. She's wearing a loose-fitting work shirt full of pens and notebooks, though she's put on a gold earrings that sometimes gleam red in the holographic light. Before you can chat, Vani gets a text and excuses herself, leaving you at the edge of the party. You study the crowd, contemplating how to make a good first impression with these people. Dr. Call will react badly to the information you're carrying, and you don't want your behavior here to make her mood even worse. Scan the crowd for threats. They look pretty harmless. Most of the scientists look well off and well fed. There's an old money smell to a lot of them, from the wasp doctors listening to ragtime on the piano to the comfortable looking computer scientists, most of them immigrants from India or Pakistan. Everyone seems pleased with themselves and a little bored. Everyone except one red-haired woman who skulks in the shadows. Pale and sullen looking, she has the wan look of a blood doll, but her blue eyes are hard and wild as a trapped wolf's. She wears a long moss-green cardigan that she keeps pulling down over her wrists, and silver rings with occult symbols. You can only read part of her shirt under the cardigan. ECT Tech, Ace Traded. Ect Tech, Aze Tradit. The Tremere are a bunch of creepy warlocks, but they normally hide better than this. No wonder Prince Leto wanted this place shut down. You consider whom to approach and what you want. Potential allies for you and Julian, to uncover the secrets of this place, perhaps to increase your own power. Or maybe you should just try to put Dr. Call in a good mood for your inevitable meeting. Int academics, not so much. I think Res investigation is my highest stats, so let's see here. Yeah, no. Nothing in academics. Man, this character is not good with the social stuff. Subterfuge technology, investigation, academics. Terrible. Terrible character. I have to go with rest investigation because that's probably the highest stat I have. I'm going to canvas for information and use my investigative skills to learn what Dr. Call is up to. It should be easy if I focus purely on facts. A good investigator knows how to read people and how to read the environment. More importantly, she knows how to wait, watch, and listen. You take your time listening in on conversations while scanning the room for clues. You don't learn any dark secrets about the Tremere's operation, but the conversation helps you get a feel for the place. Dr. Call runs a smart, professional operation, and her scientists respect her. But these aren't stupid people. They know that sometimes something is going on behind closed doors, and that it's weird in a way they don't understand. Weirder than CRISPR gene editing or organ cloning or other kinds of fringe science. They just can't figure out what it might be. Hello, Rook. A cool and professional voice says. Dr. Call sounds like she's the voice of a computer assistant. She is dressed for the celebration in a long red and black dress. It takes your eyes a moment to resolve the serpents and wolves that form the design. She holds out her black-gloved hand for you to shake or kiss. You decide to shake. I have heard so much about you, she says. Her face is dark, her hair jet black and worn in a flapper bob, and she has thick, expressive eyebrows that bounce around whenever she talks. Her features are animated and friendly, in contrast to her flat and chillingly hypnotic voice. You smell fresh blood, not on her lips, on her fingers, under the gloves. Dr. Call glances around at the party and tells them, I just have a little more work to do and then I'll be out to socialize. Under her breath, she says, Rook, follow now. You don't like following orders, but something interesting is afoot. You follow the smell of blood. Dr. Call takes you through a smoky glass door with a light that turns from red to green at her approach. You follow her down a corridor to a storage room. The door slides open to reveal a man with his guts hanging out and another man in a lab coat trying to hold him down. Ooh, interesting. It looks like the man has been shot in the chest by a high-caliber weapon, like the rifles the ATV patrols carry. You recognize his Arizona Diamondback jersey from when he and Carlos were in your parking garage. Rook, help Dr. Takahashi hold Miguel down, Dr. Call says, removing her black velvet gloves to reveal long black nails and opening a silver tray full of scalpels. You don't give Miguel good odds. He's already lost a ton of blood, and unless this Tremere or Dr. Takahashi is prepared to work some heavy sorcery, he'll be dead in a minute. If it's so important that you save him, give him some vitae. He's already a ghoul, Dr. Call says as Dr. Takahashi fights to hold the dying man down. And please, Rook, you don't even know how much Dr. Takahashi understands about our work here. I know enough, Dr. Takahashi says. I know that you don't hear the rest of it as Dr. Call slices the man's stomach open and he screams. She grabs a small pair of forceps and carefully removes the large caliber bullet. Surprised it didn't go right through, Dr. Call says. She studies the bullet. Not one of our rifles. The dying man tries to say something, but blood bubbles out of his mouth. To their credit, Dr. Call and Dr. Takahashi go through a complete resuscitation attempt, but it's useless. He's dead. Dr. Takahashi looks pale, but you expect he's seen worse things. He examines the corpse, then says, I'll perform an autopsy. I guess I'll be missing my party. Of course not. I can do it, Dr. Call says. No, NVIDIA, they want to see you. They already have my research. I know that you have other things to worry about. He glances at you. If this guy was one of yours, Dr. Call, and you want me to kill whoever killed him, I'm for hire. That's generous, Rook, and even a little tempting, but if Prince Leto wants his retainers avenged, he can do it himself. In fact, I suspect he will, and we should stay out of his way as he tracks whoever killed poor Miguel here. She searches the dead man's pockets until she finds a card for the Viper nightclub with a 4-digit code written on the back. Give me what you brought, she says. You hand her the lock that the Prince Leto's flunky gave you in the Viper parking lot. She punches the code on the card into the lock and it opens, revealing a stack of microfiche, like something out of an old spy movie. Get people you trust to move the body, Dr. Call tells Dr. Takahashi. I want a full report by tomorrow night. Rook, come with me. This is tense. I'm a little concerned. Hope she's not going to get pissed off at me. Everyone in the spill zone knows what we are, she says, pointing to a sign that resembles hands spilling something out of a bowl. She ushers you through another silent sliding door into a stark minimalist chamber with hexagonal white floor tiles and cool white walls. Artifacts of sorcery are visible behind frosted glass or in cloches atop hard plastic pedestals. You see mummy fragments and incunabula, alright? Fragmentary scrolls and broken amulets. There's a diagram of the California Stonehenge they found a few years back. You've heard of that, since Kindred say it was some kind of ritual site. Far side of the room contains a Louis XIV escritoire, a shaker table with a phonograph and an apparatus for reading wax cylinders, and a microfilm reader. There's a lot of glass and reflective metal that you instinctively avoid, though everyone here knows what you are. Man, there's a lot of reading in this game. You're hungry, Rook, Dr. Call says, and I don't like hungry kindred around my domain. Wandering around my domain. Please enjoy Renee or Sonam. Renee is a doctoral student in robotics, and Sonam is an occultist from London by way of a small village in Bhutan. In a year, I will choose one of them. Until then, they provide what sustenance and diversion they can. 3 more scholars sit around the nearby table, and Vani is there as well, typing something on a laptop, but apparently they're off limits. An occultist? I wonder how his blood tastes. I try him. You take your time with Sonam as Dr. Call prepares the microfiche, discreetly looking away as you feed. It's an interactive novel, you're right. The whole thing altogether is longer than War and Peace. Holy crap, this is a long book. Did Prince Leto tell you what news I should expect, she says, because I already know what happened to Jesper Knowles. He was a friend and a colleague, but I had to sever ties with him when I learned he was experimenting on Kindred. We almost draw our line in the sand somewhere. Still, I will miss him. Oh, she's hot. Ah, man. Dr. Call washes her bloody hands in a sink, then carefully cleans a garnet ring. Vani hands her a lab coat. You think quickly as the Tremere twists the knobs of the microfiche reader and starts reading the first page of Prince Leto's document rescinding her authority to operate this facility. You should probably say something to soften the blow. Or should you use this moment of vulnerability to learn something about the facility's secret operations? What is it, Doctor? Renee asks. He and Sonam approaches the reader, Sonam leaning on Renee. A few other scholars wander in, talking quietly amongst themselves about occult or scientific matters, but they keep a cautious distance from Dr. Call. Only Vani is willing to get close. Leadership, subterfuge, and technology. None of which I am particularly good at. Leadership, subterfuge, and technology. I have 1 dot in technology. Oh boy. And technology was which one? Int. My strongest stat. I have 1 dot in intelligence. Okay. Manipulation, leadership, or calm subterfuge. Neither again, which I think are very good. Composure 3. That's actually my highest stat, so here we go. Leto didn't tell me anything. It shouldn't be too hard to stay cool and lie, and I don't want any of the blowback. Typical of Prince Leto, Dr. Call says. She believes you, and you take the opportunity to move back a little in case she loses her temper. You feel her rage building as she reads, but it's not directed towards you. She's thinking, calculating, trying to find a way out of this mess, or maybe trying to figure out a way to rip Prince Leto to pieces. At the very least, she's not looking to kill the messenger. Finally, she says, I'm going to turn that gangrel into a pig and let him run around outside until the sun rises. Renee, who has been reading along over Dr. Cole's shoulder, touches her arm and says, It's going to be okay, NVIDIA. Okay, you think this is okay? She stands up and slaps Renee, knocking that much larger man to the tiled floor. You lick your lips and start to invent another lie, one that will calm Dr. Call down before she does something everyone will regret. Calm down, Sonam yells. That wasn't what to say. Dr. Call grabs Sonam's skull. Blood runs from beneath her fingernails. Alchemically transformed, it smokes and fulminates like acid. Sonam can't even scream as the flesh drips off his skull. Ouch. The other occultists scream in horror and drop their books, running for the exits.
But when the corrosive steam rising from Sanam's corpse reaches the ceiling, the facility's fire detectors go off and massive security doors start to close. An ear-splitting alarm goes off. Dr. Call turns, both hands dripping with corrosive acid that blackens the tiled floor. Ooh, getting a little bit loose in the mouth right here. You throw yourself, rip Sanam. You throw yourself behind a couch as Dr. Call lashes out with her corrosive blood. The chair next to you dissolves, throwing up spumes of noxious gas. Your beast screams inside your brain as if it was surrounded by flames. Your iron will allows you to master your fear, but you still don't dare approach it to attack. Not with so much unnatural acid dripping from your fingers. How could he? Dr. Call screams, her face scrunched up in a fury. I've done everything for him. She turns and waves, and a wave of corrosive blood blackens the microfiche reader, filling the room with the stink of burning plastic. Her garnet ring flashes with thaumaturgical power. Alright, okay, Dex Athletics, pretty good. That's 6 dice. I can probably do that one. I circle her, then dive acrobatically out of the way of the corrosive acid. I can dodge for longer than she can spit acid, and this way she focuses on me, not the occultists. Okay, yeah, let's go with that one. I would like to use Oblivion, but I don't want to risk, that backfiring. What did the Systema guy say? Confront a gun, flee a blade, you think. You're not sure they'd know what to do against jets of acidic vitae, but you're willing to improvise. Hold on. You rush the Tremere, then dodge out of the way at the last second and throw yourself behind one of those hard plastic display stands. The plastic bubbles and the glass cloche atop it shatters, but the acid stops. You roll from that piece of cover to another cloche? And though the Tremere's hands keep dripping corrosive acid vitae, you've rolled behind something that even her beast won't let her destroy. You quietly thank the human skull with 3 eyes for stopping the madness. Oh! Wonder who that could be. Dr. Call stares at you, stares at the slimy heap that once was her blood doll Sanam, and collapses onto the nearest still intact chair. You haven't caught me at my best, Rook, the Tremere says, her voice bleak. Vani and the occultists are plastered against the far wall, unwilling to approach the Tremere. Whew, yeah, Salubri dead. A moment later, the door flies open again, and that strange red-headed woman you saw at the party strides in. She shed her green cardigan, revealing the ritual scars on her wrists and a t-shirt that says "Reject Technology, Embrace Tradition." What happened? She says. Oh, is she the witch? Her eyes narrowing dangerously at you, even as she moves protectively towards Dr. Call. You recognize that desperate eagerness to please and protect. It's true then. Call has blood-bond a witch. I don't feel bad about the Salubri. They deserve to be eaten. I made a mistake, Giselle, the Tremere says, her tone bleak. Sonam is dead. She seems to remember your presence. Oh, Rook, this is Giselle. She came to kill me for stealing her witchcraft, and I bound her. Now she loves me. Funny, isn't it? Don't say it like that, Giselle says, tucking a black lock behind Dr. Call's ears. I want to be here. I want to learn from you. Of course you do, the Tremere says. Her tone of contempt is more acidic than her fingernails. Clean up this mess, Giselle. I should put in an appearance at the party. Make up some likely story to tell people. I know how you love explaining this sort of thing. So, Vanny asks Dr. Call a half hour later in her private office, what are we going to do? She's on Call's desk, sitting on her hands to prevent them from shaking. Return to the party, the Tremere says. She slips out of her sooty dress with the brusque efficiency of someone unconcerned with material things. Wipes herself down with a sponge and lets Vanny hand her a slip, followed by a red and black kimono. But first, Rook, I need to deal with you, Call says. You will remain at Kiowa Xenogenetics until I have composed a response to Prince Leto. Don't speak. She holds up her hand. The garnet ring flashes dangerously. And don't worry, my response won't be a bomb I ask you to carry back. But I need time to find a way to accommodate Prince Leto's orders. Till then, you stay. Bonnie, show her to her room. Your things, minus your gun, arrive in your room a few minutes after you do. It's a large, well-appointed windowless chamber that feels like a prison cell, despite the comfortable furnishing. Vanny hands you a card key. Key card, even. Same thing.
You're not a prisoner, she says. She bites her lip and studies you, as if you impressed her. But then she just says, pardon me, I had to sneeze. Make yourself comfortable, and hurries back down the hall. Bonnie might prove a valuable ally if you can win her over. It looks like you're going to be here for a few nights while Dr. Cole crafts her response to Prince Leto. You spend the first night noting interesting areas: incinerators, organic slurry processing chambers 1 to 4, main security, but large sections of the map are blank. You'll have to explore on your own to get a feel for this place. I gotta have to go blow my nose again. Yeah, this cold is creeping up on me from literally from nowhere. But I'll power through it. I'll be right back. She's a nice doctor. I love her. She's great. Not going to let myself get stuck here. Let's see here. I don't have much in leadership. Solve investigation. That might be a good thing to go for. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take a screenshot of my skills. Because, getting a little annoyed having to go back to them all the time. Solve is 3. Investigation is nothing. Drive, we got 1 dot in that. Leadership, nothing. Clandestine, I got 1 dot in that. Plus strength, like a terrible strength score though. Into technology, nothing. Well, 2. Charisma academics, nothing. Investigation. Into technology. Nope. Nope. Hold on. Let me see here. Let me just get these things working. So, yeah, can I do anything about Dr. Cole's occult defenses? You know absolutely nothing about occult science, and you're not a blood sorcerer, so no. Messing around with any of the weird spidery runes in the restricted areas of the facility would get you vaporized. Okay, wits and drive? What's my wits stats again? Also gonna check if I have any violations of the mask. Obviously, don't think I do. Let me see here. No masquerade violations. No problem. But I do have humanity 2. That's not good. I only have 1 dot in regret your sins. No, perpetuate your existence. Nice. What about my relationships? My Camarilla relationship is poor? Seriously? Moderate hostility from the Second Inquisition. Okay. What's my wits against? I really have like the worst combination of stats for this. Strength clandestine again is like gonna be 2 dots. Anything involving dexterity would be great, but there is nothing. I canvass the corridor of this place and look for clues. I want to know what Dr. Cole is really doing here. Well, let's go with this one. Since you're reasonably free to move around, you head to the spill zone and watch the scientists and surviving occultists looking for any clues that might tell you more about Dr. Call's plans. After a long night of watching movement patterns and memorizing names on badges, your patience pays off. You follow one particularly distracted late-night technician to a cafe. When she turns her laptop your way, you're able to watch your chat screen in the reflections of an aluminum pole. The snow room? What is the snow room? Interesting. You wait for more information, but it's just a passing reference. Still, that's worth investigating. Charisma 1 dot. Persuasion 0. Man, I'm just gonna have to stay put. Not very good at anything here. I just stay put and keep out of trouble until Dr. Call wants to talk to me. You make yourself wait, confining your activities to low-key explorations and investigation. Early one evening, as you pull your boots on, there's a knock on the door. When you open it, Giselle is standing in the doorway. There was a salubri skull. Three-eyed skull. Okay, cool. She's here again. She looks pale and ragged, and her long green cardigan is dark with blood where it clings to her wrists. She looks like she's been crying. Dr. Call wants to see you, she says. Clean yourself up, you have 10 minutes. From the tone of her voice, you suspect this might be the final night at Kiowa Xenogenetics. God, that's a mouthful. You grab everything you have, including your doctor bag, and check your exits in case you have to move fast. You know you've been closely watched for several nights, and the security staff is ready in case you try to make a run for it. The only good news is that Giselle looks terrible. You follow the witch into the spill zone. You're led not to her office but deeper into the facility until you reach a huge steel hangar-like door. Your reflection writhes and twists in front of you. This is the snow room, Giselle says, her voice tired. She glances at you out of the corner of her eye, but you just shrug as if you have no idea what that is. It is where Dr. Call and I conduct our research into how to mimic and emulate vampiric flesh. I keep my mouth shut. I really want to see what Dr. Call has been brewing up in here. The door opens silently despite its size, and then a blast of cold air hits you. Cold can't hurt you unless you freeze solid, but you're still close enough to life that you find the sensation viscerally unpleasant. Giselle, her normal haughty demeanor gone, shrinks away from the cold air, and when the door closes again, she's on the other side of it. Not sure where to go, you pass through a cold room full of brushed steel tanks attached to thick tubes, electrical cables, and laptops propped open on folded metal desks. The next room resembles a meat locker, except the carcasses hung from iron chains aren't cows or pigs, and neat grids delineate the walls and floor. Every metal surface reflects your twisted, flickering image. You use what little you already know about the snow room to help you memorize everything you see. Everything you remember here is worth more than gold to Julian. Dr. Call is waiting towards the back of the next chamber. She's wearing a plain black lab coat with a KXG on the lapel. Here, the grid-like order of the room breaks down, replaced by mounds of dirty brown snow that slowly merges with the icy walls. Overhead, fans drive sub-zero air down onto the snow. Good evening, Rook, Dr. Mia says. I've thought long and hard about Prince Leto's message, and I think I have a solution. I want you to destroy me. Interesting. So you can be, what, reborn? No, I'm a little curious. Dark resurrections are cool. Nothing so melodramatic. This is politics, not metaphysics. Call picks her way over the dirty snow. After a moment, she reaches elbow deep into it and hauls out a naked woman who stares at you blankly. With her face slack instead of animated, you barely recognize NVIDIA Call. The real Call gets the corpse clone into a lab coat. The clone's feet are black with blood and decorated with Giselle's runes. No wonder the witch could barely stand. When the Camarilla banned most forms of electronic communication, the real Dr. Call says, Clan Tremere thought it could just build an occult network, but that was hacked too. That's how Giselle found me. She and I are good friends now, of course, but it was clear to me that the thaumaturgy invented centuries ago was as vulnerable as any other old and unsecure communication protocol. My original plan was to use my clones as couriers, both in their normal fashion and by encoding them with information that could be read through genome analysis. But they never quite worked, and well, it seems Prince Leto disagrees with my work here anyway. She takes a moment to master her rage, then she goes on, "You're familiar with the Second Inquisition, Rook." Organized hunters, they show up when we act like monsters. Organized, professional, competent, but not all hunters are like that. Some are dangerous buffoons who are in over their heads. A group like that attacked me last time I left my facility. I killed most of them, but a few got away and they're still looking for me. I'd like to give myself to them, she gestures to her clone. Once everyone thinks I've been destroyed, I'll have time to transfer my research elsewhere, away from Leto. We're self-funding now, I don't need him. You glance around at the room, it's just you, Dr. Call, the half-bird clones, and a few technicians up on the balcony around you. Icy pipes run out of massive tanks on the far wall, and elaborate coolant systems surrounded by warning signs. Huge chains dangle from the ceiling, their purpose unclear, and the doors nearby are locked. The Tremere watches you impassively. Oh, that's cool. It's referencing coteries of New York. I like that. You really think you can trick Leto this way? I fear Dr. Call's underestimating the prince. The last prince of Tucson was destroyed because he let pride overwhelm his common sense, Dr. Call says. Leto has learned that lesson almost too well. The moment something isn't worth the resources he expends to sustain it, he cuts it loose. He cuts his losses. I'm not worth the fight, he'll let me go. You sit back and consider your options. The Tremere is probably right that the vampire hunters aren't that dangerous unless you make a mistake. Your biggest concern is the Prince of Tucson. Your relationship with the traditions of the Camarilla is complex and sometimes ambiguous, and Prince Leto's relationship to you seems equally uncertain. It would be a shame to turn that ambiguous relationship into a hostile one, and Leto is no fool, he'll learn the truth eventually. On the other hand, eventually is not the same as now. Right now, you're in front of... Oh! Thank you so much! Thank you so much! Let me see here. We got a donation. Let's see. Postal John, thank you so much. Wow, $50. Thank you very much for the donation. That's very appreciated. We are doing a anniversary stream for the Primogen channel. It's been up for 2 years and a week now. We could murder all the Tremere. I wholeheartily agree with you, Postal John. That sounds like an excellent idea right now. Hold on, I got another sneeze coming. We are doing a live stream for charity event for Doctors Without Borders, which is my go-to charity that I've been supporting since I was 20, which is almost 15. It's over 15 years now, and they do good things. And it's also tradition. Last year we at a 1-year anniversary we streamed Bloodlines for 30 hours, 2 times 15. Ooh, just swallowed the cough drop. Right now, though, I'm a little under the weather. I've been for a while, so I don't think I can do 15 hours. It's been 5 hours, and I'm already not feeling a little tired. But we'll push it as hard as we can until the voice gives out or until I fall asleep. Thank you very much, Postal John. Huge respects. Thank you so much for the donation. I could try... Oh, Wilma's sleeping. If you want to see a cat, I could show her off. Otherwise, we're going to be killing the Tremere. Yeah, we did two 15-hour streams. It was pretty intense. Had a lot of fun, but Bloodlines also isn't a game that requires quite so much talking as the Night Road is, so my voice lasted longer. Let's see here. And just on the other hand, eventually it's not the same as now. Right now, you're in the heart of Dr. Cole's territory, and you know she will not take refusal well. And just so we're clear, I'm not asking you to work for free. I can pay, obviously. Will $5,000 be sufficient? And I can teach. Sorcery and farseeing, mastery of beasts and men. I think that's how Jasper used to phrase it. A bit dramatic, but true. Then she holds up a ring. Or there's this. I stole this years ago, but I've unlocked the secrets of how it holds vitae and begun to forge an even greater version. So this could be yours if you help. Yeah, kill everyone in the vicinity. Like, the later part of Bloodlines was just run around murdering people, which I was playing a Ventru, I believe, so that wasn't very difficult. Ventrus are... Oh, ow, ow, you just landed with your claws on my hand, Wilma. Great. Man, Ventru are highly overpowered in the end with fortitude. Just saying. You know the Camarilla won't let me help you. Oh, I'm bleeding. This isn't the choice you seem to think it is, Magister, the Tremere says, baring her teeth. Her little fangs aren't frightening, but the acid that swirls around in her hand, forming runes of power, that's worth worrying about. There's just one thing you know about the secretive Tremere, it's that they don't like sharing their plans. Dr. Call has other drivers. What happens if she views you as a loose end or someone who knows too much? Oh yeah, she's helping me stay awake. All right, this stings like a motherfucker. Sorry. I mean, Postal John, you with your very generous donation, I'm gonna let you choose here. What do you think we should go for? And while you write your answer, I'm actually gonna go get a band-aid because this is bleeding quite a bit. She landed right on my finger with a claw, so I don't even know if I have a band-aid. At least, blood, tasty. You get to decide, John. Which reply are we going for? Oh, you just woke up yourself? We are currently in a Tremere facility, and we're being bribed to try to help the Tremere fake her own death. We're trying to stay on the good side of the Camarilla, we're a La Sombra, because we want to date Dove, the Nosferatu driver. Teaching, or just killing her if she's a Tremere. The problem is killing her is going to be very, very difficult. We don't have any weapons. We are pathetically weak. 1 in strength. Combat 2. Something, but we're more of a sniper. I have a grudge against the Tremere ever since the Salubri incident. And I agree, money is temporary. I can choose the killing, although you should be aware that this game, you can die in this game. So, we had to choose wisely here. I might be willing to help you if you're willing to commit the time to teach me. She is Tremere, though. You want me to try to kill her? She's probably going to try to kill me. Oh, okay. Well, she won't kill me if I fail. Then, you want to go? John, you want me to... okay, let's go with teaching so we can try to kill her later. Okay, we're going to go with teaching then. Going once, going twice. Oh, the only chances of death prior to the last chapter are during SI raids. Gotcha. If I had a gun, it would have been a different story, because I could have easily killed her with firearms. But, like, I'm a sniper, unfortunately, so... although I do have Oblivion. Okay, so sounds good, as in we're gonna try to kill her. Sorry if I'm not entirely sure I understood what sounds good meant in this case, like teaching or trying to kill her. I can get pretty badly injured, I can imagine. Also, let me check again if I can go online, if anything is gonna work. Yeah, no, still nothing on internet. Okay, let's go for teaching. I am, and I'll provide the necessary text for you to begin your arcane journey. We can conduct a transaction right now if you'd like. I'll help you, but you have to teach me. Secrets are more valuable than a distant prince's will. It's alright, Bambi, don't worry. Dr. Call removes her lab coat and rolls up her sleeve. Get it over with, she says. You've noticed that she's a bit squeamish about what she is and what her existence necessitates. Nonetheless, you kneel. Her blood is like a starlight, cold and clear, full of patterns you can't understand. You drag yourself away, only a little dazed. Awful, Dr. Call says with a little shudder. But now your real studies can begin. Your real studies consist of a syllabus, 30 pages, and a trunk full of books, 35,000 pages. Are you disappointed, Rook? She says with a little laugh. Were you expecting something more mystical, a bolt of cosmic enlightenment? A conversation with your holy guardian angel who would reveal the answers you seek? She bangs the trunk as technicians get ready to load it into your truck. Get reading. Dr. Call smiles, a dazzling expression that ripples across her face and momentarily makes her look like a real person, not an animated corpse. But then her heavy brows knit together in thought. This will take careful timing, she says. Ideally, here's what will happen. IC-12 here gets into your truck, so it looks like I'm going to Tucson to speak directly to Prince Leto. I will drive to where the vampire hunters are staying. I know several Camarilla fronts between here and Tucson. When we reach one, you text me with a number that corresponds to where you are, and then Real Me tells the vampire hunters where you are. You stop to get gas, they show up, you peel out, leaving IC-12 vulnerable. They burn her to ash, and since you're at a Camarilla front, at least one of Prince Leto's retainers witnesses my destruction. You're tangled with hunters before, so you and the Tremere go over every possible detail and angle of approach until late into the night. By the next evening, you're ready to go, and Dr. Call returns your pistol and slips a positively antique burner phone into your front pocket. Text me when you find a good place, she says. I need to prepare a good disguise so I can meet the hunters. I want to ask you about Giselle. She's suffering, you know. You're so young, Call says. She unexpectedly touches your face and yanks her hand away, disgusted by her own display of tenderness. But what would you have me do, Rook? She tried to destroy me. I could kill her, or I could study her. Right now, I'm using her up. Every night that passes, she's a little weaker, and I understand a little more. Don't dwell on human concepts like justice, Rook. Dwell on knowledge, on understanding. That's something that assassins like Giselle and these hunters can't take from us. Call disappears to make plans. IC-12 isn't much of a conversationalist, but she can follow basic instructions and even recite a few rote sentences. You stick a pair of cheap sunglasses on her face so no one notices her vacant stare. When you pass the Shell station where you dropped off your old phone, you see that it's been burnt to the ground. Julian is playing a dangerous game, and now you are too. An hour outside Tucson in a place called Mescal. Oh, we know that place. That's where we were before. You spot an eagle circling overhead. You can't tell if it's Riga, but from the overcrowded look of the nearby mobile home park, you know that the kindred are active here. You pull into one of the 24-hour gas stations Dr. Call believes Prince Leto monitors, a rundown quick mart between an upscale residential neighborhood and those mobile homes. The woods dividing the communities are full of concertina wire to keep people on their side of the line. You send a text to Dr. Call. 8. This is the 8th of 23 locations you and she planned on. She'll pass the message along to the vampire hunters who have already been alerted to your movements in the area. Then all you have to do is shove IC-12 out the passenger door and get out. This is a good location. The garage near the gas station belongs to Prince Leto, and another one you passed a mile back has the Karambit logo of one of Julian Sim's companies. You notice it on your way here. 2 defensible locations within a few miles isn't bad. You park the Nissan in an out-of-the-way spot and get IC-12 outside so you don't lose the truck if someone blows her up with a surplus military weaponry. Then you circle the Quickie Mart on foot. I was gonna say Quickie Mart, checking for ways out of town of both your truck and on foot. When you get back within sight of your truck, you spot a black Econoline van rolling slowly through the Quick Mart parking lot. Off-road light bar, rear winch, tinted windows. Those are hunters. They park and 4 men hop out of the back of the truck armed with a mix of shotguns and machetes, with weapons for putting vampires down. The driver is the last to exit. Like the others, she's wearing body armor and her neck is conspicuously protected by an iron collar. These are not frightened amateurs. Still, when they spot IC-12 and start closing in, you realize that Dr. Call's plan is working. They'll be able to surround and destroy her without difficulty, and you have a clear path back to your truck. Then all 5 hunters drop in less than a second. A moment later, IC-12 falls with something in her back that looks like Sparkler. She screams once as the hissing white sparkler flares, then it burns her to ash. The next shot hits you dead center. You're slammed against a chain link fence. On your knees, you hear the hiss of the flare igniting. You look down and realize that it's hit the burner phone Dr. Call gave you. You wrench it out of your front pocket, fighting your terrified beast, and hurl it away. A second later, it explodes in a shower of white sparks, momentarily blinding you. You hear the radio chatter as the white sparks dance before your eyes. Primary target eliminated. Irregulars removed. Engaging secondary target now. 2 agents with Phoenix badges on their arms close in. Unlike a lot of hunters, these troops have identification. They're with the 111th Military Intelligence Brigade. The SI must be infiltrating the US Army. Holy shit, yeah, this is getting intense. They're holding modified shotguns, almost certainly Dragon's Breath rounds, incendiaries that will burn you to ash. 4 more agents fan out behind them, armed with heavy automatic rifles. Their flak vests say FBI. The agents aren't wearing night vision goggles because of the flares, so they're momentarily lost you in the darkness. But they move with cool professionalism, turning on their flashlights attached to their weapons and sweeping the Quick Mart parking lot. You really only have 2 choices. You go for your truck now or later. They haven't noticed your truck yet, they'll find you eventually on foot, but you can try luring them away from your truck, or just jump in the Nissan now and peel out before they're fully organized. Alright, Composure firearms, What's our composure? 3, and firearms 3, that's 6 dice, nice. Kinda wanna kill them. Tell you what, I kinda wanna kill them. I'm going to deal with these agents on foot. First, I let my shadows explode out of me to entangle as many as I can reach. This seems like an incredibly bad decision, though. Leonis, Darkstar. I have run a shorter online vampire game, and I ran some games for my patrons before. But aside from some one-shots I do during the summer now, I don't really run games. And the reason for that is there's a lot of work involved. I am playing in a Chronicle that will have its second season this fall. Which is Blood on the Grand Strand, which is a game that Huddy's running, which is really nice. I play the Tsimitsi Tony Tulip, but otherwise I don't really plan on running any games. I'm sorry. I am planning on doing a thing again for my patrons, but I don't. It's a lot of work, and I'm. In my private life, I run 3 games, which I do as a kind of a relaxing thing on the side, and I have huge performance anxiety when I'm streaming things online. It really gets me extremely nervous. It makes it difficult to sleep. So I've chosen not to do too much stuff publicly in terms of storytelling. Sorry. The first Oblivion one is really good. Yeah, I spread shadows all around me to make hiding easier and run for the mobile homes. Yeah, let's go with the first Oblivion. Better run than fight poorly. Experienced hunters expect claws, fangs, clouds of bats, and worse, but sometimes you can run like hell and they have no plan for that. The agents' flashlights cut through the darkness and bullets fly everywhere as you run, but you're faster than the armored troopers. You're not faster than a bullet, but you jump the low stone wall of the mobile home park and duck as bullets whiz over your head. Then you keep moving until you break line of sight. This mobile home park is a hive, old double wides practically on top of each other with little alleys barely wide enough for a dirt bike and definitely not wide enough for a fire truck. The place stinks of kindred influence. No one else could buy off so many agencies, and no one else wants to. You spot a low roof and swing up to elude direct pursuit. No one shoots. And you stay hidden, but those SI agents are relentless, and you can hear the crackle of radios as they sweep the hive, determined to find you. They must know that you can't stay here forever. You fight the urge to check your watch. You hop from one roof to another, eluding a four-man team armed with axes. But when you drop down, an FBI agent comes around the corner. His flashlight switched off. He's carrying an Heckler & Koch M27, a heavy assault rifle. Still confused by the way the shadows cling strangely to the walls, he swings the rifle around just as a window bangs open, and a woman pokes her head out. The agent turns, checks the target, decides it's not a threat, and does not fire. It's good to work with professionals sometimes. You run around the corner, and something must tip him off. The agent opens fire, ripping right through the mobile home. Bullets fly all around you as he practically saws the building in half, trying to reach you. So much for professionalism. You throw yourself to the ground as the bullets zip over your head. Professionals who regard civilian casualties as acceptable, that's not good. You guess you have about 3 seconds before that agent comes around the corner and blows you away, and 6 seconds before 3 or 4 more converge on your location. I don't have any cover, but I can outdraw that agent. I shoot him down the moment he comes around the corner. I got good dex firearms. The agent shows perfect form as he comes around the corner, ready to execute a flawless, and you shoot him right between the eyes. He falls face down in the dirt. Okay, that went great. Sometimes it goes great. You run deep. I should have gotten the gun. His rifle, goddammit. You run deeper into the mobile home park and hide behind an old satellite dish as 2 shotgun-toting agents stalk past. One flashes her light into a crevice, but it's not where you're hiding. Then they keep moving. You break for your truck now or wait. Another sparkler thumps into an illegal propane hookup at the far end of the alley. The whole thing goes up. They're going to burn the trailer park to find you. Ooh, these people are not playing around. You retreat instinctively, driven by your beast's irrational fear of fire, and find yourself in view of the parking lot and your truck. They haven't noticed your truck amongst the other vehicles. You spot 2 black Buick SUVs with agents streaming out of them like a Gestapo clown cars, but they're on the other side of the parking lot, near the upscale residential community. More agents are behind you, moving to surround the burning mobile home park. They'll find you soon, unless you move. You dash to your truck and crawl in through the driver's side door. Nothing happens, and you scan the parking lot to memorize it, then duck and start the truck up, keeping the lights off. You don't explode. So you scream on out of there, driving blind, not looking up for a quarter mile. And when you poke your head up, they haven't followed you. They lost you in the chaos. After a few miles, you turn off onto a side street and stop into the parking lot of an abandoned toy store. There you sweep your truck for bugs, bombs, anything weird. Nothing. Clear. For tonight. Well, that was certainly eventful, but you fulfilled your end of the bargain. Let's check our stats here, by the way. 2 humanity, 2 hunger, full willpower, no wounds, no masquerade violations. Pretty good. I'm still completely neutral on my convictions. That's interesting. Second Inquisition hostilities equal. Julian relationship great. Still poor relationship with the Camarilla. That's not great. Okay. Turn to the game. Someone connected to Prince Leto must have seen Call's final death, which means she's clear to pack up and restart without the Camarilla hassling her. You made a powerful ally. Dr. Call was even nice enough to wash your truck. Now you just need to figure out what to tell Prince Leto. You'll learn some interesting things about Dr. Call's facility. Julian might want to know what you learned. His Dropbox isn't far, but you suspect that whatever Julian gets up to with Dr. Call's research, it may draw both Camarilla and Second Inquisition attention. I'm not sharing with Julian. I can't risk alienating Prince Leto. You might be able to use what you learn to fuel your own studies, but you're not sharing with Julian. At least you're not going to risk getting spotted sharing with Julian. A few nights later, one of Dove's retainers knocks on your door and tells you to meet Prince Leto at the Viper around midnight. While looking down through the floor-to-ceiling glass window at the frenzied dance floor, the Eagle Prince interrogates you about the SI attack and Dr. Call's final death. You tell the Prince what you saw, which is easy since you really did watch Call crumble to dust, or ash. Either Prince Leto is a better liar than you will ever be, which is possible, or he really believes that the Tremere was destroyed the other night. And of course, since you successfully completed the delivery mission, you get more money to stuff under your mattress. You return to your parking garage and park the Nissan. You secure your haven, recheck in the security systems you established upon moving in, and go to sleep. That day you dream of flying, but this isn't a regular flying dream. No, this isn't even a dream. A memory, or is it real? You're in an old single-engine prop plane high above the desert at night. You can almost reach out and touch the moon. You spot the Italian fighter plane too late, and a moment later its twin Vickers are ripping into the wings of your Albatross D3. You twist through the air, but it's getting late, and the rising currents of hot air you rely on are almost depleted. Bullets shred your engine, the black smoke would choke if you breathed. For the past 3 weeks, it has seemed as if all of Sahara held only 2 planes. In seconds, you realize it will hold only 1. Flames spread across your cockpit, but you know this is a memory. You tell yourself that you already survived this, but you're struggling to remember how as smoke swirls around you. Kind of want to increase wits and awareness, to be honest. I listen to the sound of the wind over the damaged wings, using that to guide me down to the safest possible landing. Yeah, let's go with that one. People on the ground respect a pilot's bravery and skill, but rarely her keen awareness for surroundings. To hear the changing wind, to feel the shifts of gravity and inertia, to see a cloud and know what it foretells. This, more than anything else, is what has kept you in the air, until now. But even as your Albatross burns, you rely on those skills one last time, listening to the sounds of your shredded wings, using the control stick to counterbalance their disintegration, and you stay aloft for just long enough. And then you slam into a dune. Your body tumbles through the air and lands in a shattered heap on a nearby slope. You smell burning wood and metal, but not burning flesh. And as you drag yourself away from the wreckage, you contemplate what you've learned these past few weeks. This is the memory of the person that I diabolized. It's gotta be, right? Whew. Before this war, you kept to the ways of the Banu Hakim. Let me just see if I can get the internet to work again. Can't even open Gmail. Perfect. I think it's gotta be something to do with the streaming right now. Kind of surprised. Kind of weirded out, actually. Not just your own elders, but even the traditions of the others, the Camarilla, have earned you begrudging respect. Princes and Primogen, laws and mutual respect, backed up by the wisdom and powers of the elders. As the world grows more complex in these modern nights, that is the only way Canis can thrive. The traditions, however they are called, keep us safe and separate us. All right, cool. Let's have a little poll if people wanna vote for this one, because I gotta stretch a little bit. So make a little poll for this one. Polls. We decided how we feed. Let's create a new poll. What do we think about elders and tradition? First, second, third option. Oh. Save change. And I will bring this poll up. Tiltify. Fantastic, amazing Tiltify. Let's see here. I'll pull the poll up here. And we'll select save changes. Boink. There we go. For some reason, third option is the highest. I don't know why that is, but here we go. Overlay, properties, refresh. There we go. So if people want to vote which one we're picking, get the game up there. I'm gonna vote too, actually. So let's see here. You can. Oh, thank you so much, Eduardo. Thank you for the kind words. Having a lot of fun right now. We're streaming Night Road, and I'm gonna copy the donation link if people want to vote. Right here. Oh, it's Isla. Yeah, I figured. It's Isla. Yeah, if we wanted Roman's Dove, it's the best to support the traditions. I agree, which is why I'm going to vote for the traditions. I can't flip and go to the website because my connection is not working. So I'm gonna open it up on my other phone. I'm gonna have to go to the stream. Let's see here. There we go. Donate to Tiltify. Open in Safari. Boom, 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 boom. Let's see here. So if you donate during this charity drive, all the money is going to Doctors Without Borders, which is a great charity that I've been supporting for a really long time, ever since I was 20 years old. And they basically, it's not even a charity, it's more like an organization that travel around the world and help out people in war zones, in when there's environmental catastrophes, things like that. So I can strongly recommend supporting this cause. They basically employ doctors, and they use the money for traveling expenses, for medicine, things like that, and they help people out. And no, we don't want it. I don't want a reward. Skip reward. And which option am I going to go with? The traditions. I'm going to vote for option 1. Let's see here. Boop. There we go. And PayPal. Good morning, David B. Oh, you're in California. God, it's gonna be very, very early for you, right? It's 8, 9 in the morning? 8 in the morning? 8 a.m. Jesus. Yes, accept cookies. Oh, Touch ID. It's been a while since I used that. This is my older phone. Okay. Confirm. And here we go. Oh, it's 7 a.m. Oof. My condolences. There we go. Woo, thank you to Primogen. We donated for option 1. The traditions, however they are called, keep us safe and separate us from savagery and endless war. It's only 8 a.m. where you are. I feel a little bad streaming this so early, but it is a long game, and I wanted to try to make sure that we could. Oh, it's midnight in Australia. We got people from all over the world. Really 3K and Postal John, you're wow. And I'm like smack in the middle. You got Australia on one end, you got California, and then Sweden is somewhere in the middle. Yeah, I'm gonna vote on that option, and I'm actually gonna go chase down a cat. So we're gonna have a little cat on the stream. I'll be right back. See if we can find Victor. So Wilma hates it when we pick her up. It's a very, very picky kitty. Not very fond of being held, which is why I charge a little bit more for her in terms of incentive. She's very tired. Do you see her? She's not very happy with me. She's a cutie. Very cute cat. Cat hairs. I shouldn't have kissed her. Now I'm gonna have cat hair all over my face again, Wilma. What you gonna do about it? You don't care. It's your cat. She's so good. Boop, 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 boop. We're gonna get Victor the next time, but look at that face. She's so grumpy. Cat stream. I'm a flat earther. I don't believe in that the earth is round. No, that's not true. I mean, I'm not a flat earther. Oh my god. What an incredibly dumb mistake to kiss her again. So much cat. She's good though, but I don't know if her meows get picked up when she gets very angry when we pick her up. I gotta go wash my face. But she gets very upset because she does not care for being picked up. Very angry ragdoll. I wash my face. I am hitting my second stride in terms of voice, however. I was starting to have a little bit of a pain in my throat, but that's been going away. Also, we should maybe shrink the portrait of our character a little bit. But no, yeah, I'm back. Voice 10 is very loud and frankly a weirdo, but also your baby. We also have an old lady who's 18. Aw, 18, wow. Wow, she's really an old lady. That's so nice, though. Super cuddly. It's midnight here, so I'm just swinging by to say hi and have a great stream. Hey, Morgan, Daniels, thank you so much for swinging by. Thank you for saying hi, and hope you'll have a great evening. Hope you'll have a great Sunday tomorrow as well. So, let's see here. Do we have any more votes? Why this thing never freaking updates? Can basically vote, and any votes are done with money, and all that money goes to Doctors Without Borders, which is the cause we are supporting today. Which is the cause I was supporting last year as well when we were streaming. We were streaming Bloodlines last year, 2 times 15 hours, because that was fun. Looks like the internet is kind of coming back again, but it's very, very laggy. I think it's got to be related to the streaming. The audio stream's current bitrate is lower than the recommended. What? Recommended use audio stream bitrate of 128 kilobits per second. Hello? Is the audio working well? How's the audio? How's the audio doing? YouTube is being weird. But yeah, I've been having a lot of issues with my internet connection, basically. Not having a great time with it. It does not want to load the Google Maps. It does not want to do anything, really. Audio seems to work. Okay, that's good. Well, we will move on then. We pick option number 1, so I'm going to end the donation and the poll. Incentives. Not those. Incentives polls. Also, since we're playing this game, if you have any questions about stuff, I'm more than happy to answer them. So just let me know. Anything from like clan questions to about my channel. I am sorry that the amount of content I release has been decreased significantly the last year or so. I was dedicating an awful lot of my free time to the channel, to the point where I basically did nothing else for like a year and a half, and then I crashed majestically. Around like Christmas time 2020, and I'm still like trying to pick up the pieces for it. And right now I feel like just one video a week, together with some of the videos I make to my patrons, which will be released soon, will make up for it. We have a video about the drones, the Fumori quotation mark of the Weaver coming up, and we have a video about Hermes. And then I have another video about a personal character of one of my players, or one of my supporters. All right, let's go with option 1. Here we go. You're no fool. You met plenty of cruel, selfish oaths among the elders, but the system itself works. And in these modern nights full of cameras and contrivances, the laws of secrecy, what the Camarilla call the masquerade, are the most important, and they must be enforced with the might and wisdom of the elders. You will support those laws if you can. Conviction gained. The tradition keep us safe. You learned quite a bit on your journeys. You might want to consider applying your experience towards training skills, abilities, or the dark arts of the kindred. So, right now we have 2 humanity. It's pretty low, but we have no masquerade violations. I don't think that the Second Inquisition is closer on my tail. No, it's moderate. Okay, so if we return to the game. What are my remaining missions? look at other cars. How much money do I have? Hold on. It doesn't save. I mean, it doesn't say. Oh, inventory. Here we go. There's 11 chapters. Yeah, I'm starting to think we won't be able to finish the game on this stream. I got $1,665. All right, cool. Let's go to the pawn shop. You tune the Nissan's radio to hear the news. This is Melpomene Chen. You're listening to Mel at Midnight. Now the nerd news. Lester Bond of the Santa Fe Institute in Santa Fe recently published his findings on the so-called desert Stonehenge found in California deserts in the 1970s. Pointing to evidence of the tools used in recent dendrochronology results, Professor Bond claims that the work is a Victorian-era forgery. The desert Stonehenge drew Forteans, pseudo-archaeologists, and even Native American rights advocates in the 70s, but has subsequently fallen into obscurity as evidence emerged that it was of recent manufacture, but where it came from has not been clear until now. Elizabeth Sneed of the online debunking services of Cahoots claims that the Lester Bond is an archon of the 18th grade controlled by the New World Order. She's here with me now. Covenant Pawn Shop is still next to the nail salon and across from the Title Max. It looks like the auto repair shop has shut down or been shut down. Circling to the rear, you don't see any cars except the owner's pumpkin orange Datsun 240Z and a van for deliveries. You head inside past an expanded selection of jewelry and an expanded security system to protect it, where Alina is reading a 1992's copy of Ratsunari computer magazine and trying to rebuild an antique laptop. When she spots you, she replaces her plastic safety goggles with her Victorian railway glasses, shakes bits of iron and plastic shavings out of her short blonde hair, and moves to where you're guessing she can reach a shotgun. There's not a lot of charm here, but there's a lot of stuff. Right, let's examine the firearms. The Springfield Armory XDM is an excellent weapon, but you'd like something with a bit more stopping power. You peruse the higher end offerings, but most of them are huge flashy beasts that you couldn't hide in your frock coat, or specialty items crafted for beauty and authenticity, not shooting ghouls. But then you see an unambiguous leap forward. The Nighthawk Tactical Custom 1911, a 9mm, not a 45, but it'll knock a vampire over as well as the XDM. When Elena reluctantly hands it over, it feels like someone built the Nighthawk just for your hand. The balance... $4,500? No. No. Sorry, Alina. High-end clothes? Yeah, I got the Valentino dress instead. I'm gonna talk to Alina. Charisma, persuasion. Not my highest stat. Charisma 1, persuasion 0. Nope. I go back to shopping. Gonna leave the Covenant, and we're gonna go to a mechanic, maybe? Maybe hone my mental abilities. Okay, thank you, Bambi. Should probably try to hone my social abilities a little bit. I got 11 experience points. Ooh, that's a lot. Prince Leto has a strict rule against anyone but him hunting the Viper's dance floor, but this is a safe place to hone your social skills around kindred and kind alike, as well as an opportunity to enjoy yourself for a few hours. You park your Nissan in the lot across the street and head inside. You're instantly enveloped by the pounding EDM. Prince Leto is visible in the private glass box overhead. Alexander, watching from one of the balconies, tracks you down almost immediately, but once he's sure you're not going to try to feed, he bids you adieu. From here you can circulate freely up to the balcony, down to the dance floor, out into the private and semi-private rooms, or up to the Elysium. I need a haven. Wherever you go, you'll be able to hone your social skills. Maybe better at lying. Persuasion. subterfuge. Streetwise. And let's get another dot of subterfuge. And here we have, how much? We have 6 points left. Let's get a dot of manipulation in. There we go. Okay, that's all my experience points. Nice. Leave the Viper. Okay, let's look for a real estate office so I don't have to live in a parking garage. Acquiring property as a K-Knight isn't easy. Some nights you think the whole point of the Camarilla is to make sure vampires can buy property. The traditions are grand, but secondary to making sure vampires can generate equity. Still, you can't live in the modified office of a parking garage forever. You'll struggle to master your dark gifts on the road, but the truth is that you need a secure, comfortable haven if you're ever to unlock the deep secrets of your art. Further, moving houses should reduce the SI's ability to track you, at least for a little while. After asking around, you learn that any real estate agent purchased by vampires go through Prince Leto. He owns a place called Madrigal Real Estate, which handles the needs of people like you. The middle-aged native woman who runs the place, Anna, explains the situation. The problem isn't just that you can't head down to the real estate office at 3 in the afternoon. Your legal identity is a cobbled-together fiction, but is always changing its shape to avoid scrutiny. You could use your ID to buy some Four Loko, and it's enough to let you own a car, but property? I can show you some excellent places, Anna says, with excellent ways to escape into the sewers in the event of emergency. It will require a substantial upfront payment. That's how we handle the legal hurdles. We don't want anyone investigating your identity or wondering why your ages don't match up. Understand? You nod. The level of security protects you as well as the other kindred in the city. Well then, let's see what we can do for you, Anna says. Despite her apparent good cheer, she watches you keenly. Your status with the Camarilla, you suspect, will determine how generous she can be with her offerings. Bungalow. Hold on, show stats. How are we doing with the Camarilla? We're still at 2? I'm still poor with the Camarilla. Look at 2-bedroom apartment. 1818. The mission. It's a glorious ruin. Crumbling white adobe, black against the sky. Its once symmetrical structure now marred by decay and aborted repair attempts. Bungalow! Yeah, let's get the bungalow for now. After some more haggling, you agree to purchase the Drexel Heights bungalow. There's almost no paperwork on your part. You just hand over the envelope full of cash, and Anna hands you a shoebox full of locks and keys. Like Julian, Anna is particularly interested in your security plans. You got your sliding walls, of course, your hired assassins trained from birth in the arts of quiet murder, your poison gas bombs, your runes of death, of course, like Knowles used to favor, and of course his mechanical locks, electronic locks. You let her ramble because you know that you'll have to secure your new place and any other place you move into. You move in that night and secure your new haven. You'll furnish it over the next week or two so it looks like a real human lives here. But right now you have a place where you can develop your supernatural gifts at peace. Where to tonight? Dominate. I need 2 points to level up any of my disciplines. The antique steamer trunk full of grimoires is intimidating, but you pop the latch and investigate the content. The books are covered in heavy paper, not leather, not human flesh, and full of close-set writings in Latin and Greek, with the occasional diagram that resembles a geometry puzzle. But life as a courier has not prepared you for classical liberal arts education. When you check the syllabus, you realize how carefully NVIDIA Callas planned this program. Callas' program is built not for enlightenment or deep theoretical understanding, but for fast power. You flip past the disclaimers about the masquerade breach this collection represents if it falls into the wrong hands. The first page of the actual syllabus says, Week 1, A Taste for Blood. You will need Path of Blood Volume 1, pages 14 to 565, a Latin dictionary, loose and short, vitae, and white chalk, not included. You can start tonight if you're interested. Yeah, sure. Let's learn some blood sorcery. You'll load the Perseus project up on your phone, pop open your Lewis and Short next to it with a notebook for making translations, and turn to page 15 of Path of Blood Volume 1. There's nothing artful or philosophical about this introduction, no theory of the universe, no Platonic or Gnostic musing, no revelations about the gods or the nature of things. Thaumaturgy isn't even a programming language, since programming languages are dynamic and flexible, and this system is as rigid and hard-edged as mathematical proof. You translate the blunt, functional Latin and reveal a series of flowcharts and if-then statements, instructions for how to modify specific diagrams based on your clan and generation and the state of the world around you. You spend 2 nights memorizing these complex and intricate instructions before you feel your blood move the way Call says it should. It hurts. You transcribe the final line on page 565. Now you're able to determine the resonant properties of human blood. The next 3 chapters adapt the procedure for analyzing the blood of animals. How many nights have passed? You rise and feel blood trickle down your thighs to the thaumaturgical chalk diagrams you carved in the floor, and you realize that you recognize every one. The rune that reveals the stains of diablerie, the rune that guards against the vengeful dead, the rune that besieges the unclean spirits of the desert. Some are based on the traditional thaumaturgy of the Tremere, others from foreign traditions that Call has adopted without hesitation for their utility. Your blood placed upon any of those runes will unleash their power. You understand now. You need a shower. The runes dance in front of your eyes as you stand in the hot water, letting blood flow down the drain. Then you head to the Covenant pawn shop and buy a cheap old Kindle, the kind with a clicky button that won't give you any problems. You spend the night transferring everything you've learned to the Kindle. Nice. Nice. I get in my Nissan and go somewhere else. How am I doing with blood? Hunger 3. Alright, let's go hunting. I need to feed, where, and how can I hunt for blood in Tucson without getting into trouble? You head to the Viper to make sure you don't commit any faux pas while hunting in Tucson. There you meet Alexander, Leto's favorite retainer, who explains the situation. After the destruction of the last prince and before Leto's consolidation of power, hunting in Tucson was a dog-eat-dog business, with frequent and costly breaches of the masquerade. Leto put an end to all that. Firstly, there's no hunting anywhere near the Viper. Second, the more you've proven yourself, the more risks you're allowed to take while hunting. You have not proven yourself, Alexander explains. That being the case, you are limited to the kiddie pool. He's very proud of himself for knowing that term. In exchange for a small consideration each time, Alexander will provide you with access to blood dolls, cups of fresh blood, or caged animals, your preference. You know, that's actually a fairly clever and innovative system. I'm impressed, lying out of my teeth. Yes, Alexander says, I believe a young Assamite recommended it a few years back when the clan first started to, buddy up with the Camarilla. Alright, he had an accent. He had a nap. He had a nap. We don't use manning maps anymore, but I handle the numbers on a ledger. And remember that this is only for our junior members. Dove and the other senior members of the court hunt freely and joyfully. But we lowly servants, our lot is not to be joyful, is it? Alright, Skeleton King, thank you so much for dropping by. Take care, and thank you again for your donations and for hanging. Anyway, enough philosophy. Let us turn to the issue of remuneration, since we cannot provide this service for free. After a brief negotiation, ferocious but not uncivilized, you and Alexander agree to a payment of $200 per drink of blood. If you want to reduce that price, you'll have to improve your standing with the Camarilla. The ghoul opens a ledger. My only question is this: do you prefer the blood dolls, the live prey, or stored blood? I know you prefer live prey, but more and more kindred these nights are squeamish about what they are. Blood dolls sounds like they cause the least disruption to Camarilla business. I'll stick to live prey. Very polite of you, Rook, Alexander says. I will ensure a steady supply of blood dolls, clean and not enslaved, because the Eagle Prince is a man of honor and refinement. Where to tonight? Okay, spend some, let's see here, how am I doing with money again? Inventory, do I have $200? I have 396, so let's go and hunt. Let's get some blood. Alexander provides you with a South American immigrant who is desperate for money and papers. Soon you can't afford any more blood and you're still not sated. Where to tonight? I'll pick up the parcel for Ellen Olive Krona and take it to Camp Scheffler. Alright, let's go to Camp Scheffler. It's November 15th. Chapter 5, Camp Scheffler. The parking lot outside the Viper is a mess, even though it's too early for the party to really start. As you turn in, you have to slam on your brakes as a piss yellow Chevy Nova SS roars past you and accelerates the wrong way down West Alameda. Asshole. Let's see here. Do I have to make the roll down the window gesture? A clear, slightly accented voice says. Do people still understand that, or is it an anachronism? Mark Torres, hey, welcome. All the way from New York, Hell's Kitchen. Yeah, things are going well. We are on our... Oh gosh, we're on hour 6 of the stream. So my throat is getting a little wobbly, but I'm holding up. It's a pretty good day. Time for the horror camp. Oh boy. But yeah, it's been going well. We're raising money for Doctors Without Borders, as is tradition during my anniversary streams. And since I'm not streaming for 15 hours today, we set the goal at a humble $500, still quite a bit of money. And again, any money donated will be going to Doctors Without Borders, basically. It's a good cause. I believe in those strongly. I've been given the money since the last 15 years. And yeah, that's basically it. We're going via Tiltify, which I don't think takes any percent. I don't know how much they take, but very small percentage. Very, very few expenses. So the vast majority of the money will be going to Doctors Without Borders, Médecins Sans Frontières. And yeah, that's what we're doing. Prince Leto himself is standing outside, dressed in white and flanked by the mortal flunky you remember from last time. He tries to say something, but a GMC Denali rumbles past and he has to wait. Finally, he says, "You have 2 deliveries this time, Rook." Is there a problem? Anything I can help with? If I can impress Prince Leto, I can improve my position in the Camarilla. Now let's kiss up to the prince. Your response is drowned out by the Kawasaki bike that revs up and takes off. At least its rider goes the right way down the street. This is everything you need for Ellen Olenkrona, Prince Leto says. He hands you an unlocked USB on a lanyard, a typewritten sheet of directions to Camp Scheffler, and a false government ID and registrations. Only deliver to Ellen Olenkrona. Ellen Olenkrona, the Eagle Prince says, making sure you meet his gaze. He uses no powers of the blood to compel you, but he really doesn't want the USB going to some underling. What about the other delivery, you ask? Someone will find you on the road, the prince says. Look for the red Corolla. That's dangerous and complicated, but Prince Leto has already walked away to talk to another courier. There are, 5 in this parking lot? You don't recognize any of the others. Most of them must be Prince Leto's personal flunkies. What the hell's going on? You push it out of your mind. You know where you're going. Whatever finds you on the road will find you. Oh, also Mark, how are things in New York? I'm sorry I forgot to ask that back. People are starting to wake up in America, I think. It is quite early still, you can imagine. Oh, David, thank you so much for your very grateful donation. Thank you. Thank you very, very much for the donation. Thank you for liking the stream. I'm gonna go get Victor. I'm gonna show him off to the stream. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. Here we go. This is Victor. He's very tired. Whoops. Ignore that noise. This is Victor. He always curls up whenever I hold him. It's very hard to show him off. Yeah. I'm glad you're having a good time. See if I can show him a little more. Oh, Victor. Very big cat. Very cute. Oh. His fur is completely different from Wilma's, so it doesn't quite stick to your face as hers does. He's a good boy. He is a mix of a Russian blue and we think Norwegian forest cat. Not quite sure. He's very smart.
He loves to scream a lot whenever he wants something. And he's very fluffy, true, and he gets knots in his fur all the time. We're gonna take him to a groomer. We're gonna take you to a groomer. Your fur is very messy. And all right, David, thank you so much again, and good luck at work. Have a great time at work. He also likes to carry our socks around in his mouth and scream into the socks. I don't really know how to interpret that, but we think he does it because the smell is familiar to him, and he's giving us gifts. I'm gonna go put him back in the bed though, because he was sleeping. Very, very warm. Yeah, let's go to Camp Fun. Here we go. Oh, I'm sorry, Allie. You missed it. I'm so sorry. I'll show them again later before we end the stream. Don't worry. I promise you. Okay, let's get on with it. It's you push it out in. You push it out of your mind. You know what You know where you're going. Whatever finds you on the road will find you. The flunky also makes sure you have your typewritten sheets of directions and false government ideas. Only delivered to Ellen Olivecrona, he says. It's a 7-hour drive to the big nothing on the map between Texas and Chihuahua, assuming this information is accurate. That means you can get there in one night and back to the next. You've checked where you can stay on the way if you refuse shelter. There are a few hotels nearby, but you're going to be heading right out into the desert. You hope you don't have to spend a day wrapped up in a body bag. It's bad for the nerves. Yeah, the donations are really adding up. I'm very excited about it. I'm very thankful too. Thank you everyone so much. Let's see. Julian calls you somewhere outside of Benson. Kill team is coming for Elliv Olencrona, he says. Details are on the USB. You glance at the USB. Unlike the last one, it's not a portable lockbox, but it's definitely encrypted. Prince Leto must have some kind of plan if he knew about an SIT kill team and didn't tell you to hurry. But what could it be? You're probably wondering why you weren't told to hurry, Julian says. I can hear you sighing. That's good. It's good to keep breathing. Anyway, as usual, the ivory tower is acting like a good thing will last forever. Remember that rat's nest of a mobile home park in Mescal? That's gone. But this is worse. The program at Camp Scheffler could fuel half of our people in Texas, but it's run by a greedy idiot. I'm offering you a deal. Let's take it over. You consider what to say. Obviously, Julian just blew your phone's cover so badly that you'll have to get rid of it. But now that you're talking, you need information. You force yourself to concentrate so Julian can hear you, then consider what to say. I don't actually want to run a prison camp for Mexicans where we steal their blood, you know. I don't want to do all kinds of things, Rook, but you know, I have to eat. And it's not like we can fix the world's problems after all. This is mortals doing awful things to other mortals. But if someone's going to skim off the top, it might as well be us. You'll notice that I'm not the one who fucks up all the time and draws the SI down on my head. That's the ivory tower. We can do better than them. You say. What people like Ellen doesn't understand is the actual location of the camp doesn't matter. Just a government connection that keep the blood and bodies flowing. The data. We need the data. If we can get access to our information, we have everything we need. Let the mortal governments snatch the bodies we need. Once we have Camp Scheffler's data, we'll be set up again in months, with all the connections we need to keep the operation running. You turn Julian's words over in your mind. Oh, and one last thing, the Banu Hakim says. You'll need to ditch that phone too. Thanks, Julian. What? Banks? We're not robbing any banks. You sigh. Just tell me about the phone. The poem. I'm just fucking with you. Okay, there's a storage place off exit 306. Go to unit 43, passcode is 3847. Drop your phone there, don't destroy the SIM, then pick up the new one on the shelf. That's the only way you're finishing this job. He hangs up. You pull into the storage facility and do the phone trick again. The 5x5 storage cube has a brand new flip phone waiting for you, still in its original packaging.
It's got physical buttons though, so it shouldn't cost you too much trouble. You grab it and get back on the road as quickly as you can. You're between towns, about an hour from where you're supposed to turn off the legal roads to find Camp Scheffler, when headlights appear behind you. They're coming up hard. You shift to feel the weight of the gun you wear under your frock coat, then instinctively put a hand in your doctor's bag, where you keep the data destined for olive krona. The headlights blow past you, then the vehicle spins out, throwing up dust and grit. It skids to a halt 100 yards up the road, its headlights pointing out into the big expanse of nothing that waits outside every Texas highway. You slow down when you see the red Corolla, or to be more precise, the maroon Toyota AE86. This is the car that Leto mentioned. The little hatchback looks to be in good shape. What is it, 85, 86? It's an import, regular left-handed drive. Hold on, I forgot to remove the pole. I'll remove that one. Oop, and save. Here we go. You slam on the brakes and swerve as a figure stumbles onto the road. You spin out just like the A86 and spud to a halt in the gravel. After that wipeout, you take a moment to line up your mirrors, then you back up so you're next to the Corolla. Carlos is leaning against his passenger door, looking ashen and clutching his stomach. You haven't seen him since he and Miguel, the guy who died at Kiowa Xenogenetics, were snooping around your old apartment in the Tucson parking garage. Leto's servant Alexander said Carlos was a cop. That's a good thing for a vampire to keep on the payroll, though this guy doesn't look like a cop now, he looks like roadkill. It takes Carlos a moment to focus on you. He says something, but you can't hear him over the pounding beat of Cairncroft 400. Turn that down, you shout. He nods vaguely and crawls back into his car to turn the music down, leaving a smear of blood on the door handle. Oh shit, he shot. Rook, Prince Leto actually sent you, the fucking Magister? You have something for me? You ask. You glance back towards the road, but it's quiet. Just a few cars drifting past, and none of them can see you or the AE86. Carlos holds up a ruggedized plastic Pelican case in matte black, like you'd use to transport a pistol or a really good optical camera. Leto wants this delivered to a waiting plane. Where? He turns the case around. An address is taped to the other side. Blood has stained the tape. You consult your mental map of Texas. That's 2 hours north, and you are not going north. And it needs to be there by 4:30. The plane can't wait longer than that. He tries to say more, and then coughs blood onto his dash. Ugh, fuck me. Are you okay? I don't want this guy dying on me. I might even try to stop that from happening. You want to kiss me and make him better? Carlos snaps. I'm fucking fine. Still got some of Dove's vitae in me. He concentrates, sweat pouring from his face. After a moment, he's breathing more easily, though his skin is still ashen. Deliver this parcel, he says, throwing it through the driver's side window and onto your lap. Or Prince Leto will make Riga pick your eyes out while I watch. Don't let the Inquisition get it, or the Anarchs. Anarchs? I say. Carlos restarts his AE86 and roars out of there, blasting your Nissan with dust and grit. I don't like this guy. You check the address one more time. 2 hours? This isn't a Scotty on Star Trek problem. By all known laws of physics, getting there in time is entirely possible, but it's cops all over the road problem. You can't afford to get pulled over doing 95 down some Texas highway. You check your maps and consider the possibilities. A busier road would let you weave through traffic and stay hidden, though you'd have to pay attention to avoid police cruisers. There's also a less busy route where you could just trust to raw speed and determination to get you where you need to go. Are those the only two routes even? You might be able to find another way using your map if you study them, but that might take the time you don't have. Could be a resolution. It could be a blood sorcery ritual, that's true. See, a resolution drive. Pretty high. Or soul drive, I mean. It's 4. Not very high at all. Let's do a sorcerer's ritual. Blood magic. Many of the rituals on your lockdown and chopped up Kindle Paperwhite dates back to the Middle Ages, when no one was traveling faster than a horse. But you have a copy of an old Latin spell updated in the 1930s for automobiles. Dare to try it? You read it over again and can't find anything that will turn you into a smear or summon Lilith to drag you screaming into hell. So you recite the modified words, then get back on the road. You don't feel like you're going faster. Instead, it's like you're skipping whole yards of road at a time. The ritual works and your speed is blistering. You take the next exit and hit the nearly empty frontage road at 75 miles per hour. At least that's what your speedometer says. Then you accelerate until the stars ripple. The one police interceptor that spots you gives you a hell of a chase for about a quarter mile, but you hop on the median and kill your lights and they can't keep up. You'll leave them in the dust, no doubt reporting your very fake license plate. You don't slow down until you turn off an unlabeled side road with 15 minutes to spare and race for your target. The Pelican case bouncing on the passenger seat next to your doctor's bag. What tribes would be there? I'd say, I'm not even sure there would be Native American tribes. I don't think the Wendigo or the Uktena would be in Texas, to be honest. They might be. Uktena maybe, not Wendigo. Wendigo's far more north, I think. It's really like, it's a crapshoot. It could be anyone. Children of Gaia, Tucson. I don't know how big of a city Tucson is, but Bonars. I don't know if it's a tech city. You might have glasswalkers in it. Depends also on like the population. Might be a lot of it Irish Americans, so you could have Fianna. Don't think Shadow Walkers though. Shadow Lords. But Silent Strider or two might drop by. Could be quite a bit. Ever tried the Princess of Darkness on Crusader Kings 3? I have tried it. Me and Huddy and Josh and Harry played it on stream very chaotically, I might add, because it was incredibly difficult. Lots of stuff to keep track of. It's very fun. I can strongly recommend it. It's a great mod for Crusader Kings 3. And he's always updating it, the guy who made it. Always updating it, adding in new stuff. It's a great game. Paradox, hire him. Make him work on a Vampire the Masquerade strategy game. I beg you. You brake hard when the asphalt suddenly vanishes beneath your wheels, leaving you on a dirt path illuminated by starlight. You weren't exactly expecting a whole secret airport, but there's barely even an airstrip ahead of you. Just a patch of hard-packed earth surrounded by jagged rocks in one direction and scraggly shrubs in the other. You're early. You can tell because you hear a buzzing whine overhead. You lean out of the window and spot a small twin-engined light aircraft coming in for a landing. It should arrive in a minute or so, so you roll your Nissan into position so you can hand off the parcel as quickly as possible. You're feeling entirely confident. Until the floodlights hit you. Oh boy, what's going on? A half dozen black Buick Avenires. God, it's just... A couple of black cars. Buick. And the black spiral dancers are going to be anywhere and everywhere. Don't worry about it. One SUV has a light strip on its roof which illuminates the airplane and catches your Nissan at the edge of its light. The FBI's God damn it, Special Affairs Division is here. You're just getting ready to roll backwards when a shot rings out. You duck, but they're not shooting at you. 3 wolves rush the SUV closest to the shrubs. One beast smashes right through the werewolves! Nice! Passenger window. A moment later, blood sprays all over the inside of the windshield. It takes you a moment to recognize them as kin. Oh no, they're actually vampires. All right, probably anarchs. Well, at least it's not werewolves. As the wolf gang swarms out of the devastated SUV, more appear from the darkness and rush the Inquisition on ATVs. Armed with old rifles and cheap submachine guns, not submarine guns, they open fire with wild abandon, laughing even when they get hit. What's a gunshot and a fall to the kindred. The ATVs throw up a cloud of dust that obscures the battle. You're not sure what the gangrel are doing here, using their fortitude like it's nobody's business, but as the battle erupts, you have a clear path. No, that... God damn it, Tiltify. The vote is not gonna... This overlay consistently needs to be manually refreshed in OBS, and I'm not here for it. I don't like it. Here we go. The ATVs throw up a cloud of dust that obscures the battle. You're not sure what the gangrel are doing here, but as the battle erupts, you have a clear path to the airplane. The pilot is visible now, illuminated in the open side door. Just before you can roll forward, a dark blue 1963 Ford Fairlane, again, tells me literally nothing, roars past you, heading for the plane. Its driver is visible only for a moment in silhouette. You catch a glimpse of a French braid and a heavy hulking physique, but the federal agent with guns remain visible in the glow of the floodlight. The airplane rolls forward, getting ready to take off, but the side door remains open. You can throw the parcel in it if you can get close enough. Dust from the ATV swirls around the runway. So it's a race then. You need to get this parcel to that airplane before those agents shoot the pile to shreds, and you're doing it while Gangrel anarchs rip into the FBI. You gun the engine. Aegon, there's actually a website. That's an interesting question. Population, numbers, World of Darkness, vampires, werewolves. I'm just gonna Google this, see if I can find it. Oh, of course, Google's not working because, again, my internet connection's not working. Someone actually sat down and did the numbers for that. And they didn't count really within each region. And I'm gonna say, Aegon, that's a tough question to ask. Like, what do you consider a region of the world? I don't think anyone knows that number, and certainly not White Wolf, because it's up to what you want it to be. But if you Google that, there's actually a website, pretty old one, that has some estimates of the numbers, and they're pretty spot on. Each region of the world, I don't know. I have absolutely no idea. But I think there's like 20 to 30,000 Garou per tribe or something. I think that's the numbers. First clans go significantly less. A couple of thousands of each clan, maybe. A couple of hundred, maybe. I did do, way back when I started doing my Toreador video, I made a family tree of literally every Toreador I could find. It was huge, and there were a lot of inconsistencies there. Either there's missing kindred of low generation, or there's contradictory information in the books. For sure, which is definitely not a surprise if there's contradictory information between editions, between books. White Wolf has always been using a lot of freelance writers. They had a couple of solid writers that they kept around, but a lot of stuff was outsourced to freelancers. Some of them did the research, some of them didn't, so there's some inconsistencies as well. Even as you start to move, you analyze the field ahead of you. The raging battle to your right isn't actually your problem. Whoever wins, Gangrel or the Second Inquisition, they won't be able to interfere before the plane takes off. The twin engine is moving faster now. Its running lights and the glowing rounded rectangle of its open door barely visible through the swirling dust. With the fare lane in the way, there's no clear path where you can just accelerate hard and get close enough to throw the parcel. The path ahead is rough, dangerously rough at one point, when there's a large bump in the road that you'd hesitate to go over even in an old Ford. My car is not very good at this stuff, so... I'm gonna say Composure Firearms is probably my highest stat. Dex Athletics or Composure Firearms? Oh yeah, Composure Firearms is 6, so Dex Athletics is 6 as well. I'm gonna shoot. I like to shoot. Dex 4. Oh yeah, let's shoot. I close in on the fare lane and open fire with my pistol. Staying composed as bullets fly everywhere. Shooting a few agents will give me time to drop off the parcel. When in doubt, shoot a few cops. That's terrible advice under most circumstances, but you're pretty sure it applies here. You accelerate, roll your windows down, and get up alongside the fare lane. These are professionals. They see you coming and they open fire. Bullets zip over your head. One thumps into the passenger seat. August 20... Oh god, no. Am I losing humanity again? Oh boy. I don't think I am. I'm defending myself. Is he dead, you ask after a few seconds? Well, his head sure looks dead, Millicent snaps. Let me go check on the rest of him, and yeah, sure thing, Rook. Sure thing the rest of him is dead too. Your sire reaches into her purse, withdraws her Art Nouveau cigarette case, strikes a match. She spends a few moments staring at the flame before she lights her cigarette, then flicks the match away. You head deeper into the parking garage to retrieve it, because you don't want to leave any evidence. We call it the beast for a reason, your sire says. It's ravening and out of control thing. Our clan thinks we're so much better than the Sabbat's roughneck gangs, the Bruja anti-tribu and the war ghouls. We treasure our philosophies and tell ourselves we aren't human anymore. And we're not. But we're still wedded to this animal flesh, and sometimes the flesh takes over. You're both covered in blood, and the Camarilla ghoul who decided to pick a fight is all over the place. His Honda is splattered in gore but undamaged. Millicent, who does not drive, pops the hatch, then cackles happily when she finds a tarp inside. Her mood immediately improves. She says, "The blood of Cain flows through our veins, Rook. And we serve him. We're so much more important than this trash." She kicks the dead ghoul. Even the beast understands that, but that's the problem. The beast wants you to triumph, utterly and completely. And it doesn't care about, what's that nice 21st century word? Context. The beast only cares about winning, and it's not a humble thing. So, we won here. And we're going to be cleaning up after our victory all week. Some win, huh? And where's his legs? Wrap that up too. It was a messy critical. Furious at this assault, you aim across the cabin of your truck and put 2 bullets into the agent leaning out the fare lane. Teeth gritted with frenzy, you hit the fare lane 2 or 3 times more until it swerves off, revealing a Buick SUV coming your way. Ooh, throat is tickling. You shoot that too, hitting the driver right through the windshield. The SUV flips over, misses your rear bumper by inches, and starts to burn. Well, you scared the Second Inquisition badly enough that they'd put your face on a wanted poster if they could ever see you clearly. But all they've seen is the truck and the gun. As the fare lane circles uselessly around the burning SUV, you toss your empty pistol into the driver's side door pocket and accelerate so you're alongside the prop plane. Well, got the job done, right? You grab the Pelican case and fling it through the door. The airplane lifts off, you spin the Nissan, there we go, around, blasting gravel and get off the strip, racing past shrubs and scrabbly trees with your lights off as the gangrel FBI battle rages behind you. But no one follows you, and after a few minutes you slow down. See how we're doing with humanity. Still fine, still 2 humanity. Our hunger is strong enough to distract us, though. Another mission accomplished. You get back on the road towards Camp Scheffler. You remind yourself that Prince Leto owes you another grand. Security is tight around Camp Scheffler. You're followed once you turn off the main road, first by the Texas Highway Patrol, then by some kind of patriot militia group in that Chevy Tahoe, flying Gadsden and Blue Lives Matter flags. They only peel off when you reach the other periphery of the camp. High fences topped with razor wire, guarded by men in face masks and goggles. The face masks look like respirators, and they're all painted the same way, like a great cat's mandibles. Though everyone seems to have respirators and at least one cat skull logo, weapons and other equipments are heterogeneous and irregular. From their mannerism, you detect a mix of competent ex-military, police, security personnel, and untrained fringe militia types. The gate guards look from your government ID to your very much non-government Nissan, shrugs, and waves you around to the parking lot. Ooh. Yeah, we are halfway through hour 6, and man, starting to feel it in my throat. Gotta say. Stretch a little bit. Ooh, boy. I wish I could have another window open with all the stats that, constantly, but I don't think that's doable in this game. Throughout history, certain kinds of prisons have served as neutral meeting spaces and feeding grounds for the kindred. Insane asylums, concentration camps, and gulags have drawn vampires with the promise of easy blood and relative security. Olive Krona, shadow director of Camp Scheffler and member of Clan Ventru, has hidden this place from regular inspection and allowed it to fester and grow ripe. You roll past open-air holding pens where prisoners sit Ooh, tickling in the throat again. Dull and hopeless eyes, guards patrol with rifles or dogs. As you finish your circuit and park, you watch some kind of shift change amongst the prisoners. They're being put to work in a long, low Quonset huts. The wind carries a stink of unwashed and unhealthy bodies, and this is autumn. The moment you step out of the truck, a tall, dark figure of indeterminable gender in a dark suit approaches you and says, "Give me the USB." "Good evening. Can I have your name and your position in this organization?" They sneer. "I'm Nile, and I'm the person Olive Krona sends when she needs a job done right. Not you. So give me the fucking USB and get out of here." I wrap myself in my own shadow and intimidate Neela into backing down. Yeah, fuck off, Neela. Listen, the flunky says. I dealt with a lot of couriers and... You listen, you snap. I've dealt with 1,000 Ventru lapdogs. What do you think happened to them? Tell Olive Crone I'm here and I have what she wants. You felt ice crawling all over you the second you left Tucson. It's time to deliver this USB. Ooh, did I? Hunger 5! Ooh. It's time to deliver this USB. You have a fake ID, so you just sidle up to the nearest guard who looks ex-military, not like some militia dipshit, and asking where Olive Crone can be found. He's perfectly polite. He apologizes for Neely's brusqueness, then gives you the instructions to head to the Red Prefab facility. Following his directions, you find yourself in front of a Santa Red Hut guarded by a man and a woman dressed like Neela. No entry, the woman says. I'm making a delivery from Tucson, you say, holding up the USB. Olive Crone is busy, the woman says. A delivery, you repeat, from Tucson. How explicit should you be? Is that the courier from Leto? A woman shouts from inside. That must be Olive Crone. Tell her to go away and come back tomorrow night. Just give her a place to stay and have her. The voice trails off. And the woman on guard shrugs uncomfortably. Fine, you can come back. Whatever. Just head back to your Nissan. Someone stuck a boot on it. Oh fuck, it looks like you're staying. Oh, they put a boot on my Nissan. Nice. You get a consolation prize for your booted Nissan though. A lanyard that lets you wander around without getting shot. You also get a private trailer too, complete with a shower. Trapped but not exactly a prisoner, you explore the complex. There seems to be a recurring theme in this game, like I never get to just stay one night and then leave. The camp is laid out like an open-air prison, with temporary Quonset huts serving as separate holding pens for men, women, and children. Alright, Huddy! Don't worry, am I melting? It's pretty hot right now, it's 28 degrees where I am, I think. Don't worry though, it's been worse. At least it's not very moist, although I gotta say, 6.5 hours in, my voice is kind of failing on me, so we'll see if I can manage the 7 hours. I mean, I want to push it to like 8 hours, but God, it's already 5 o'clock. Jesus. Let's see here. How are you doing though? There's a lot of rain in Germany, right? Terrible stuff. Like I read about it in the news. I have a friend in Germany who lives like 5 kilometers away from where that shit was happening. 50 kilometers. No, 5 kilometers, I think. Due to overcrowding, an overflow pen topped with razor wire holds several hundred more people. Right up next to that pen is a place called Millicent's, a kind of Rick's Cafe American for kindred, where the vessels are so plentiful it's almost free. It takes you a second to register the name of the place. Millicent's. Ah, my sire! After using your ID to pass the security checkpoints, you poke your head inside Millicent's and count not just well-heeled Camarilla types, but also anarchs of all kinds lounging among the dazed-looking blood dolls among the low couches and glittering lamps that establish a sort of 1920s French-Algerian, 1990s Pier 1 store style of the place. That is short for Christian. My name is Christian. You're pretty sure the biker gang is made up of gangrels, since there are 2 wolves amongst the outlanders. You also spot some creepy-looking figures in boiler suits that you've heard about but never met. Russian exiles, mostly rabble if the stories you've heard are to be believed. Listen in on some conversations and learn the names of a few lunatics, sewer rats, and clanless hangers-on that the new, more aristocratic Camarilla would normally tolerate. Oh, is this my sire? Oh god, there's my sire. Oh, she's evil. She's evil. Yeah. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something about my name. It was named after a friend of the family's, apparently. And there's Millicent herself behind the bar, unchanged from the last time you saw her, eyes on you. Unchanged, except that now La Sombra are accepted in the Camarilla, and you're an independent courier struggling to get by from night to night, instead of one of the sort of Canes up and coming. You have expected Millicent to fly off to the Middle East behind her masters in the Sabbat, or to just fade away, as if the metaphysics that undergirded her existence would cause her to disappear once they no longer applied. The little old lady who hit me with a shovel, it's true. Rains and floods a bit north of me. It's pretty bad. Yeah, it really is. Really is, Huddy. No? Not even gonna get into it. There's no such thing as global warming. Anyway. Sire, you say. Rook. She inclines her head a little bit, then goes back to hand washing a glass. There's a whole dental sterilization machine behind her dedicated to getting blood off the instruments. Her reflection twists and rises in the metal. We're not what we used to be. Welcome to Millicent's. Welcome to Camp Scheffler. She studies you for a reaction. So is this a clean operation, or is our Venture mistress in charge of a giant masquerade breach? Listen to you, Rook, Millicent says, her voice pitched low and sarcastic. A good little Camarilla whelp. You're one to talk. Then she sighs. Just like me, I reckon. When you were new dead, do you remember what we worried about? The end of the world. Gehenna. The antediluvians rising up and devouring their childer. And whether we, the Sword of Cain, would be strong enough to stop them. Now look at me. She holds up a leather-bound notebook. Vessel preferences, cubic milliliters, payment to the Texas Highway Patrol and the DHS so they don't bother our trucks. It was never supposed to be like this. The world should have ended by now or been born anew in blood and eternal night. Your sire opens the autoclave behind her and starts taking out slender metal instruments, all gleaming and sterilized. To answer your question, when did I ever permit you to question me, Rook? Back when everything was different? Well, to answer your question, yes, I run a clean operation, no breaches of our precious masquerade. I'm a good dues-paying member of the Ivory Tower now. Yeah, I love the writing of Kyle. This game is top-notch. Great storytelling, great vampire storytelling. I'm glad you like the voices, Bambi, thank you. How is the transition treating you? I mean, from Sabat to Camarilla. I keep thinking about the old philosophies, enlightenment, metamorphosis, escaping the fetters of human nature. Millicent sighs, a bit of dust escapes her lips. She doesn't sigh often. I always promised to teach you, didn't I? She says, but I can't, Rook, not anymore. Some nights I feel like the last priestess of some pagan temple in the 5th century, left to rot in her holy place by the Christians because I'm not even worth getting rid of. That whole world is gone, my child, like the world of Genii and Numina that drove the Romans to conquer half of the world. I wonder if that's what happened to us, our clan, I mean. There's a bite taken out of every La Sombra. It manifests in different ways, but we all know that we're missing something. Maybe it'll come back one night, who knows? But these nights I find myself trapped in the Camarilla and thinking more and more like one of them, as they parody mortal concerns. I'm forgetting what I was. Her voice drops. For example, what would I have done 20 years ago to 2 Camarilla morons clumsily stealing blood? She inclines her head towards a hulking vampire who's sharing a hollow-eyed vessel with a hard-looking lick in a Soviet captain's uniform. They are, you notice, quietly stealing blood with needles, as well as drinking from their vessels. Would I have raged? Josiah muses. I could tear them both to pieces. God, I could imagine myself doing it once, but now can't even bring myself to stop them. I'm becoming paralyzed, Rook. The glory is bleeding out of me. More drinkers arrive. A big man hollers for his favorite vessel, banging the walls in his enthusiasm. Millicent stares at the man with murder in her eyes for a second and then says, You should see what the rest of Olive Krona's oasis has to offer, Rook, and glides down the bar to greet the new arrivals. No, I don't want to head outside. I want to drink blood. They're a truly bewildering mix. Some are actual police, state police, or from nearby municipalities. Others give every indication of belonging to the armed forces, from their kit to the way they carry themselves. Others are just fringe militia types, citizens patrols, patriot groups, even bikers loaded up with ammunition and given those cat skull masks. You see men and women in suits, some of them wearing windbreakers or lanyards that indicate they're with the ICE or Border Patrol, the FBI, or even ATF. Food at your fingertips, a loyal army of soldiers, and a situation that blends perfectly into chaos and carnage mortals have wrought one another. Ellen Olive Krona has built her own private paradise here by certain standards. You constantly see Nile and lesser underlings running back and forth on errands to maintain the place. That's a sneaker net, data being physically carried from place to place, just like what you do. Data is flowing everywhere here and it has to be coming from a central source. Your sire is too analog to help you with that sort of work, even if she cared enough to assist you. But if you could get your hands on all that blood traffic data, who knows what Julian and you could do with it? Nothing, because I'm not going to take it for Julian. Of course, neither Olive Krona nor Prince Leda would be happy if Julian copied the data and set up his own little oasis. Your thirst for blood means you are now in hunger frenzy and cannot think clearly unless you try to feed or focus your willpower. I go to Millicent's and select a vessel that should be easy as the pit and a little more upscale. I need to hunt. Wits survival. Not good. I just grab a vessel from Millicent's. It's hardly exciting, but it is efficient. You head back to Millicent's and she assigns you a clean and friendly, if not exactly lucid vessel. You take what you need to remove the edge from your hunger, then linger for a few minutes listening to the excited conversation nearby. After a few more minutes, you head out. The next evening, you head right for Olive Krona's office. How much blood did I take anyway? Oh, I'm down at hunger 1. Wow, that was a lot of blood. But the red tent is locked down and guarded by the Malinois. As you make plans for the evening, a hideous Nosferatu in ragged clothes appear. She introduces herself as Lenora, a facilitator among the different Anarch groups that feed in Camp Scheffler. If you're looking to aid the Anarchs here, she's willing to help. She leaves her contact information as well as a shoebox full of camp records as a sign of good faith. These are copies of Olive Krona's contacts in the blood trade. This is exactly the sort of hard data Julian is looking for. It seems like you might have a few more nights to spend here. Maybe I should take the boot off. I have Dex 4 and I have Clandestine 1, so 5. Let's take the boot off. I take the boot off my truck. I'll have to be quick and efficient with a few illicit tools so I don't get noticed, but it should only take a minute. You wait until not too many people are watching, then head for your Nissan with your screwdriver and the old tubular lock impressioning tool that has been rattling around in your kit since you drove the CRX. The work takes less than a minute. The boot has an official looking "do not interfere with the operations of" a laminating notice on it, so you take it and leave it on your dashboard. Then you move your Nissan behind some medical equipment that doesn't look like it's been touched in a month. Between its location and the "do not interfere" sticker, your truck shouldn't suffer any more inconveniences. Now you just need to deliver that USB, because without confirmation that it got into Olive Krona's hands, you can't get paid. I look for something to steal. I'm not gonna free these people. I'm not gonna mess with the Camarilla. An hour of scouting yields a few possibilities. Your easiest bet is to hit the temporary lockers. Ooh, my throat is really starting to act up. Been reading basically almost non-stop for like 5.5 hours. Your easiest bet is to hit the temporary lockers. Once new prisoners are stripped of valuables, their equipment is stored in 5x5 storage cubes in a fenced-off part of the camp. The cubes are barely guarded, and you just have to keep your composure that close to the guards. If you can do that, you can try opening cube doors until you find an unlocked one. Rewards will be small, but risk is minimal. If you're looking for greater and more risky rewards, you can head into one of the Quonset huts where the least organized militia group keep its cash and weapons. You have to force one of their lockers, but they're not too well made, and you have a portable crowbar. It looks like the militias have also constructed some office space out of the trailers. Some of these offices hold cash and other valuables. You just have to be smart enough to disable the alarms, though that shouldn't be any harder than whacking a locker with a crowbar. Finally, if you're looking for some real high-risk reward excitement, you should break into Olive Krona's car. Okay, maybe not hers, but there's a private parking lot behind the red tent where Olive Krona's Olicron and several other members of the Camarilla keep their rights. If you're clever enough to time the guard circuits just right, you could get inside and grab whatever is valuable there. Yeah, I might try to call it after this chapter and try to continue streaming. The problem is next weekend I am going to be busy, so maybe the Saturday after that, we'll see. Time is premium, or maybe some of the weekdays. But I do feel like we are not going to finish this game this run. Let's see here. I still calm so the guards don't notice me. Read the storage bin. Okay, I'm gonna conjure some shadows and break open the lockers. Although composure clandestine is pretty good, right? 3, 4, no, not good at all. Hey CWPV, if you're wondering, hi, yes, I was playing your music when we started the stream. If you're wondering why I'm not playing your music, it's because my internet completely pooped. I can't open anything but Tiltify and YouTube Studio. I cannot Google, I can't use maps, I can't do anything. So that's the reason why we're listening to the soundtrack, because nothing works. I think it's the La Sombra curse. Yeah, finishing this one run would be harsh. Might be a little bit before I do it again, but I really want to keep doing this because I want to hit that goal of $500 for Doctors Without Borders before I gotta go back to work. Let's break some lockers open. Yeah, I mean, man, we were listening to it for the first hour and a half, but then just YouTube fizzled out on me. I don't really know what's going on. Yeah, the Glasswalker's messing with me. The Second Inquisition is tracking me down. You have your trusty crowbar, wrapping yourself in shadow, and head for the Quonset hut of one of the Patriot militia groups. Also, don't feel too bad about robbing these guys. No one is on guard, so you slip inside and wrench the nearest locker open. Nothing good. Next. Here we go. Thick rolls of cash stuffed in gym socks. There's also a Browning high power, but you already have a pistol, so you leave it. I could sell it though, and keep searching until you find another stack of bills left behind an old sandwich. We'll see. We'll see what videos I do. Next week is going to be probably either La Sombra or Ministry, I think. Gango's gonna come, don't worry. After showering, you check the red tent, but it's sealed up tight. Olicron is deep in negotiation with other branches of the federal and state government, and with private charitable organizations who need cheap laborers. What the hell? She must have known you were here, but between her Malinois and her endless parade of guards, you can't get in. Worse, more and more vehicles seem to be parked around the camp. Too many people, you think. The masquerade is in danger by this kind of lively chaos. I don't like any of these options right now. I can't let the Camarilla just feed on these people. I look for a way to free them. Alright, cool. I guess I'm gonna mess with the Camarilla. Not sure how you'd even begin going about a jailbreak. There must be hundreds of people here, and the relative amateurishness of the security personnel makes extracting them more difficult, not less. But as you patrol the camp looking for weaknesses in the defenses, you see a few opportunities. Several fences are vulnerable. Most are electrified. Well, how am I doing with blood? 2. Some of electrified. Where were we? But you might be smart enough to avoid circuits and carefully snip a few vulnerable sections. Alternatively, though you probably couldn't use your Nissan for this, you might be able to borrow a vehicle and move into position for a fast getaway. You'd have to dodge patrols all night, tiring work requiring total focus, but once it's moved, people might be able to use it to escape. Or, assuming that at least some of the prisoners already know a way out, could prep them for desert survival. Someone with survival training could lift supplies from the guards and leave caches outside to ease their fight. Alright, Mark, thank you so much for coming. Thank you for dropping by and good luck with work. Pleasure having you here. Hope things go well. Finally, this is the simplest, though perhaps not easier than any of the others. You could just bribe some guards to look the other way when the time comes. Not all of them are happy about their work, and some street smarts and rolls of 20s might get you further than more complicated tricks. How we're doing with money. Giving the guards back their money would be pretty cool, though. I don't know this run at all. I have $3,200. That's pretty neat. All right, here we go. All right, Bella, go. Let's go to the next song. Here we go. Okay, so Resolve Drive. That's gotta be high. Resolve 3, Drive 2. No, Drive 1. Never mind. Fuck the camis. Yeah, but I want to date Dove. That's my highest. I'm going to use the rest Drive. I'm going to borrow a vehicle and drive it somewhere people can make a quick getaway from. I'll have to be careful and patient to avoid notice. Your truck won't hold enough people. Patrolling the parking lot, you discount several possibilities because they're too small, too well guarded, or too big or noisy to hide until the time is right. You have to abort twice when you try to roll out, the first time in a minivan, the second time in a bus, and guards notice you almost immediately. But finally, you find the perfect vehicle. A small gray school bus with shackles on each seat. The back half is full kids' seat with mini handcuffs. You remove most of those to make more space, and start the bus up. It runs fine, you drive it around the route you've already planned, lights off, switching the engine off whenever you think someone might be looking your way. Finally, you get it perfectly into position, parked surreptitiously not far from your Nissan, so it blends in with the rest of the bus and equipment. There's a straight shot right into the fence, which you know the bus can tear down if necessary. The next day, you're repeatedly jarred awake by the sound of heavy equipment moving around. Vampires sleep heavy, but your nerves are on edge all day. Someone bangs savagely on your door just as you get ready to leave. Courier, it's Nile. Get out of here. Get out here. Olive Chrono wants to see you. You poke your head outside to confront the Venture's underling. The sky is tinged with purple in the west. Meet me in the red tent, they snap, and then they take off. Ugh. Ventru. You've been ordered by the red tent, and you feel eyes on you as you step outside. After a few minutes spent checking possible exits, you enter the red tent for the first time. The guard dog that's always outside takes the lead. You follow the Malinois. Most of it isn't offices, like you were expecting. Instead, dozens of migrant prisoners, mostly women, are lined up in front of refurbished laptops, performing mechanical Turk-style labor. A few with good English skills appear to be phone banking for Texas politicians and Christian charity organizations. Ooh, alright. Well, I hate this place even more now. Past the because of the exploitations of people, obviously. Past the security door is a crude facsimile of a government office, complete with fall wood paneled walls and a deep blue carpet. You find Olive Krona in an oversized office, seated at an elaborately carved wooden desk in front of the Department of Homeland Security seal. Olive Krona looks like the picture you saw of her. She's tall and gaunt with long blonde hair, arranged in an elaborate braid. She wears a blue-black pantsuit decorated with more silver jewelry than most government workers. Her colorless eyes meet yours. You detect a flicker of distaste and disappointment. Oh, the courier is here, Ventress says, as if you haven't been trying to deliver the USB for nights. Tired of waiting, you march past Nile and slap the USB down on the desk. From Prince Leto, I assume, she says. Before you can answer, she drops beneath her desk, rummages around, and pulls out a spare laptop. She inserts the USB and then starts to read. The Second Inquisition is coming, Olive Krona says. Thank you, Leto. Nile clears her throat and says, Isn't that a problem, ma'am? It's an opportunity, Olive Krona says, rubbing the head of her Malinois. The animal does not react. For too long I've tolerated all kinds of trash at this open feeding hole. Now the SI gives me the opportunity to get rid of the anarchs, the hangers-on, the filth. We will take the data we've gathered here and use it to stake a claim at another holding facility. There are dozens to choose from, and the new one will be for the Camarilla alone. She checks what Leto wrote her again. Yes, this confirms what I know and what I've planned for. Nile, a kill team from the Information Awareness Office at the Pentagon, will be here in the morning. Your plans are waiting in your office. Read them now. Leave us. Nile gets out of there, leaving you with a very satisfied looking Ventru. And at that moment she is every inch the Ventru, a born ruler, always 3 steps ahead, always totally in control. She looks you up and down, hardly bothering to hide her distaste, then gestures for you to sit. So, you're still here, she says. If you're looking for more work, I could use your rook. I always respected Clan Del Sombra, you know, even when your sire was plotting to destroy me. You're stronger and capable of great loyalty, and I reward loyalty. Her eyes narrow and her earrings glitter in the cheap artificial light. I return loyalty. That's all we kindred have, you know, our bonds with each other. Technically, you've finished your job here and should be able to walk right back to your truck, but before you can say anything, Olive says, Camp Scheffler can always use a competent professional who is not already entangled in local politics. In exchange for helping me with certain matters here, perhaps I could teach you something. This might be an opportunity to get even closer to the Camarilla. I prefer to work in cash. I respect that, the Blue Blood says. Sometimes it's unhealthy to grow too close, but if you change your mind, and if you serve me well, of course, I am willing to share my clan's secret of mental commands and near invincibility. I mean, I already have Dominate and Potence. And of course, she settles her hand on the head of the Malinois. But tell me, if you're only looking for money, why are you still here when the road offers so many opportunities for an ambitious young neonate? That is a good question, and one that might deserve an honest answer. I'm here to help the Camarilla. I'm impressed with what you've done here. Sorry, I'm La Sombra. That's the kind of character I'm playing right now. So you're something more than Prince Leto's pet messenger, Olive says. I'm glad you recognize what I've been able to create here. This operation is really incredible. Which one are we going with? Persuasion or awareness? Charisma, persuasion. Charisma, manipulation. Jeez, can't be used here. The charisma, manipulation. Charisma, persuasion is 2. Oh boy. Int, streetwise. Int, wits, streetwise. Oh god. Wits is 3. What was it? Wits awareness. I think I have 4. Okay, wits awareness. Highest we've got. Great. I try to stay neutral and analytical, carefully gauging her mood. So, this place is an abattoir. I have some problems with that. She sits up straighter, every inch the imperious Ventru, then relaxes into her chair. She doesn't bare her fangs or even sneer, just dismisses your opinion with a haughty sniff. How typical of a magister to be sentimental. What? What? That's not typical of the La Sombra at all. Princes have died from lack of sentiment, you say. The last prince of Tucson certainly did. Oh well, that's not her saying it. Well, technically he died when a gang of Bruja and Gangrel tore him apart after the Ventru sitting in front of you encouraged him to purify the ranks. You're awfully bold, Olivkrona says. That's not a trait that impresses me, courier. Nonetheless, I'm sympathetic. Ugliness corrodes the soul and tempts the beast. I will consider your concerns, though only among the thousands other concerns I need to address. Someone's watching football, I think. Olivkrona's complacency is alarming, but also strangely convincing, as the supernatural charisma of Clan Ventru subtly influence your reaction. No, certainly not. You stand up, confident that you can help the Camarilla manage a successful evacuation so they can rebuild elsewhere. The Malinois escorts you out, then freezes and finally reacts to something, snarling at the man in the door. You're a hard woman to find, Elin. I can't believe you made me leave my gamer chair. You turn at the familiar voice, Julian Sims stand in the doorway. The Ventru racks her brain for a moment, then says, The, water boy. Julian Sim, the Banu Hakim says. He's wearing a Junji Ito hoodie and slight grin. Hate this guy. Weeb. Elin waits a beat. You realize she's waiting for her retainers to swarm Julian. But they don't come. She reacts graciously to that revelation, gesturing for her dog to stand down. "What do you want, boy?" she asks the Assamite. "I want you to stop overestimating your chances," Julian says. He tosses a plastic folder full of photographs and documents on the Liv Krona's desk. Her eyes widen as she sorts through them. "The IAO kill team is going to smash you to paste and then light the paste on fire," Julian says. "You don't have time to pack everything in neat little boxes. Get out now." "But my..." "Yes, all your hard work, very sad. Run a tighter ship next time." "How dare you, fledgling!" Olive Krona snaps. The Malinois snarls. "That's Dr. Fledgling to you, GS-10, Julian says. What's your degree in? What's your degree in? I don't know, lots of things. The point is, I'm offering my services to expedite your evacuation. "OCR scanners, encryption?" Olive Krona asks. "No." "Then what?" "I drove here in a van full of librarians from the University of Arizona." Olive Krona's eyes dart from you to Julian and back to you. "Rook, keep an eye on Sim while his librarians help me pack." The moment you're out of Olive Krona's earshot. I like this, by the way. I don't like Julian, but I don't know what's going on here. In the fast emptying main room of the red tent, Julian takes you by the elbow and says, "You better not be helping Elin. Get me the information I need from this place, and I can rebuild it data point by data point somewhere else. Elin can't. She thinks she can, but she doesn't have the time or expertise." You glance around. At least one of Olive Krona's retainers are watching Julian at all times, so Julian can't actually fight you if you defy him. "Oh, right at 3K. That's cool. University of Arizona. UA? That's pretty cool." "I'm doing what I need to do to survive the night, Julian. You should try that instead of trying out all these schemes." Julian just shakes his head. "You're making a mistake, Rook. We're young and allowed to make mistakes, but not forever." He signals his librarians and starts grabbing whatever he can get his hands on. Now you're going to work while Julian steals everything he can. You step outside the red tent. The evacuation is really kicking off, with Olive Krona coordinating her underlings and Julian pretending to help her while chatting with you. He seems friendly at the moment, and stealing as much as he can. You consider how you can help, or help, as the case may be. "You were doing astronomy? That's really cool." Mars class from the Principal Investigation of the Phoenix mission. That is so cool. Mars is a cool planet, man. I can't believe that we're actually landing things on that planet now. Can't wait to walk on Mars. The red planet, I don't think I'm ever gonna get there, but it would be cool. Olive Krona keeps a lot of files and equipment on lockdown in the red tent. What is she hiding in there? If you can keep your wits about you, you should use the distraction to break into her secure area and see what's back there. Your Nosferatu contact, Lenora, could help you organize the Anarchs to load up supplies, which would take leadership skills and attention to detail, mostly to make sure they didn't steal too much. Yeah, that is cool though. If you're smart and sufficiently technically inclined, no, to trigger a glitch out, extensive computer data is waiting to be transferred out. The equivalent physical data, boxes of files, folders, maps, and mimeographs, would require an equal degree of intelligence, again, not what I'm about, as well as a good understanding of academic research techniques in order to grab the most valuable material. Olive Krona's operation is already a mess, whether digital or physical. Someone with a keen eye for detail might just be able to hang around and spot everything that gets dropped, misplaced, or misfiled. There's a lot of equipment to move, and the cat masked guards aren't helping, because why would they? This is vampire business, and most of them don't understand what's happening. But you could ask Olive Krona for money and pass some of her cash around to get the guards working for you. Oh, he's gonna get there, probably. And while the Russian Bruja would have to be persuaded to help, their tent is right next to Olive Krona's. If you could convince them to help with the evacuation instead of just fleeing, they might be useful. Whatever you do, you can't let this data get caught out in the open. If the SI hits you before it's packed up, it'll be a significant breach of the masquerade. Can I feed and then do something? I would dearly love to break into Olive Corner's stuff, but I also gotta feed. So I got like... I was only hungry too. That's fine. Maybe do some blood sorcery to break into... Yeah, to blood sorcery. For the walkie-talkies. Oh, that's cool. Alright, here we go. The ritual you review is an old Koldunic rite. Ah, Koldunic sorcery? That's not cool. It's used by one of the old Sabbat clans to hold their ramshackle domains together centuries ago. I didn't learn Koldunic sorcery, I learned thaumaturgy. You recite the meticulous old church Slavonic and wonder if the spirits of the Arizona desert will even respond. But as you open your wrist and your blood wafts away on the breeze, you feel the spirits of the air gathering around you. God damn it, you hear behind you. It's Millicent having the expected amount of trouble with an iPhone. I said moving everything into the truck. Truck! I'm not swearing at you, the refrigerated truck. Ah! Then she spots you and her normally empty gaze shows a flick of interest. Did you study with a Tsimitsi? She asks. There's a name you haven't heard in years, not since the Sabbat fell apart. I learned it my own way, you say, but it works by... Yeah, I didn't have blood sorcery from the start, though. I know how the spirit of the air works, girl, Millicent says. She quickly relays descriptions of her underlings and tells you what she needs to tell them. You direct the spirits of the air, eager to serve now that they're full of vitae, to whisper messages to them, and the spirits carry messages back. The magic helps Millicent coordinate the evacuations of the vessels, stored blood, and the records for both. Your sire runs off to organize the final stages of the transport, and you maintain the spell for as long as you can. By the time the spirits slither back into the middle air, you're tired but satisfied, as all the blood data is packed up and ready to move. You return to the red tent just as Julian and Olive Krona... Hold on, let me check a thing real quickly. Yeah, wow. My connection is just like not working at all anywhere else. Still, for some reason. They're arguing in acrimonious and frightening tones. Almost nothing has rolled out and the camp is in chaos. Nile pushes their way through the crowd to speak with Olive Krona. They're limping. Two of their fellow retainers are helping a third get out of her ballistic vest. You can see she's been shot twice. Listening carefully, you hear Nile say, all around the camp already. They'll be here in less than an hour, and... Julian holds up his hand for Nile to be silent. The Banu Hakim cocks his head and listens. The retainer shakes their head, but you hear what Olive Krona and Julian hears. The faint drone of helicopters. You're almost out of time. How much blood do I have? Still hungry too? What? I know an artificer's ritual that will make burglarizing Olive Krona's secure facility more easy. No. I raised my manipulation. Manipulation and subterfuge. Anything for that? You can use Koldunic sorcery a couple of other times, using it to track one of the... It's really weird though, like that's definitely not something I would have been taught by reading a couple of Tremere books. It feels very out of place. Manipulation, persuasion, let's just no. I delivered my USB and my job is done. Get out of here. How's my resolution? Resolve no leadership. Man, I just have the wrong stats for this. Fuck it. Burglary is easier when no one can see you. I wrap myself in shadows and break into Olive Krona's secure facility. The most valuable supplies and information are kept in trailers, and most of them are being loaded up right now. When a semi-truck starts backing up behind the red tent and the rear flaps open, you realize you have to act now. The only trick will be timing your intrusion so the Malinoid doesn't rip your face off. You act Oh yeah, she was using like other traditions, but still like Tremere knowing Koldunic sorcery. I don't know. I think that's highly unlikely. That would I mean even Tremere, even anti-tribute Tremere in the Sabbat didn't know Koldunic sorcery. They had to rely on Koldunic sorcerers from the Tzimitzi to help create the Blood Brothers. So like the Tzimitzi do not like to share Koldunic sorcery is what I'm trying to get at. They really don't want to share it. Great, so you act only when the truck starts to move. You hop on board from behind, pop the lock, and get inside after the red tent guard leaves, but before the truck joins the convoy. Inside, your cell phone flashlight illuminates computers, furniture, office equipment. You spot a heavy metal safe underneath an office chair. You'll never be able to open a safe like that though, but then you notice a manila envelope taped to its side. You open it. The key. You open the safe and extract all sorts of interesting documentation, all that was easy, about the camp's activities, plus some emergency cash. You grab everything and then drop out of the trailer before it joins the convoy at Camp Scheffler's main gate. Yeah, the Russian Bruja. They're anarchs though, I don't want to work with them. You peer into the back of your Nissan, I think it's a Russian, oh, or is it the, no, it's gonna be anarchs, right? You peer into the back of your Nissan, which is currently full of whatever equipment and information all of Kronos flunkies could toss into it, including a whole file cabinet and several old tower-style CPUs. Elsewhere, the evacuation is proceeding smoothly, or at least it is until prisoners suddenly swarm out of their holding cells. Olive, Krona, and Julian both see what's happening, and with the bloodless calculations of vampires with too much to worry about, they go back to their packing. It's time to roll, Olive Krona tells Nile. The retainers nod and gets Olive Krona and the Malinois in her jeep. Julian sighs, you don't think he was able to steal much from the Blue Blood, and hops in his sprinter van. Prisoners are escaping in every direction and in whatever way they can. You watch the chaos for a second, but then an F-150 behind you lays on its horns and flashes its lights like you're not rolling forward fast enough in a Burger King drive-thru. The convoy is moving, and you roll through the main gate. Julian used to say that when a plan went perfectly, everything was boring. He only said that about his StarCraft games, but it applies in real life too. There's some action behind you, and a helicopter screams overhead 10 minutes up the road. Oh god. But the Information Awareness Office, or whatever authorized this op, expected a pitched battle. They should have struck earlier. You're gone. Since dawn is so near, the convoy starts to break up half an hour outside of the camp. You find a location taped to your sun visor. 5 more minutes of driving, and you're just starting to feel nervous as the eastern sky lightens. And you turn onto a dirt road and arrive at an abandoned wildlife conservative facility, boarded up but far from any major highway that graffiti has barely touched it. You check inside, the windows are covered, and no light can get inside. This will do. You head into the abandoned building to rest. You get back on the road the moment the sun rises. You keep off the major highways, the radio is full of wildly incorrect chatter about an invasion of Mexicans, and the federal agencies trying to round them up. You reach Tucson before midnight. Oh, apparently I freed the migrant prisoners. Doing nothing. Alright, cool, I got an achievement. Thanks, game. Yeah, don't worry about Bambi. It's all good. Thank you so much for the offer, though. I think we're gonna start wrapping the game up soon, because holy moly, I've been streaming for almost 7 hours, actively, over 7 hours, getting things ready. You stop at the Viper. The Eagle Princess flunkies show up to take the data Olive Krona loaded into your Nissan. While they work, they talk about how a storage facility off Exit 306 also got raided by the police. At least one of their numbers died in a shootout. You make sure the retainer don't steal anything that isn't theirs, and then head inside. The Malinois is waiting for you. The dog jerks his head, signaling for you to follow. Olive Krona is... Oh, yeah, I should also help my humanity. Cool, I got 3 humanity. I literally took the bus because I had to, like, right? 1 dot in respect to traditions. That's all the convictions I have. Man, I don't have any convictions. Olive Krona is waiting for you in a well-appointed meeting room of the Viper you've never been in before. She's dressed in a long black gown like she's going to the opera. Her Malinois curls up next to her leather armchair and watches you, red stones glittering on its collar. I promise you a reward if you help me, Olive Krona says, and I keep my word. Disciplines available from Olive Krona. I wanted money! I don't want your fucking disciplines. How much money do I have though? Let's see here. I got $5,200. Maybe I don't need the money. I think I'm gonna get money from the prince too, right? It's all right, Ali. Don't worry about it. It's getting a little difficult. Mostly, what's getting difficult is that my brain is getting tired. So because it's warm as well, so I stumble on words. My throat is a little bit raspy, but I should be fine for like another 2 hours if it was just my throat. But my brain is like running out my ears. Let's see here. I don't like her particularly. Actually, you know what? I don't like her to the point that she could have met me much earlier. That pisses me off. As a La Sombra, human trafficking, I don't know. Not big of a deal for me, but she didn't meet me for like a week. That offends me. Let's begin our studies then. I prepare to receive her blood. Oh, to be honest, animalism, I don't know if I needed. Dominate, I got that. Fortitude, presence, don't know if I need that one. I want to get money. I would criticize your straightforward dealing, Olive Corner says, but I appreciate knowing where people stand. Goddamn, cough drop is getting between my teeth. There are too many liars in government. She writes you a check as she speaks, then hands you a check for $3,000. I need to rebuild, Rook, but thank you again for your assistance. She rises and departs, followed by her dog. Prince Leto is on the stairs between the rooftop Elysium and the Viper's semi-public areas. He's dressed in a tuxedo, as if he's just about to hit a nicer place than the Viper. Ah, Rook, Leto says when he sees you. It's good to see you in one piece after the SI got through with Camp Scheffler. My man Alexander has prepared a room where you can type up what happened. Leto's ghoul Alexander leads you to a room with an old-fashioned typewriter. When the old ghoul scans your work, he says, Prince Leto will be satisfied with this. Let us hope that we can find a way to rebuild quickly. Alexander hands you a double payment since you also got that parcel on the plane. You head back to your Nissan and make sure the money adds up, and then you return to your bungalow and park the Nissan. We'll finish after this dreaming and leveling up, I feel. That day you dream of sand. Smoke rises from the twin wrecks that stain the dunes. Also, by the way, before we continue, I should point out, it's been a little while. Just gonna get rid of this cough drop. This is a charity stream, so any donations I would strongly appreciate because we are collecting money. We're raising money for Doctors Without Borders, which is my favorite charity. I've been supporting them since I was 20, and I do that every month. Sometimes I've been like, oh crap, maybe I shouldn't, but it's for a really good cause. And when I say oh crap, maybe I shouldn't, because I lived a very, very poor student life. They're a good charity. They help out people in war zones, in areas where there's been natural disasters or other kind of catastrophes. A lot of their money go to exactly what they're supposed to be doing. They got a very high charity rating, obviously. I am supporting them because I think there's no end to conflicts around the world, obviously. And as we know more and more, the world is kind of getting fucked for many different reasons. So there's all kinds of natural disasters going on. This is a charity stream. Thank you, Bambi. This is a charity stream. He has a typewriter, probably. Because every year, second year in a row, I do a anniversary stream. This is the second year of my channel. Technically, the 10th was when my first video came up, 10th of July. But last week I was out cold due to health issues. But basically, I really appreciate all the support, any support you can give. Even $1 or $2 will be going to a good cause. I will be streaming this again, and I will close the charity once we finish the game. So if you can't donate now, I will stream. I can't really say when I will be streaming. Probably not within the week, unfortunately, due to a bunch of other reasons. But any support you can give is really appreciated. There is a QR code on the stream that you can use your phone if you want to go to the charity in question. Or you can go to the donation page in the description of the video. And basically, yeah, I'm not getting any money from this. nothing, not even a t-shirt, which I appreciate because that means that less money go to dumb, frivolous stuff and more goes to what it actually is supposed to be. So everyone who's watching, I first of all very glad that you're here, but if you have some bucks to spare and if you want to help a good cause, then Doctors Without Borders is a really, really good charity. Wouldn't even call it a charity, to be honest. They're more like a non-profit organization. That's the term for it. Not much non-profits. Okay, here we go. That day you dream of sand. Smoke rises from the twin wrecks that stain the dunes. Your albatross was merely a functional machine, adequate if unloved, but the prototype's staggering spad your rival flew was a thing of beauty. You have seen many wars, but never one so unlovely as this one. Your shattered legs are still healing, better than burning, you tell yourself. Then sand slides down another dune. The other pilot. His goggles and cap are gone, so his shaggy blonde hair gleams in the moonlight. He sees you, draws a pistol, and then puts it away. You should be dead, you say. You try Arabic, then French. I fell from horses when I was alive, he answers, and now I fall from planes. They both hurt about as much. The nearest village is 30 miles to the north. Shall we walk together? You look at the pale sliver of light on the eastern horizon and calculate your chances. But again, you know that this is a memory. How did you plan to outpace the sun? Let's boost our resolve. Oh, I don't want people to feel forced that they have to. But I do appreciate that. Just anything you can give is definitely going to a good cause. It's via what do they call Tiltify. So it's not going through any second hands. Tiltify is a organization that has been working with charities for a long time. So it's not like it's going to me and I have to transfer the funds or anything. It goes straight to the charity in question. Let's go over resolve and investigation. Nowhere is truly a wasteland. We investigated the desert for old paths or anything that we could use. Although I should probably increase intelligence, but I'm dumb. I'm smooth brain. This expanse of dunes hold little of interest, but after a few minutes of reconnaissance, your new companion turns up machine tools flung from the wreckage of your albatross. Neither of your planes can be repaired, but you might be able to barter with these tools. If you can find anyone in time, you and your new companion set out into the desert. As you walk, you contemplate everything that has happened. May 1916. If there's one thing centuries of war have taught you, it is that you miss the good life. You don't consider yourself greedy exactly, and Canaanites have only a few real needs, but a nice haven where dappled moonlight spills down into a scented garden, soft music and softer silk, security, peace, wealth, contentment, maybe a few fat gold coins to let slide through your fingers. By God, is that too much to ask for of the world? I like the finer things, but I don't exactly need them. This is pretty close to my character. Like, I like to dress up nicely, I like to live nicely, but ultimately I'm a hired gun. I can deal with terrible stuff. You shake off these strange notions of luxurious living and drag yourself up out of sleep. You're not in North Africa during the Great War. You're not Isla. Isla is dead and gone. You're Rook, and the sun has just set. You have work to do. Where to tonight? Okay, how are we doing with experience points? Let's see here. We have stats page. Doesn't say. We can unlock deeper, more powerful Seekers of the Blood. I have 7 experience points. Okay. Dominate. Another dot of blood sorcery. Dominate is pretty good. Get me out of social situations. And then let's get another dot of dominate. See if I can save my game. Nope, can't save it. I think it saves on its own. Yeah, I think it's autosaves, because I'm on the computer. I get in my Nissan and go somewhere else. I'm a mechanic to repair my Nissan. Tucson is full of excellent auto body shops, but the only ones open late are in the pocket of the Camarilla, and not any good. You suspect that Dove, the Nosferatu, has more or less exclusive access to them, and while you and Dove have a good working relationship, you don't want to have to rely on the Nosferatu for favors. You turn elsewhere, even checking around the edges of town, but nothing is open. Then you spot one of Julian's Karambit symbols. You follow it around the back of a strip mall, past the dental office and party supply store, a small garage that is incongruously attached to a Chinese takeout place. A young woman in a tudong runs up to your window. Oh, cool. Let me just, before we continue, let me just check how my standing is with the Camarilla and with Julian. So Camarilla, I have excellent relationship with the Camarilla, but my relationship with Julian is poor, as it should be. You order the curry mee, she asks, then she steps back and gets a better look at your truck. Ah, I get it, pull ahead. The garage is called Fine Motor Skills, and it looks like a professional operation headed by an older man and his sons, while the women handle the takeout next door. The older man looks over your Nissan, stares at you for a long time, and then nods. Apparently both of you passed the test. As long as you don't annoy the Banu Hakim who ultimately owns this place, you should get a fair price. Ah, fair price. Yeah. I got $12,000. I'm freaking rich. I want to improve the speed. Oh, that was really cheap. The mechanic goes to work, improving your Nissan's engine and powertrain, and soon you're much faster. Let's improve its maneuverability too. That's $100. The mechanic gets to work improving your chassis, and then we're going to improve the durability to 4. There we go. Got $11,900. That's a great profit. Okay, so magical real estate. Let's go to the pawn shop. I'm gonna buy the Nighthawk tactical pistol for $4,500 because I want a good gun. I talked to Alina. Manipulation, intimidation. It's gonna be like 4, I think. Turn the game. I've already bought what I wanted though. Go back to shopping. I'll leave Covenant. Magical real estate. Yeah, I'm gonna buy the mission. Hell yeah. I sold my bungalow for $454.05 or 50 cents and put that money towards purchasing the mission for $3,488. Anonymous, thank you so much for the donation. Thank you. Thank you. Very appreciated. Thank you so much. It's going to a good cause. I really appreciate it. We're giving it to Doctors Without Borders. Thank you so much for the donation. Very, 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 very much thank you. This is quite a bit of paperwork since the structure is so old and the rights around it are so complicated. Nonetheless, after a few hours spent making sure a few centuries of paperwork are in order and a final call to the Vatican, yeah, I'm buying a mission. Anna hands you a huge brass key, a modern laser-cut key for the inhabitable section, an ancient map of the grounds, and a URL for an Urban Explorer website that has more accurate maps made last year. You'll have to keep the Urban Explorer kids out. Well, part of the money you just paid will go to security. After a few hours spent securing various shadow identities under which you'll be able to access the mission, Anna hands you a laminated book that explains the security system and protocols. You move into the 80s style apartment that's the only inhabitable part of the estate. How long it will take you to move in fully? Years? And it'll be decades before you can rebuild this place. Still, with this level of security, you are now free to plumb the deepest depths of your unnatural powers. Where to tonight? No masquerade breaches, right? Let me see. No violations of the masquerade, no wounds, full willpower, hunger 4. That's not good. Should probably hunt. Spend some money to acquire some blood. You are soon sated. Okay, cool. We are at hunger 1. And money-wise, inventory, we got ourselves $4,207. We're rich. And I think, honestly, 7 hours and 41 minutes of streaming. Roughly 7 hours of that has been talking. I am pretty pooped. Oh, those places actually give me points. Hold on. Oh, cool beans. I get 9 experience points. That is really good. Let's raise awareness by 2. Did not know this. Let's raise clandestine by 2. Let's raise awareness by 3 points. And let's raise investigation by 2 points. There we go. Oh, and let's go to the gym. Physical abilities, like a gym. I don't have any experience points anymore, but that's fine. I will drink some tea. I will drink some of my special recipe, which is ginger. I had ginger juice, squashed lemon, and honey, and boiled water. That will work my throat over. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming and hanging out with me. This has been a lot of fun. It's a great charity. If the link will still be up, so if for some reason you feel like donating again before the next stream, you will be able to. The charity will end after I finish the game, basically. The charity drive. And I can't give you an exact date when we'll play again. I'll try to look into my calendar a little bit. Next week's going to be very busy, so it's probably going to be the week after that. I will see you later. You have all been amazing people. Thank you. Yeah, add some brandy. And yeah, I would probably do that. I got some good whiskey at home. That will probably do well. And thank you so much, everyone, for coming. This has been a lot of fun. I can't believe we're still alive. Our smooth-brained La Sombra is doing pretty good. We can go through the stats before we quit. Strength 1 still, Dexterity 4, Stamina 3, Charisma 1, Manipulation 2, Composure 3, Intelligence 1, Wit 3, Resolve 4. Athletics 2, Clandestine 2, Combat 2, Drive 1, Firearms 3, Intimidation 2, Leadership 0, Persuasion 1, Streetwise 1, Subterfuge 2, Academics 0, Awareness 3, Investigation 2, Technology 1, Survival 1. We have 2 dots in Dominate, 2 dots of Oblivion, 1 dot of Blood Sorcery, and we have 1 dot in Respected Traditions as far as convictions go. So we don't have a lot of conviction going for us, but who cares? Again, thank you, everyone. Have a great Saturday. And now I got the Nighthawk. It's right, I bought the Nighthawk pistol at Bambi, so I bought it just now. No Masquerade Breaches. We're all Gucci. And I will let you guys know when we're ready to play the game next time. Thank you again so much. Maybe next time the internet will actually work for me. And one last thing. Be careful out there, because Gehenna may soon be upon us. Bye!